I am an actor in the drama club of Jiangqing University of Media. Late at night, I rehearsed alone on the stage of the drama club, trying to get a feel for the detective role I would play tomorrow. I was dressed in British-style costumes, immersed in my own world. Suddenly, a junior schoolmate appeared. She was wearing a beautiful sailor uniform skirt, delicate makeup, twin ponytails, holding a champagne rose, and shyly confessed to me. I was a little stunned, and then politely refused, saying that it was rehearsal time and I had no intention of falling in love for the time being. The junior student smiled and said that she was my fanatical fan, like Mark Chapman to John Lennon. I was startled, and just as I thought of Mark Chapman as the murderer who shot Lennon, the bouquet in the junior student's hand blossomed. She tore the flowers apart and pulled out a black, heavy Beretta M9 pistol. I felt cold all over and my mind went blank. I subconsciously identified the model of the gun and suspected it was a model or a prank, but her murderous eyes made me know that it was not the case. Bang! The gun went off, and the bullet went through the petals and pierced my heart accurately. The pain and coldness spread, and I collapsed to the ground. The junior girl's voice became pious, saying, "May you be seen by the gods." I was unwilling to give up. I still had so many performances to perform, and my acting skills needed to be honed. How could I die like this? I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a dark and empty space. I was confused and had all sorts of thoughts, wondering if this was hell or if I had become a vegetable. At this time, blood-red words appeared, "Welcome to the death game." Here, the dead who have a strong desire for life are given a chance to start over. Participate in the game and you will be reborn. Do you choose to participate? I realized my situation. Although I understood that this game was cruel and dangerous, in order to survive, I had no choice but to say, "I'll participate." The bloody text changed again, "Welcome to the death game, player Lin Yu. You are being selected for your initial profession. Congratulations. You have obtained the only profession, fraudster. Professional ability. After activating the ability, if the fraud you perform on others is believed by others, it will come true to a certain extent. The degree to which it comes true depends on the degree to which others believe in you." Before I could understand, the text changed again, "The initial profession has been generated. You are about to join the game. Game name, who is the outsider? Clearance conditions, kill all players from different camps or survive until the specified time. Number of players in this game, 7. The heavy bell rang, and I found myself in a large, dim room, decorated in medieval Baroque style, gorgeous but dilapidated, full of dust, cobwebs, and dried blood. I sat at the head of a long wooden table, surrounded by 6 other people. I quickly calmed down and observed them calmly. There were 4 men and 2 women, of different ages and temperaments, with faces full of confusion and bewilderment. I noticed that there were brown envelopes on the table, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be the focus. After all, my ability needs deception to take effect. Soon, someone couldn't hold back any longer. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses whispered to everyone whether they saw strange words and games after death like her. I understood that some people had no idea about the current situation. Then, the fat boy wearing thick glasses and a white printed round neck shirt spoke up and said that this situation was similar to being chosen by God to play a cruel game in anime novels, and this was a chance to change one's destiny. Bang! The man with a scar on his face and a fierce look pounded the table and cursed, saying that he died unclearly and he was unwilling to suffer here. A gentle and shy young woman said that this was not a bad thing, at least there were still games to play. The scarred man sneered and questioned the fat man's words, and the woman did not dare to refute. I analyzed their personalities. The fat guy was silly, the scarred man was fierce and violent, the middle-aged woman was serious, and the young woman was weak. I studied their personalities because the more I knew about them, the greater my chances of success would be when I dealt with them next. The 2 people who had been silent the whole time were a short young man in his early 20s sitting opposite me, with shifty eyes, licking his lips nervously. The other was a tall man sitting next to me, with a square face, a resolute look, and a strong build. The square-faced man knocked on the table to calm everyone down, saying that since we were in the game, we were all on the same boat. I denied it in my heart, and at this moment, a strange sound came from the wall, and bloody words appeared, "There are 2 outsiders among the 7 of you. Find them. Expel them. The bloody words covered the wall, and everyone was frightened, and the weak girl screamed. After the bloody words faded, I realized that this was a game hint. The square-faced man calmed down. I guessed he was a professionally trained soldier. He asked the fat boy if he had any clues. The fat boy said it was like a game of finding an undercover agent, but the game instructions were simple. I spoke at the right time and said that there might be clues in the envelope. I had been silent before because I didn't want to attract attention. It would be suspicious to remain silent now because I noticed someone was looking at me and the short young man. Everyone listened to my reminder and opened the envelopes one after another. I observed them before opening them and found that they read the letters in different states and at different speeds. I realized that the game was not simple. I opened the envelope. The letter said that there were boxes in the castle. Except for the red box, you can open it to get useful things. The red box belongs to the werewolf. Humans can't open it. Be careful of people who can open it. It also said that you have to do what's on the schedule, otherwise the trap, poisonous fog and severe cold will kill you. There will be a meeting at 7 o'clock every night. You can vote to exile one person. The meeting room is sacred and you can't commit murder. If you find a body, you can hold a meeting in advance. You must rest in the meeting room at night. Werewolves are cunning and good at disguise. They can't confirm each other directly. Humans have to eliminate the werewolves and survive for 7 days. If a human survives after 7 days, even if the werewolf is not found, they can leave. The handwriting is hasty. There was also an ID card in the envelope. I took it out and saw that it said, "Your identity is human." Just as I was about to check the expressions of the people around me, the card, envelope and letter paper in my hand suddenly caught fire. They were not hot, but I was so scared that I let go. They burned up before they hit the ground, leaving no trace of ash. After reading the letter, everyone was silent, realizing that this was a player versus player game. The middle-aged woman with glasses was the first to break the silence and asked everyone what they thought of the letter. The little fat guy pushed his glasses and said that this was a game similar to Werewolf, and everyone nodded. He continued to say that we were divided into 2 camps, humans and werewolves, 5 humans and 2 werewolves. Humans had to complete tasks such as opening boxes and finding werewolves, and werewolves had to hide and use weapons to kill humans. Scarface complained about the complicated rules of the game, and the short young man joked that only gods would tie up dead people to play this unlucky game. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became more relaxed. I looked at the short young man and thought he was suspicious. Although it was my instinct to ease the atmosphere, this was a deadly werewolf game. He had been silent all along, and now he was talking in a slick way. Although I couldn't tell by intuition that he was a werewolf, he was definitely not right. I didn't want to see a relaxed atmosphere, so I cleared my throat and said I wanted to discuss game strategies. The gentlewoman said that we could tell who was the werewolf by looking at who opened the red box. Scarface snorted coldly and said that werewolves wouldn't be stupid enough to open it in front of us. The woman whispered back and Scarface scolded her. I tried to smooth things over by saying that it was difficult to find out the hidden identity in the first discussion of the werewolf game, and we had to slowly identify them based on their behavior. The middle-aged woman said that people might die in that way, and I said that this was a death game. Everyone was silent and the atmosphere was solemn. I said this on purpose, wanting to induce everyone to think in a serious atmosphere, and I also used the line recitation technique to enhance the appeal. Sure enough, the little fat boy thought of careers again, and excitedly said that we still have careers, and the aunt mentioned it before, everyone should have one, which is helpful for the game. The square-faced man nodded and said that we should first introduce our professions and abilities in turn, and then formulate a strategy. I felt relieved, as things were going as expected. After I got the profession of a fraudster, I was thinking about how to use my abilities and judge whether to disguise myself as another profession, so I needed to understand other people's professions and abilities. Everyone was moved when they heard this. The square-faced man was the first to say, "I'll go first. My name is Yulongwa, my occupation is soldier, and my ability is to increase my physical fitness 5-fold. He spoke with confidence, and this ability was indeed powerful. The scarred man looked at Yulongwa in surprise, then smiled and said he didn't expect there was such a profession, it was very practical, and asked if it was necessary to introduce his name. Yulongwa said coldly that it was necessary, because werewolves would lie, and introducing basic information about themselves would help determine whether they were lying. The scarred man shrugged and said okay, then said, "My name is Bao Lu, my profession is thug, and my ability is that I can ignore the rules once. Although my profession is not as strong as that of a soldier, don't mess with me, I can ignore the rules." He gave everyone a sinister look. I observed them and found that their occupations were strongly related to their personalities. Yulongwa was strong and sturdy, with a resolute face, like a soldier, so his occupation was also a soldier. Bao Lu was full of ruffian spirit, so his occupation was a ruffian. It was the turn of the middle-aged woman with glasses. She adjusted her glasses and said, "My name is Tsushiyome, and my occupation is teacher. My ability is to obtain some relevant information in this game." After hearing this, the others nodded slightly. Although the ability of teacher does not sound very strong, it at least has a certain effect. Everyone was thinking about the role of their own abilities. But only Lin Yu had a vague judgment in his mind after hearing Tsushiyome's occupation. It is indeed the case. Although Tsushiyome's appearance was not as obvious as Yulongwa and Bao Lu's, Lin Yu could still see it after careful observation. She wore relatively simple clothes, had the habit of clearing her throat when speaking, and had thick calluses on her index finger and thumb. The other party should indeed be a teacher. In other words, the professions in this game are likely to be highly correlated with everyone's real-life professions. While Lin Yu was analyzing, the communication between other people on the field continued. After hearing Tsushiyome's introduction, Bao Lu immediately asked, "What information did you get? Is it extra information about this game? Tell us about it." Tsushiyome hesitated. The soldier, Yulongwa next to him, reached out to stop Bao Lu. "Don't worry, she doesn't have to tell us the information she got. After all, no one knows who the werewolf is on the field right now. If we rashly reveal this important information, it may be disadvantageous to us humans." The gangster, Bao Lu said unconvincedly, "What if she is a wolf herself?" At this time, the other woman with a gentle and weak appearance glanced at Bao Lu again, and still spoke softly, "You are so anxious to get information from Tsushiyome, I suspect you are the wolf." These words refreshed Lin Yu's perception of weak women. Although she looks weak, she actually has a hidden agenda. From the beginning of the game, Bao Lu has been targeting her to show his ferocity, perhaps for the purpose of establishing his authority. But no one expected that she would actually give it back during the self-introduction session. Bao Lu's eyes widened when he heard this. He slammed the table and pointed at the woman and said loudly, "Don't spit blood on me. Are you slandering me?" Seeing that the situation was out of control, Yulongwa stood up and said seriously, "Stop arguing. There is no point in arguing about this now. Let's wait until everyone has introduced themselves before discussing it." The pressure brought by the tall stature and the powerful abilities of the soldier made Bao Lu dare not act rashly. He could only put his hands on his chest, snorted coldly, and leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the chair. He pointed at the fat boy with glasses and said, "It's your turn." The fat man cleared his throat and said, "My name is Chinjua, and my occupation is homebody. My abilities are kept secret." "Keep it a secret." Several people were a little surprised. Bao Lu said viciously, "We have already said that you should keep it a secret now. You want to be special, don't you?" Chinjua shrank his head slightly in fear, but still put on a mysterious look, shook his head and whispered, "That's right. My ability is so special that I can't describe it to you in words here. You will understand it after you see it." Although Chinjua chose to conceal his ability, his occupation as otaku still made others think. What abilities can a geek have? Geeks usually like to stay at home and watch anime and read novels. What abilities can such a profession have? Chinjua's remarks left people confused about what otaku means. But seeing his appearance, no one bothered to find out what Chinjua's abilities were. After all, everyone had a vague idea in their hearts. Even if Chinjua was really in an opposing camp to them, this little fat guy probably wouldn't be much of a threat. Although he had been giving everyone useful information at the beginning. It was precisely because Chinjua just dumped out everything he knew that people felt that he was not scheming or threatening. If he were a werewolf, he would have exploded long ago. Even Lin Yu felt that this boy was a little naive. If the other person is acting, then it won't be difficult for him to become a movie emperor in the future. Next, it was the short and thin man's turn. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My name is Yao Jingye, my occupation is thief, I don't want to talk about my abilities." At this point, the others frowned slightly. Bao Lu smacked his lips. "You don't want to say it, are you mysterious too?" As he said this, he gave Chen Zhuo another vicious look. "Look at what a good start you've made." Chen Zhuo shrank his neck, still not daring to speak. Yu Longhua said nothing, seeming to be thinking about something. Although Yao Jingye also concealed his abilities, the ability of the thief is obvious, and it is probably related to stealing. In this case, it is better not to say anything. Everyone present has more or less guessed about his ability as a thief. Then it was the turn of the gentle-looking woman. She spoke. "My name is Xia Yu, my occupation is veterinarian, and my ability is to treat small animals." "Tisk, what's the point of treating small animals? Are there really animals in this castle?" Bao Lu said disdainfully. Because Xia Yu had stepped on him before, Bao Lu was really unhappy with Xia Yu at this moment. Who knows? Maybe the owner of this castle likes to keep pets here. Chen Zhuo added. Even if there are animals in the castle, what can this woman do if she treats them? Bao Lu turned his head and stared at Xia Yu and said, "Do you expect the animals to help you find the outsiders?" This time, Xia Yu turned her head slightly and ignored him. After she finished her introduction, Lin Yu was the only one left. Everyone's eyes turned to him. "You are the only one left, young man." Yu Longhua said, "What is your occupation?" "Yeah, it's my turn." Lin Yu placed his hands on the table and crossed them lightly. "It's my turn." Lin Yu has listened to everyone's occupations and introductions. His profession is fraudster. There is no doubt that if one's profession and abilities are made public, it will be useless. So, just as the name of this profession suggests, this is a profession that requires fraud. Lin Yu reached out and pinched the bridge of his nose, then looked at everyone again, his eyes sharp and calm. "Before I introduce my profession, I think everyone has more or less discovered something about the profession you have drawn, and how you in reality, identity, and occupation are more or less related, right? Brother Yu has the temperament of a soldier. Chen Zhuo, you also look like a complete otaku. Xia Yu, you are even wearing a white coat. Miss Sushiome, you should be a teacher or something like that in real life, right?" Sushiome nodded slightly. "Yes, I am a middle school teacher." She whispered. Lin Yu snapped his fingers. "That's right. It seems that my reasoning is completely correct. Is fraud lying? Lin Yu thinks it includes, but is not limited to. At least what he said above are the truths that have just been analyzed. But after the analysis just now, Lin Yu was also thinking about one thing. If this rule is indeed correct, then what does the profession of fraudster have to do with a college student like me? He has never committed telecommunications fraud and is not even good at lying. But Lin Yu quickly thought of a sentence his professor said during class. The essence of acting is actually deception. You have to deceive yourself and the audience, and make everyone believe that you are the role you play. Lin Yu is indeed not good at lying, but he is very good at acting. That is a more advanced and more effective form of fraud than lying. Now, he's going to start performing. Inside the room of the ancient castle, everyone at the long table looked at Lin Yu. Just like the spotlight on the stage. Lin Yu sat at the table with his hands crossed and a very confident expression on his face. "As long as you trust me, this game is not difficult to win." Bao Lu looked at Lin Yu, frowned and said, "Why should we trust you? Just because you analyzed that each of our occupations is related to what we do in real life. You're just trying to say that I'm just a gangster in real life, and this Yao Jingye is just a thief." Bao Lu pointed at Yao Jingye and said unhappily. Yao Jingye, who was standing aside, did look quite unhappy. "You mean we're not good people in real life, so just vote for us and that's it?" Sure enough, after Lin Yu finished speaking, the two people reacted very violently. The other people looked at the two of them with a little more caution. Lin Yu shook his head. "You two, I deliberately didn't mention your professions just now to prevent misunderstanding. I say this just to make you believe that I do have the ability to lead you to win the game. It's not just my own reasoning ability, but also my professional ability. Well, the tone was good and the lines were nice, thanks to my persistence in practicing improvisation. Lin Yu glanced at everyone and adjusted his costume. The British style of dressing is elegant and decent, giving people an impression of wisdom at first glance. My name is Lin Yu, and my profession is detective. And my ability is to verify the identities of everyone present. Lin Yu said calmly and opened his hands. What? After hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of the other 6 people changed slightly. Check identity. Chen Zhuo was the first to exclaim, the prophet. Impossible. How can you be so shameless? Bao Liui slammed the table and shouted, I think you are just talking nonsense and trying to sow discord. Veterinarian Xia Yu also spoke immediately. You said your ability is to check identities. But this game is called, Who is the Outsider? It's a game about identity. Your ability is completely in line with this game. I think you are lying. Teacher, Su Xiaomei nodded slightly after hearing this. Were we not given our professions before this game started? Logically speaking, our professional ability should not be directly related to the content of this game. Yu Longguo looked at Lin Yu. Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. When they first heard about Lin Yu's abilities, they were indeed shocked. This is an identity game in itself, and then you say your ability is to check other people's identities. How can it be such a coincidence? Only Chen Zhuo had some faith in it. But, in werewolf games, there is usually a prophet. The little fat boy muttered. Lin Yu felt a little nervous when he saw the different reactions from the crowd. He was feeling whether he had acquired the ability to verify identity that he had just mentioned. According to the ability of a fraudster, if they all believed him, he should have gained the ability of a detective. However, Lin Yu didn't feel anything now. He didn't have the ability to verify other people's identities at all. It seemed that the players present did not believe what he just said. In other words, the degree of belief is far from enough to enable oneself to acquire this ability. However, although Lin Yu was nervous, he was not panicked. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was also expected. These guys are not that easy to fool. Lin Yu exhaled. Before he said it, he actually knew that his remarks were flawed. However, Lin Yu was still a little surprised that half of the people chose not to believe him in an instant. That thug is not stupid. And those 2 women and the soldier were all smart people too. Lin Yu thought quickly in his mind. But fortunately, my performance was exquisite enough. The temperament reflected in Lin Yu's eyes and small movements just now is enough to make everyone believe that he is a detective. Then the next step is to fill in the loopholes in the previous statement. Lin Yu thought quickly in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. He straightened his deerstalker hat and looked calm and composed. Yes, my ability is not to check identity. But I say this because my ability can indeed do that. What's the meaning? My ability is actually to know a hidden secret of the other party. If I apply it to this game, wouldn't it be possible to verify the identity? Lin Yu's tone was neither hurried nor slow, and he looked very calm and composed. When everyone heard this, their expressions varied. Su Xiaomei frowned slightly, but why didn't you tell me the truth at the beginning? Lin Yu was prepared for this. Because I think that if you say that you can pry into other people's secrets, people will be more resistant, right? Lin Yu said calmly. And this reason is indeed enough to convince everyone. I see, Xia Yu thought, no wonder you said that at the beginning. Knowing someone else's secret is very consistent with the profession of detective. Yu Longguo also nodded slightly. It sounds much more reasonable to say it this way. In this kind of identity game, the profession of detective seems to be very powerful. Bao Lu smacked his lips and suddenly felt that his profession seemed to be of little use in this game. At least it's much worse than Lin Yu. Chen Zhuo said with a smile, of course, this kind of prophet profession in the werewolf game is a strong god who leads the team. We can easily defeat him by surrounding him. Everyone nodded slightly. The ability of detective does have a unique advantage in this game that is all about identity. However, when Lin Yu looked at the expressions of the 5 people except Chen Zhuo as they looked at him, he still sighed in his heart. Sure enough, no one likes the feeling of having their secrets discovered. Although my abilities are of great help to this game. Except for Chen Zhuo, the remaining 5 people looked at him with more or less caution in their eyes. There were even some looks that contained disgust. No one likes the feeling of having their secrets discovered. However, disgust and caution also mean. They believed what Lin Yu said. At this moment, Lin Yu was bathed in the gazes of the crowd, and he could clearly feel that he had an innate ability. It was as if he could peer into other people's brains. As long as he wanted, he could now choose anyone present and directly explore the secrets hidden in the other person's heart. It could be the identity of the game, or some other secret. It's up to him to choose the general direction of the secret. The trickster's ability has officially worked. Lin Yu's performance fooled everyone present. After gaining the ability, Lin Yu felt a little relieved. But he still didn't relax. Yes, the ability to verify identity is indeed very powerful in games like Werewolf. Just as Chinjua said, as long as the game revolves around Lin Yu, the human camp can win relatively easily. And werewolves are aware of this. In other words, Lin Yu now puts himself in a very dangerous position. As long as there is a chance, the werewolf will definitely try every means to kill him. Unless he always works in a group with others and doesn't give the werewolves any chance. But Lin Yu knew very well that this game would not allow such a thing to happen. Beep, beep. Above the heads of everyone in the room, an urgent alarm sounded. Lin Yu raised his head and found that the alarm seemed to come from the room above the ceiling. The sound sounds like it's coming from the 2nd floor. He spoke up to remind everyone. Chinjua, a homeboy, was a little panicked. What does this alarm mean? Is the werewolf going to start killing people? Before Lin Yu could speak to comfort Chinjua, the soldier Yulongua immediately spoke in a deep voice. Don't panic. This is not a signal from the werewolves to kill people. Do you remember what the letter said? There is a schedule in this castle. It lists what needs to be done every day. If we don't do it, a mechanism will appear to kill us. After he finished speaking, Chenjua was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said, Isn't this still going to die? Where is the schedule? Lin Yu pointed to the wall beside him. On the wall where the blood words appeared just now, there was a schedule posted near the door, not hidden. Chenjua hurried over to the schedule, and the others followed suit. The schedule is packed with words. Day 1 to-do list. Repair the generator, located in the engineering room on the 2nd floor. Estimated completion time, 10 minutes. Countdown, 15 minutes and 49 seconds. Add fuel to the equipment in the equipment room on the 3rd floor. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. Countdown, 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Cleaning, location is in the library on the 1st floor. Estimated completion time, 15 minutes. Countdown, 21 minutes and 6 seconds. The schedule is clearly written on it line by line. There are more than 10 tasks with countdowns of less than 3 hours. And behind each task, there is a corresponding location and a constantly jumping countdown. Although I don't know what the consequences will be if I fail to complete the mission, and what kind of trap will appear. But no one wants to joke with their own life. So many tasks. What's going on? I've never worked outside before, and now I'm working in this B game. Baolu couldn't help but curse. His words also expressed the thoughts of others present. Lin Yu understood it even more clearly. There are simply too many tasks, and the locations are extremely scattered. If we huddle together, we won't be able to finish the task. If you want to complete the above tasks as quickly as possible, the fastest way is to do them separately in groups. And this is probably the way this game prevents the human camp from sticking together. After counting the existing tasks, Lin Yu did a simple mental calculation in his mind. If we divide into 2 groups, one with 3 people and one with 4 people, and plan the route, we should be able to complete it. Lin Yu was silently thinking in his heart how to complete the task with the least number of groups. But before he could calculate the route, Baolu spoke first. I think we should split up and do the tasks immediately. I'll be in charge of repairing the generator. As he spoke, he made a gesture to leave. The others present didn't seem to have any objection. Lin Yu frowned slightly and called him, Wait a minute, you can't just leave like this. Baolu looked back at Lin Yu and said fiercely, Boy, what do you mean? Don't you see that the time is getting shorter and shorter? Do you want to kill all of us? Don't think you're something great just because you're the detective. Facing Bao Lu's aggressive attitude, Lin Yu spoke calmly, do you want to act alone? Aren't you afraid of being killed by werewolves if you act alone? Although these tasks are urgent, if 7 of us act alone, it will give the werewolves an opportunity to attack. Even if we have to act separately, we must divide into groups. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Chen Zhuo quickly nodded and agreed, that's right, the most taboo thing in the werewolf game is to go alone. Bao Lu was stunned for a moment and was about to refute. But Yulonghua said in a deep voice, I also agree with the division. There are 7 of us, so let's divide into 2 groups. Lin Yu looked at Yulonghua and was about to say something. But Yulonghua spoke again, I know what you are worried about. Act in pairs. If a human and a werewolf are grouped together, then the human will be in danger. But don't forget, if something really happens to someone, the people who team up with him will be the biggest suspects. So, from this perspective, everyone in the team is safe. Without giving others any chance to refute, Yulonghua continued, okay, time is running out, let's divide them into groups of 2. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and said with some concern, but there are only 7 of us, and we will be divided into 2 groups. Doesn't that mean the last group? 7 players in total, working in pairs, will be divided into 3 two-person teams, plus 1 lone player. Yulonghua interrupted her without allowing any arguments, I will act alone, I am confident in my ability. Even if it is a werewolf with weapons, I have the ability to fight him. Chen Zhuo listened and touched his chin thoughtfully, I agree that Brother Yu is capable of shouldering the responsibility of being a solo traveler. Yulonghua's plan seemed to have been approved by everyone present. Lin Yu did not object. He just felt even weirder. What Yulonghua said sounds reasonable. In many werewolf-like games in reality, dividing into groups of 2 and taking responsibility for each other is also a very common strategy. This grouping method will speed up the game process and allow everyone's identities to be determined more quickly. But the smaller the group size, the greater the risk to humanity. In essence, this is still using human life to determine everyone's identity. Although they are participating in the game of death, it is not a real game. Rather than winning the game, and the faction winning, shouldn't everyone's first thought be to survive? But why did no one object? Lin Yu's mind was in a mess, but the urgency of the countdown on the schedule made it impossible for him to calm down and think. At the same time, a vague sense of uneasiness made Lin Yu feel that it would be better for him not to raise this question now. At this moment, someone beside him pulled his sleeve. Lin Yu turned his head to look to the side, only to see Xiaoyu standing beside him with her lips pursed. Detective, I want to work with you, is that okay? Faced with Xiaoyu's request, Lin Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. The 2 of them naturally formed the first group. Among the remaining 4, Chen Zhuo and Su Xiaomei did not want to be in the same group with Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. Therefore, after Xiaoyu invited Lin Yu, the grouping of the 7 people was completed automatically. The first group is Detective Lin Yu and Veterinarian Xiaoyu. The second group is the Thug Bao Lu and the Thief Yao Jingye. The third group is Homebody Chen Zhuo and Teacher Su Xiaomei. The fourth group is Soldier Yulonghua acting alone. After the 4 groups were completed, everyone took up the tasks on the schedule in order. After confirming the tasks they were going to do, the 4 groups quickly left the meeting room. After all, they don't have much time left to complete their first tasks. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu also hurriedly looked for the engineering room mentioned in the first task. After leaving the conference room, the corridor outside the room also has a slightly exaggerated decoration style, with wolf head decorations carved on the wrought iron candlesticks and dark red thick carpets inlaid with gold silk threads. Looking out through some broken windows in the corridor, you can see that the outer walls are made of stone, and the style is probably that of an ancient castle. The conference room is located at the end of the first floor of the castle. After leaving the conference room and walking along the corridor, you will soon see a spiral staircase. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu walked up quickly and came to the corridor on the second floor. Just next to the stairs, Lin Yu saw a wooden door with a metal nameplate hanging on it. It's the engineering room. Lin Yu read out the words on the plaque. Behind the wooden door, sharp alarms continued to sound. This was the source of the alarm they heard downstairs. We found it, and there's still plenty of time. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped forward, grasped the wooden door handle and turned it gently. The door was not locked, and the two entered the engineering room easily. In the huge room, an old-fashioned generator was running slowly, with many halogen light bulbs on it. One of the light bulbs had turned red and a loud beeping alarm was sounding. The generator was also connected to some other equipment, but all of it was functioning normally and did not appear to require any repair. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu approached the generator. As a weak girl and a veterinarian by profession, Xiaoyu obviously doesn't know much about mechanics. She said in a distressed tone, "How do I fix this? Isn't there an instruction manual or something?" Although the death game is called a game, you cannot automatically advance into the game by just long pressing a key to complete the mission. For tasks like repairing generators, you still need to troubleshoot the faults yourself. But Lin Yu was not nervous. The estimated time to complete this task is 10 minutes, which means there is no major fault. It seems to have only a minor problem on the outside. Besides, this is a werewolf-type game after all. These missions are probably just a means to break us up. They shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Yu was thinking, his eyes fell on the storage cabinet next to the generator. There is a toolbox on top of the cabinet, which contains some wrenches and screwdrivers. And under the toolbox, there is a booklet. Lin Yu gently lifted the toolbox and pulled out the booklet. It was a thin booklet stained with black oil, with slightly curled pages, and the cover was labeled, Wolf 3 Generator Instruction Manual. Here comes the clue. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and flicked the booklet gently, then spoke with a confident smile. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time looked at Lin Yu with admiration on her face, as expected of a detective in real life. Even if you don't have abilities, you are sharp enough. Lin Yu shrugged without comment, then opened the book in his hand. If this indicator light turns red, it means that the engine is not lubricated enough and needs to be replenished with lubricating oil. It is stored in the utility room on the first floor. This booklet was as straightforward as Lin Yu had imagined, and he easily found the problem and the solution. You need to go to the utility room on the first floor for the lubricant, right? I'll go get it. Xiaoyu said, I saw it on the way to the utility room. Facing Xiaoyu's proposal, Lin Yu frowned slightly, his expression a little grim, but, we divide into groups of 2 to avoid acting alone. Xiaoyu put on a smile and said, however, the mission time is very tight. You should stay here and continue to study this machine. What if you get the lubricant by then, but can't find where to add the lubricant and the mission fails? Don't worry about my safety. This is a very dangerous game. And as I said, I've already saved my life. She said this with her hands behind her back and her head tilted slightly, her tone relaxed and her expression playful. Lin Yu heard Xiaoyu say this and nodded. Okay, according to the task allocation, there are only the otaku and the teacher group on the first floor now. If you go back quickly, you may be fine. Try to keep the time within 5 minutes and 30 seconds. If it exceeds this time, you will be in danger. Lin Yu said calmly. As for why it was 5.5 minutes, he did not explain to Xiaoyu. It will definitely be quick, there's even a countdown. Xiaoyu said with a smile, left the engineering room and closed the door. Suddenly, Lin Yu was the only one left in the door. The calm and conceited expression on Lin Yu's face disappeared instantly. He rubbed his face vigorously. Until the moment when he was alone with Xiaoyu just now, he was still acting. He's playing a cocky and smart detective who likes to be in control of the situation. Why 5.5 minutes? Lin Yu was just speaking casually. In his opinion, the sooner Xiaoyu came back, the better. It would be great if I could actually gain super observation and logical analysis skills by making others think I'm a famous detective. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead with a headache. He believed that he was not stupid. After all, Jiangqing Media's performance department was among the top 3 in the country and the admission score was very high. I usually take acting courses and self-study psychology, which are both relatively easy. Because I am a member of the drama club and often perform on stage, I have a strong psychological quality and can force myself to calm down quickly. Lin Yu even felt that he did have certain advantages in analyzing others. But in such a game where people could die, Lin Yu still clearly felt that his intelligence and calmness were far from enough. After all, Lin Yu is only a sophomore student majoring in acting, and his biggest advantage is that he has a lot of experience in drama performances. He had no way of knowing everyone's movements, nor could he really see through what everyone was thinking and directly point out who the werewolf was, let alone remain completely indifferent between life and death. In fact, Lin Yu had vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this game since the beginning. From the rules to other people's reactions, there were some abnormalities in all the details. But he couldn't figure out how to explain these anomalies. But even if you are not smart enough, you have to play hard. Lin Yu adjusted his mentality. If you don't understand a problem, don't think about it for now. We have to make good use of these 5 minutes or so of alone time. Thinking of this, Lin Yu began to search the room. Compared to others, Lin Yu trusts Xia Yu more. Rather, among the current 6 people, Lin Yu thinks the person least likely to be a werewolf is, of course, the somewhat silly-looking Chen Zhuo. The second place might be the weak Xia Yu. But no matter what, Lin Yu couldn't completely trust Xia Yu. Just like Xia Yu didn't seem to fully trust herself. Moreover, in order to maintain his image as a confident and conceited detective, it was not convenient for him to start looking around in front of Xia Yu. And Lin Yu just happened to find something he was looking for. The previous letter mentioned that there are boxes in the castle, but there are 2 types of boxes, human boxes and werewolf boxes. Lin Yu began to search in the engineering room, wanting to see if there was a box there. In addition to the engine, there are some other equipment and facilities in the engineering room, which makes it a bit messy. According to the content of the letter, there should be supplies and props in the human box, which will be of great help to the human camp. If he could find a box and take out some useful props from it, Lin Yu would feel much more confident. Lin Yu looked around and found that although the engineering room looked cluttered and messy, it was actually. Those sundries are really useless. But Lin Yu couldn't say that he gained nothing. The smell of incompletely burned diesel in the generator that filled the air, the alarm that kept ringing in his ears, and the choking old dust that was raised when he rummaged through the pile of debris made Lin Yu feel dizzy and painful. I've already wasted 2 minutes. No, I can't waste any more time in this room. Lin Yu opened the door of the engineering room. After walking out, he immediately felt refreshed. He then locked the room opposite the stairwell. This door looks quite big. Lin Yu muttered. There are 2 staircases in the castle, one is in the center of the castle, running through the 3 floors of the castle, and the other is a zigzag staircase at the edge of the castle. The castle is very large, with more than a dozen different rooms or secret rooms on the entire 2nd floor. Time was running out, so Lin Yu could only choose the one closest to him. This is also the reason why they had to divide into groups, because the castle is too big. If they all piled together and ran around, even if the route was planned, it would inevitably be very tense and the tolerance rate would be very low. As he approached the door, Lin Yu could also clearly see the room name written on the door plate. Kitchen. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and pushed open the kitchen door. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Lin Yu smelled a faint fishy smell. How long has it been since this kitchen was cleaned? Lin Yu couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. No wonder there's an item on the schedule later that is cleaning the kitchen. But I don't know what mechanism will be triggered or what danger will be caused if I don't clean the kitchen. There were some black and red marks on the kitchen wall, which looked a bit like blood that had been dried for who knows how long. There was more blood on the ground and it was very dirty. On the table, there were not only a lot of pieces of raw meat, but even some hanging body parts. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu felt a chill. Especially the stumps, shriveled and twisted, a bit like humans, but not quite. The Happy Valley effect was created for Lin Yu. Why is the kitchen in this state? No one cares about these body parts and bloody flesh. The owner of this castle has a very heavy taste. You live in such a big house, can't you afford a cleaner? Then at least find a clean chef. Lin Yu suppressed his nausea and went to take a look at the stump. It was covered in blood and had already rotted and dried up a bit, so Lin Yu was not sure what kind of creature the remains were. From a distance it looks a bit anthropomorphic, but up close it doesn't look quite like one. Lin Yu didn't want to stay here for too long, so he left directly. However, after leaving the kitchen, he found a brown box in a corner next to the kitchen. It's a box, a brown box. Lin Yu was a little surprised. The red box belongs to the werewolf, which was mentioned in the letter. But his identity is human, so he probably can't open the werewolf's box. However, the box in front of me is brown, which means it is a box that can be opened by humans. Lin Yu walked forward and flipped the switch on the box. The box seemed to sense him, and with a click, the box opened. Inside was a well-wrapped piece of bread and a bottle of water. It's food. It seems that the person who left the box also knew it. The kitchen was so dirty just now. It's hard to find food in this castle. Lin Yu picked up the bread, tore open the package directly, and ate it all in no time with some water. After eating and drinking, he walked back to the engineering room. He didn't want to expose the fact that he opened the human box in front of Xia Yu. Although human was a good identity, the most crucial point was that the two werewolves probably didn't know each other's identities. There are hints of this in the letter as well. A werewolf's disguise can often fool even its own kind. In other words, in this game, the werewolf doesn't know who his other teammate is. Therefore, there is no need for Lin Yu to prove his identity as a human by opening the box. This would not do him any good. Assuming Xia Yu was a werewolf, she would definitely not take action until she was sure whether she was a wolf teammate. But why hasn't Xia Yu come back yet? You have to know that time is running out. Lin Yu had been estimating the time in his mind since just now. Now Xia Yu had been gone for about 8 minutes, more than 2 minutes later than his estimated 5.5 minutes. This makes the time to complete the task even more urgent. If Xia Yu didn't come back, they might not be able to complete the task. Did something unexpected happen? Lin Yu was already struggling over whether he should go to the first floor to look for Xia Yu. But before Lin Yu made up his mind to leave. Bang! The door to the engineering room was opened. Xia Yu appeared at the door, panting, holding a small bucket of lubricant in her hand. Her hair was messy, there was some sweat on her forehead, and her white coat was dirty. Xia Yu walked forward quickly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the lubricant was placed a little high. It took me a while to get it." After approaching, Lin Yu found that Xia Yu's face was a little flushed, and she kept pulling the collar of her round neck shirt under her white coat to fan herself, looking quite adorable. Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but he immediately realized. My current personality is a cold and conceited detective. Therefore, veteran actor Lin Yu entered the role in an instant and just snorted coldly. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. As he spoke, he took the lubricant, found the faulty part of the engine that needed lubricating oil with ease, and completed the task easily. After completing this task, Lin Yu and Xia Yu left the engineering room without stopping. The next task assigned to the two people was still on the second floor, but in the prayer room on the other side of the second floor, the task was to arrange the offerings and light the candles. Although there is ample time left to complete the next task, neither Lin Yu nor Xia Yu wants to waste extra time. However, after completing a task together just now, the two seem to have become more familiar with each other. Especially Xia Yu, this delicate and beautiful girl seems to be in the death game due to the suspension bridge effect, coupled with Lin Yu's efficiency and reliability in completing the task. Lin Yu felt that she seemed to have developed some kind of dependence on him. Even though Lin Yu's attitude towards her just now was a little cold and bad, she didn't seem to take it to heart. On the way to the next mission, Xia Yu even took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, by the way, have you activated your detective ability yet?" While speaking, Xia Yu put her hands behind her back and walked briskly in front of Lin Yu, completely exposing her back to Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard Xia Yu's question, he became a little wary. However, because of Xia Yu's defenseless attitude, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and still answered her. "I haven't started yet." Lin Yu answered her truthfully. Xia Yu turned around and walked backwards without stopping, continuing to ask with some curiosity. "Eh? Why not? How do you plan to use it?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, the detective, which is a piece of information that can determine the direction of the game, is bound to be the werewolf's primary target. Maybe for you, it doesn't matter if I found a good guy on the first day. In any case, it helped you reduce one suspect. But for me, if I can't find the werewolf and vote him out on the first day, and if there are two werewolves on the second day and they recognize each other after a day, my situation will be extremely dangerous, even your situation will be extremely dangerous." Lin Yu analyzed it in a very clear and logical way, but Xia Yu felt a little confused. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then waved her hand as if giving up. Okay, so how are you going to use it? I plan to leave the first day's investigation to the final meeting session. At that time, I will make careful inferences based on their statements and then find the most suspicious guy to identify him. Lin Yu said seriously. Xia Yu laughed when she heard that, her eyes curved like crescent moons. You're awesome, detective. I feel like this game would be a lot easier with you around. Xia Yu said seriously. The two of them talked as they walked, and they had already covered most of the distance and passed the spiral staircase in the middle of the castle. And on the stairs, there were sounds of footsteps and voices. Damn it, this mission is so bad that it made me even bump my hand. Indeed, sixth brother, this mission is so fucking disgusting. Where is the next mission? Never mind, let's go find the others first. Judging from the voices, it was obviously Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. As the voices and footsteps of the two people got closer, Lin Yu quickly grabbed Xia Yu and hid behind the corner of the stairs. Xia Yu was startled when Lin Yu grabbed her like this. She was about to shout out subconsciously, but Lin Yu covered her mouth with his hand. Be careful, they might be two werewolves. Lin Yu lowered his voice and said. Hearing this, Xia Yu looked at Lin Yu with some confusion and surprise. This castle is really big. Yes, if the owner of this place gets up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he will have to poop in his trouser pocket. I'm telling you, has anyone ever lived in this damn place? The voices of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye gradually faded away, as if they were going to the first floor. Only then did Lin Yu release the hand that was covering Xia Yu's mouth. Xia Yu quickly got out of Lin Yu's arms, grabbing the corner of her clothes a little helplessly. Let's go. She walked on, somewhat shyly. After walking with Lin Yu for a while, Xia Yu finally spoke again in a low voice, that detective, why did you say that the two of them were werewolves? Bao Lu and Yao Jingye's first task is to add fuel to the equipment room on the third floor. The second task is to go to the toilet room on the other side of the third floor. Both tasks are expected to take more than 15 minutes to complete. It's unlikely that they can complete two tasks in the time it takes us to do one, but if they haven't completed the two tasks on the third floor, what are they going to do on the first floor? Lin Yu said calmly. Xia Yu recalled what Bao Lu and Yao Jingye had said just now, and replied subconsciously, it seems that they said they were looking for someone. Does it need to be found by humans? Lin Yu interrupted her. Xia Yu's expression finally changed slightly. So, these two people are very likely werewolves. Lin Yu did not deny it, at least in my opinion, their behavior is suspicious. However, Lin Yu is so confident now only because his character as a detective should be so. In fact, Lin Yu still had some doubts in his heart. How could it be such a coincidence that two werewolves were assigned to the same group all of a sudden? Moreover, the werewolves in this game do not know each other's identities from the beginning. So even if we are assigned to the same group, can we really confirm each other's identities so quickly? Pretend you are a werewolf. Lin Yu thought about it from another perspective, and couldn't imagine how he could find out whether the people in his group were his teammates in such a short time. The doubts and sense of disharmony in my heart increased a little. When Lin Yu was in doubt, Xia Yu's voice sounded again. Detective, we're here. Lin Yu looked up suddenly and found that he had almost walked past the door of the prayer room. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Lin Yu said this, and then pushed open the door of the prayer room. Compared to the shabby and dirty rooms in the castle, this prayer room was unexpectedly clean. The room was not big, and the windows were completely covered by heavy curtains, not allowing any light to get in. Only the candlesticks on the wall were burning faintly, making the whole room very dark. On the wall opposite the door of the room, there is a shrine more than half a person's height, with a relief carving of the phases of the moon. There is a tall human-shaped statue in the shrine, with a naked body and full of muscles that show both power and wildness, but the statue's head is missing. Directly below the shrine is a circular altar filled with offerings and two kneeling mats. When Xia Yu saw the altar, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" With a look of horror on her face, she pointed at an offering in the middle of the altar. It was a shriveled, irregular ball. Originally, Lin Yu thought it was some kind of fruit, but with Xia Yu's exclamation, Lin Yu saw the appearance of the sacrifice and his heart skipped a beat. It was a horrifying human head with its facial features removed. After seeing clearly that the sacrifice was a shriveled human head, Xiaoyu was naturally scared to death. She stood against the wall with a pale face, obviously unable to complete the task of arranging the offerings and lighting the candles. In comparison, although Lin Yu was also startled, he was much calmer than Xiaoyu. On the one hand, it was because Lin Yu had been scared in the kitchen before and had a general understanding of the nature of this game. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was a little scared, someone still had to do this task, so he deliberately pretended to be indifferent. Performance can sometimes bring some positive psychological hints to oneself. In the end, Lin Yu actually didn't feel that scared anymore. Soon, Lin Yu completed the task. All you need to do is move the human head and place it right in front of the shrine, then pick up the matches on both sides of the shrine and light the 2 extinguished candles. Fear and physical discomfort are probably the only difficulties of this task. After completing the task easily, Lin Yu quickly took Xiaoyu away from this uncomfortable room. In the corridor, Xiaoyu was full of gratitude to Lin Yu, who completed a task alone. "Thank you, detective brother." "You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. We'll all be in danger if we don't finish it anyway," Lin Yu said casually, "just do more for the next mission." That's true. As the saying goes, working together as a man and a woman is not tiring. Xiaoyu leaned against the corridor window and spoke with a smile. The crows perched on the dead tree outside the window kept cawing. But compared to before, Xiaoyu's smile this time seemed somewhat forced. The shrunken head just now undoubtedly reminded her again. This game is based on the theme of death. That is definitely not a fake prop, but the remains left after the death of a real life. The two walked to the end of the corridor, ready to go to the 3rd floor for the next task. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard on the stairs below. Xiaoyu and Lin Yu became alert again. But this time, before they could hide, they came face to face with someone coming up from downstairs. It is the combination of Chenjue and Su Xiaomei. The fat boy Chenjue looked at Lin Yu and Xiaoyu and stopped immediately. "Be careful, Mr. Su, these 2 guys seem to be waiting for us." Chenjue bravely protected Su Xiaomei in front of him. Su Xiaomei also looked at Lin Yu and Xiaoyu warily. Lin Yu was helpless. "Who is waiting for you here? We have to go up the stairs too. As for you guys, if I remember correctly, the tasks assigned to you don't include going upstairs, right? What do you want to do upstairs?" He also questioned the 2 of them in return. When Lin Yu pointed out the problem, Chenjue immediately retorted, "We have no obligation to tell you what we are going to do." Having said that, Chenjue pulled Su Xiaomei down the stairs again. Lin Yu observed the movements of the 2 people and, based on his previous observations of the castle's structure, guessed that the 2 people were likely to take another staircase to the 2nd floor. It's not just thieves and burglars, the combination of otaku and teacher is also strange. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. The 2 groups he encountered in succession were both suspicious, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with the game itself. Xiaoyu was a little curious, what's so suspicious about the 2 people we just met? Are they also going to a place beyond their mission? Yes, and the strangest thing is that they are going to a place outside the mission together, Lin Yu said seriously, put yourself in their shoes. If I tell you now that I want to go to another place outside the mission, will you agree? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then she started to think seriously, I don't know, it probably depends on what reason you give me, if the reason is sufficient, I will agree. Lin Yu nodded and asked back, then changed the angle, suppose you want to convince me to go somewhere other than the mission now, can you think of a perfect reason, not only to let me go, but also to let me trust you completely? Lin Yu's question stumped Xiaoyu. After pondering for a long time, she smiled bitterly, now that you mention it, it's really strange. Yes, especially that otaku. He had clearly heard about my identity and ability as a detective before, and he was quite trusting of me. But this is also a good thing. It is precisely because of the abnormal that I can better judge who is the werewolf. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu, who was getting worried again, and changed the subject to comfort her. That's right, with you here, detective, there's nothing to worry about. Xiaoyu also cheered up again and said, let's continue with the task, we'll wait for the meeting time tonight for you to show your skills. Lin Yu also nodded and continued to do the remaining tasks with Xiaoyu. But because the other 2 groups of people they met before were acting suspiciously, Xiaoyu and Lin Yu had to be more cautious next time. In addition, the tasks were already tedious, and after a whole day of busy work, Xia Yu and Lin Yu felt very tired. I'm so exhausted, it's even more tiring than going to work. After finishing the last task on today's schedule, Xia Yu let out a breath and said. At this time, the sky outside the window, which was already dim, had completely darkened. When the heavy chimes rang, meaning that the evening was almost over and it was time for them to return to the meeting room. Let's go. Lin Yu was also a little exhausted, as if he had to go through a hellish finals week where he had to rehearse a play in the evening after reviewing. The two men dragged their heavy feet back to the meeting room they had been in at the beginning. After pushing the door open, they found that except for the two of them, the remaining 5 people were already seated in the meeting room. Yulongwa raised his eyebrows when he saw Lin Yu and Xia Yu coming in. What a surprise. There really isn't a single dead person today. As soon as he said this, Bao Lu looked at Yulongwa and asked, Hey, soldier, what do you mean by this? Xia Yu was also a little unhappy. After she sat down with Lin Yu, she also looked at Yulongwa and said, Isn't it good that there are no dead people? Of course it's a good thing, Yulongwa said coldly, but it also means that werewolves are more tolerant than I thought. If they can't help but kill people today, there will naturally be a breakthrough now. Isn't this the greatest significance of grouping in pairs? But what you said is too cruel. Xia Yu said angrily. Yulongwa sighed, Don't be so naive, little girl, don't you realize that this is a death game? Even if the werewolves really don't kill people, humans have to eliminate at least 2 werewolves in order to survive, and elimination means death. This is a game where at least 2 people will die. As Yulongwa spoke, Xia Yu was speechless. Not only Xia Yu, but everyone else on the field was silent as well. In the end, it was Chenjua who spoke up and broke the silence. Okay. I think we humans have a good chance of winning now. Although the werewolf held back and didn't use his sword, or maybe he didn't find a good opportunity, but no matter what, this is equivalent to wasting a werewolf's turn in the werewolf game. Because of the existence of detectives, the good guys can identify a person's identity every day. Therefore, the werewolves are actually at a disadvantage now as long as the detective activates his ability. After Chenjua finished speaking, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Lin Yu, who had been silent the whole time. Lin Yu's previous strategy was indeed as Xia Yu said, find someone who looks the most suspicious and directly activate his ability. But at this moment, after the 2 encounters during the day and listening to the speeches at the meeting just now, Lin Yu now feels that everyone is suspicious. Yao Xingye and Bao Lu formed a group stealthily, and seemed to be looking for someone everywhere. Chenjua's attitude towards him suddenly changed, and he didn't know what Suxiomei said to him. There is also this lone soldier, Yulongwa. Ever since he proposed grouping in pairs when forming groups today and was very anxious to push for the grouping in pairs, this guy has been particularly suspicious in Lin Yu's eyes. Especially in the last group, when 3 people could have gone together, he insisted on going alone. What on earth does he want to do? And Lin Yu didn't even trust Xia Yu, who had been acting with him for the whole day. Afterwards, when they went to the first floor to handle the task, Lin Yu estimated. The utility room is too close. No matter how much we delay and procrastinate, it will take us that long to get there. What's more, even if nothing was found, would searching make Xia Yu so tired? Everyone is suspicious. Lin Yu just felt his thoughts were in a mess. Forget it, I can't just not use my abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to randomly find someone to use his ability on. Just pack 6. Lin Yu thought about it, and then activated his ability. After obtaining the ability of a detective, he seemed to know how to use it instinctively. Lin Yu silently recited Bao Lu's name in his heart, while thinking about Bao Lu's appearance. As he approached, he had a mysterious feeling, as if the soul of Bao Lu was right before him. With just a thought, he could spy on the other party's hidden secrets, whether they were related to this game or Bao Lu's other secrets, he could easily find out. I want to know the identity of Bao Lu in this game. Lin Yu's thought flashed through his mind, and then a memory scene emerged before his eyes. The picture is from Bao Lu's first-person perspective. He covered his ID card furtively with a piece of letter paper and checked it carefully. The text on the ID card is, "Your identity is werewolf." Then the image faded. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Bao Lu is actually a werewolf. So, does that mean he and Yao Jingye are likely to be a pair of wolves? Hey, detective, who did you check? Tell me the information quickly. At this time, Bao Lu's urging voice also sounded. Lin Yu raised his head, looked at the people around him, and opened his mouth. The best strategy now is undoubtedly to directly tell everyone that Bao Lu is the werewolf, and then vote Bao Lu out together. But is this really the case? Lin Yu exhaled and made up his mind. I used my ability to verify a person's identity, but I'm sorry, I can't explain my results now. When Lin Yu said this, the expressions of everyone on the field changed slightly. Chen Zhua, the most simple-minded otaku, naturally got anxious. No, buddy, just tell me what you have found out. Why don't you tell me what it means? Why are you still so mysterious? Are you a riddle teller? Lin Yu did not answer, but just looked at Chen Zhua calmly. After Chen Zhua finished speaking, Yulongguo also echoed Chen Zhua with an unhappy look. Detective, what do you mean? Whether you find a werewolf or a human, reporting it is the best choice, right? Bao Lu also spoke with a gloomy expression, but he did not agree with Chen Zhua and Yulongguo. You are a detective who is trying to find something but is still trying to hide it. You really don't look like a good person. And you are a dead otaku. You are the one who created the Riddler. You are so hesitant when talking about your abilities. Now the detective has a reason to be so silent. And you, a soldier, are showing off after a day's walk. I hate people who show off the most. Bao Lu gave all three of them an indiscriminate meal and scolded them all. After Bao Lu finished cursing, Lin Yu spoke slowly. Do you really think it would be beneficial for me to make public everything I find out? Think about it, idiots. What if I find out that person's identity is human? Relying on his arrogant detective persona, Lin Yu attacked back directly and attacked everyone indiscriminately. After hearing this, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered what Lin Yu had said during the day: werewolves don't know each other's identities. Xia Yu suddenly realized, indeed, if the person we find is a human, then reporting it may not bring much benefit. Chen Zhuo was puzzled. How is it possible? This is equivalent to sending a golden water to open our vision and eliminate a wrong option. How can it be useless? Xia Yu patiently explained on behalf of Lin Yu. However, this is very different from the ordinary werewolf game. You may not have noticed that the werewolves don't know who their teammates are. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment. So what? Lin Yu leaned back slightly and spoke in a lazy tone. On the first day, the werewolf didn't kill anyone. Is there a reason for that? Is it because he was afraid of stabbing his teammates? After Lin Yu said this, Chen Zhuo finally reacted. I see. In this game, not only the good guys have a very small field of vision, but the werewolves do too. So, detective, you didn't tell me because you were afraid of giving the werewolf a target that could be safely killed, and at the same time narrowing the range within which the werewolf could find his teammates, right? Lin Yu chuckled. It's not that stupid, that is hopeless. So what should we do today? Su Xiaomei frowned and asked. My suggestion is not to nominate anyone. Lin Yu naturally led the crowd again. The day is Christmas Day, and the night is Christmas Eve. Wait for the results of my inspection tomorrow before making a decision. How about it? As Lin Yu spoke, the conference room fell silent again. Yulongguo said in a cold voice, what if the person you find tomorrow is still a human? I will also announce the humans I find. 2 of the remaining 5 humans are werewolves, so it's always a good deal. What's more, if you believe my results, it means you assume I'm a good person, Lin Yu said casually. Besides, maybe I'll find a werewolf tomorrow. He said this with a smile, somewhat optimistically. Su Xiaomei poured cold water on him. The probability of 2/5 is not low, but it is more likely to find humans. Lin Yu shrugged without comment. Theoretically, the probability of finding the werewolf today was only 1 in 3, but didn't he still find Bao Lu right away? But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. Wait, is this really just luck? This kind of illusory thing is exactly what Lin Yu believes in the least. Because Lin Yu did not disclose the verification information, everyone agreed not to vote today. The first day of the meeting ended in silence. As mentioned in the letter, they needed to spend the night in the conference room. The conference room is absolutely safe and the werewolf cannot commit crimes here. So they don't need to worry about being attacked by werewolves while they sleep. There are several sofas in the conference room, enough for them to rest. However, even so, no one really fell asleep. Everyone was obviously full of worries. Some people were sitting, some were lying down. But everyone chose a place individually and didn't get too close to others. Yulongwa leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested, not knowing whether he fell asleep or not. Baolu half closed his eyes, moved his eyeballs slightly, and observed other people from time to time. Chenjua did not sit down, but kept wandering around the conference room, looking like he was racking his brains to think. "Can you please not leave?" Sushiome said in a low voice. Although Chenjua's footsteps were not loud, they still disturbed others' rest in the quiet conference room at night. "Ah, okay." Chenjua sighed and found a place to sit down. Xiaoyu was lying on her side on the sofa, and seemed to be the only one who was asleep. Yao Jingye was curled up on a sofa in a corner, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yu found a sofa and sat down. He didn't sleep, but kept looking at the wall clock. He was waiting until midnight. Just at the end of the meeting, Lin Yu had a vague guess that could be described as crazy. But this crazy conjecture can explain almost all the things that he thinks are strange. Soon. When? The heavy bell rang, announcing the arrival of 12 o'clock. Lin Yu's abilities as a detective have also been refreshed. He has got a new opportunity to explore the secrets in other people's hearts. Lin Yu exhaled, and then immediately activated his ability. "I want to find out the secrets of Yulongwa." Lin Yu muttered in his heart, and the image of Yulongwa appeared in front of him. The mysterious feeling appeared again, and Lin Yu seized the time and recited it silently aloud. "Investigate Yulongwa's hidden identity in this game." The scene of Yulongwa opening the envelope appeared in front of my eyes. Unlike Baolu, Yulongwa noticed the ID card immediately, glanced at it very naturally and then put it away. The speed was so fast that Lin Yu almost couldn't see clearly. But he still saw it. The word werewolf is written on the ID card. It's a werewolf again. At this point, Lin Yu has already detected 2 werewolves. According to previous inferences, the game seems to be over. But Lin Yu didn't react. He let out a breath, feeling that his crazy guess was becoming more and more confirmed. But so far, it is still just a guess. Lin Yu closed his eyes. "Wait until tomorrow to verify whether my guess is correct or not. Regardless of the outcome tomorrow, whether the guess is correct or not, this game will come to an end." Of course, it is also possible that he died in the process of verification. After all, that verification method might be somewhat dangerous. Lin Yu thought about it and slowly fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the grand bell rang again, waking up everyone who was already sleeping lightly. When? Lin Yu got up from the sofa, and the soldier Yulongwa had already walked to the schedule. "Today's mission has been refreshed, so let's continue according to yesterday's grouping." As Yulongwa spoke, naturally no one raised any objections. Baolu dragged Yao Jingye over, cursing. Chenjua and Sushiome were already standing together. Xiaoyu yawned and moved closer to Lin Yu. "Morning, detective." "Morning, veterinarian girl." Lin Yu spoke with a smile. He had been a little nervous last night, but now he was completely relaxed. As he spoke, Xiaoyu curled her lips. "Veterinarian girl is really awful. Is this any different from detective brother?" "Of course it's different." The 2 people whispered to each other, which aroused Yulongwa's dissatisfaction. "Okay, stop chatting privately, let's quickly assign tasks. The area each group is responsible for should be the same as yesterday, so that we can be more familiar with the terrain and structure and be more familiar with it. I took a look and the number of tasks is quite evenly distributed, and there are some repeated tasks." As Yulongwa spoke, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu also stepped forward to receive the tasks. After receiving the tasks, everyone filed out of the meeting room and headed to the areas they were responsible for. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu once again stepped onto the stairs in the middle of the castle. In the early morning, a thin layer of mist covered the windows of the castle, and the number of crows in the dead trees had decreased by half, but the remaining few were still facing the castle, as if spying on something. Listen to the footsteps of several other groups of people fading away. Lin Yu suddenly stopped, turned around and looked down at Xia Yu. "What's wrong, detective?" Xia Yu said, tilting her head. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and stared at her for a long time. He looked at Xia Yu carefully for the first time and found that this girl was even prettier than he had imagined. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is very delicate. The eyes are also watery, and she has double eyelids. She had so much hair that even a college student like him was a little envious. And she works as a veterinarian, so she must love animals, right? Feel sorry. Lin Yu said in his heart, then looked at Xia Yu. He was silent for a long time, then spoke seriously. Xia Yu. He did not call the other person by his profession as a pseudonym, but instead called him by his name. Xia Yu was somewhat surprised by such a serious address. Eh? Why are you calling me like that all of a sudden? What do you think? I actually checked out a werewolf yesterday. Lin Yu interrupted Xia Yu's words. Xia Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a look of shock appeared on her face. Is this true? Detective, why didn't you tell us last night? Can't we just vote the werewolf out? Lin Yu sighed, a look of pity appeared on his face. Xia Yu, of course it's because the person I found was you. He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Anyone who heard it would feel that he was struggling between his conscience and his desires. When Xia Yu heard this, she also stood there in a daze. You're mistaken, detective. She spoke first, but Lin Yu did not respond, just raised his head and looked at her. After a long time, Xia Yu sighed, with a hint of sadness on her face. What a shame. I actually have a crush on you and I'm not ready to kill anyone. Although he said that, Xia Yu lifted up his white coat, took out a dagger from the belt at the back of his waist and held it in his hand. I'm really curious, when did you start to doubt me? And why did you doubt me? Xia Yu asked softly. Lin Yu stood in front of Xia Yu, his face expressionless, and spoke in a flat tone. Maybe it's because your acting is so bad, veterinarian girl. Even facing the dagger, Lin Yu still looked calm. But this is only because his expression management and line delivery skills are so excellent. Now Lin Yu felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the dagger flashing with cold light in front of him and Xia Yu's eyes revealing murderous intent. That crazy guess was actually confirmed. Werewolf now has Bao Lu and Yulonghua. And Xia Yu. There are not just 2 werewolves at all. Rather, 5 people. In fact, Lin Yu never trusted Xia Yu from the beginning to the end when the team was formed. Just as he said just now, Xia Yu's acting skills are really terrible. When she is alone with herself, the innocence, timidity, and liveliness she displays all have strong traces of performance. Lin Yu could see through this amateur's clumsy performance at a glance. Therefore, Xia Yu was very suspicious. After all, her performance was obviously hiding something. But Xia Yu isn't the only suspicious one. From the first day of grouping, there were too many suspects in this game. Yulonghua, who was anxious to get everyone into pairs, and the other 6 people who had no objection to the proposal. Next, there was Bao Lu Yaojingye, who inexplicably strayed from his responsible area during the mission, and Su Xiaomei and Chen Zhuo, who suddenly changed their attitude towards him and clung to him. The most important thing is that last night, when I proposed not to report the test results, everyone immediately accepted it as a matter of course. Although what Lin Yu said at the time was very reasonable, he himself knew very well that it was a statement full of fallacies and could not withstand any praise at all. Aren't they afraid that the detectives themselves will not be able to report the results of the inspection and will be stabbed today? Most importantly, Lin Yu then proposed not to vote, and everyone agreed. No one even checked their respective itineraries for the day. It seemed as if everyone tacitly didn't want to mention this. At that time, a crazy idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yu's mind. Are they all werewolves? If we regard these people as werewolves, their behavior can be explained. Everyone was looking forward to dispersing their actions and planning to fish in muddy waters at the meeting without reporting any information. But Lin Yu's first reaction at that time was, how is this possible? The rules of the game can't go wrong. The moment this thought came to his mind, Lin Yu suddenly realized something with a chilling realization. From the beginning to the end, there was no game rule that said, there are only 2 people in the werewolf camp. The so-called rules of the game are all summarized by them during the game. He immediately recalled all the details in the entire castle. Lin Yu's elective course stage setting also ranked first in the major, so he was extremely sensitive to these environmental details. Wolf elements can be seen everywhere on the candlesticks and paintings in this ancient castle. There were what were clearly human body parts in the kitchen, and the sacrifice on the altar that was clearly a human head. And there are also human supplies, all piled up in a place that is out of place in this ancient castle, as if they were temporarily placed here by later generations. Coupled with some of the warnings from humans in the letter at the beginning, Lin Yu suddenly realized a misunderstanding. The 7 people who participated in this game naturally thought that the werewolf was an outsider. But is the owner of this castle really a human? Lin Yu brought in the perspective of stage setting. If he built such a castle as a landscape, then the people living in it, it will never be human. So, if we continue to think based on this point, the bloody words, "There are 2 outsiders among you," that they saw on the wall at the beginning, did they refer to the werewolves? Or humans? There is also the title of this game that I saw before entering this game, even before the bloody words. Who is the outsider? It's just like a hint. At this moment, Lin Yu finally confirmed his guess through Xia Yu's reaction. In this game, humans are outsiders. So, there are 5 werewolves and 2 humans. The fact that the werewolves don't know each other's identities is not a random setting of this game. It is a necessary condition for the game to proceed. Whether it's humans or werewolves, whoever first realizes what the outsider really means will gain a huge advantage. Lin Yu exhaled and a smile appeared on his face. Now, he already has a huge advantage in this game. "Hey detective, why are you still laughing?" But then, Xia Yu's words brought Lin Yu back to reality. The girl in front of him was standing at the bottom of the 3 stairs with a dagger in her hand, looking at Lin Yu with a smile. Even if you know the most important truth of this game, the danger still exists. However, although Xia Yu showed the dagger, he still did not take action. This was also within Lin Yu's expectations. So, he looked at Xia Yu and said confidently, "Of course, this is because I already know who the 2 werewolves are, and I activated my ability this morning and already know who your other werewolf teammate is. Even if you kill me, I already know the truth. In a sense, I win." Lin Yu knew very well why Xia Yu had been slow to act. She really didn't know who her other wolf teammate was. Because everyone looks suspicious and too much like a werewolf, Xia Yu must be confused too. She must want to use Lin Yu's ability to find out who the other werewolf is, at least to eliminate one option. Therefore, Lin Yu's words hit exactly what Xia Yu wanted. The conceited detective character that has been created all along finally came into play. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xia Yu's lips curled up into a smile. "Is that so, detective? But how did you figure out my other teammate?" "I have no idea at all." She was trying to get words out of Lin Yu, the conceited detective. But unfortunately, Lin Yu's character is completely acted out. Moreover, his acting skills are much better than Xia Yu's. Looking at the curious and excited Xia Yu, Lin Yu whispered, "It's very simple. Although your teammate disguised himself well, he..." Halfway through his words, Lin Yu turned around and ran upstairs. Xia Yu reacted quickly. She was surprised for less than a second before rushing towards Lin Yu. Xia Yu had been on guard against Lin Yu running away since early morning. "We can't let him get away," she thought to herself. After all, in Xia Yu's opinion, she would be doomed if her identity was exposed by Lin Yu. Even if Lin Yu is killed, the remaining 4 humans will throw her out. With Lin Yu's corpse, there is no need to wait until 7 o'clock in the evening. Humans can hold an emergency meeting directly. But Xia Yu didn't know. Lin Yu didn't want to run away at all. After running only 2 steps, Lin Yu suddenly turned around and kicked Xia Yu in the lower abdomen. Boom. Xia Yu, who was running at full speed, lost her balance in an instant and was kicked and fell down the stairs. Ouch. Xia Yu let out a cry of pain, and although she consciously adjusted her landing posture. However, the height of 7 or 8 steps still made Xia Yu feel severe pain in her back and buttocks, and her vision went dark. She struggled to get up, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her right hand. Crack. Ah. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, Xia Yu screamed, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, her scream stopped abruptly, the dagger pierced her chest. She looked in front of herself. Blood was gushing out from the wound, staining her white coat red. The body lost strength instantly. Xia Yu used her intact left hand and used up her last bit of strength to tightly grasp the wrist of Lin Yu's left hand holding the knife, her eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu in front of him as her vitality faded away bit by bit. He trembled all over and spoke in a low voice. Feel sorry. That's the only way I can think of to win. Based on the premise that there are only 2 humans and 5 werewolves, Lin Yu can get a new inference. There are 2 ways for humans to win the game. One is to mislead the werewolves, making them think that they are voting for the good guys, and then vote down their other werewolf teammates. The other is hunt werewolves in the game. Just like there is no game rule that says werewolves are outsiders. Although this game has always emphasized that werewolves are more powerful and have weapon boxes, there is no rule that says humans must be the prey. Xia Yu is afraid of exposing the fact that she is a werewolf, but in fact Lin Yu is more afraid of her being exposed than Xia Yu. Because once Xia Yu is exposed, Lin Yu does not have 4 human teammates to follow the vote. Maybe it will make other werewolves realize that there is something wrong with the number of werewolves. Therefore, Lin Yu could only kill Xia Yu here. He got up from the ground, looked at Xia Yu's body and the blood splattered on his body, and began to retch while holding the railing. Afterwards, he noticed with his peripheral vision that the sneaky short figure that was peeping at him at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor had disappeared, and Lin Yu instantly stopped this performance of feeling a little sick after killing someone for the first time. Sure enough, the thief Yao Jingye is also a werewolf. Then my teammate can only be one of Chenjua and Sushiome. He wiped the blood from the dagger on his sleeve with an expressionless face, then turned and walked towards the 1st floor. Of course, he was still somewhat troubled inside. No matter how much I console myself, this is for survival. Xia Yu was the first to attack me, she is already dead. This is murder after all, killing with one's own hands. But it was precisely these waves that made Lin Yu realize one thing very clearly at this moment. He wants to live. I want to be on stage again, I want to be an outstanding drama actor, I want to give a thrilling performance. Also, I want to find out why that inexplicable schoolmate wanted to kill me. Even if it means killing people, I will do it at all costs. Lin Yu walked down the stairs, put the dagger away, put it on his belt, and hid it behind his British-style jacket. As soon as he went downstairs, Lin Yu ran into Chenjua and Sushiome who were walking out of the restaurant. Meeting Lin Yu again by chance, Chenjua was still very alert. But this time, he seemed to have some confidence and took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. Hey, Lin Yu, why are you alone? Where's Xia Yu? Lin Yu spread his hands. I didn't know I got separated from her, I was looking for her too. If you see her, remember to ask her to come to the 1st floor to find me. As Lin Yu spoke, Chenjua frowned. Getting separated? How could that happen? But Lin Yu ignored him, turned around and left in a hurry. Then he heard Chenjua pulling Sushiome up the stairs. Lin Yu exhaled and walked towards the meeting room. At the same time, he began to count down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before he finished counting down, he heard a rapid bell ringing. Dang, dang, dang. As the bell rang, the sky outside the window suddenly darkened. Lin Yu understood in his heart that this was the bell for an emergency meeting. Someone found the body. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Chenjua and Sushiome who discovered Xia Yu's body on the stairs. He walked to the end of the corridor and pushed open the door of the conference room. On the calendar in the conference room, the time for all tasks has stopped. The clock on the wall showed that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu swaggered back to his seat. After a while, Yulongguo was the first to push the door open. He glanced at Lin Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it an emergency meeting you called? No. Lin Yu shook his head and spoke concisely. Yulongguo was about to ask something else, but before he could open his mouth, the door of the conference room was opened again. Bang. Bao Lu pushed the door open with great momentum. Behind him was Yao Jingye. He was actually following Chen Zhuo and Su Xiaomei. The four of them came in together. When Yu Longhua saw this, he immediately understood. It seems that the veterinarian is dead, Yu Longhua said in a low voice. The four people who came in sat down one by one. Chen Zhuo said with a pale face, "Yes, we found the body of the veterinarian." Chen Zhuo was obviously greatly shocked. Su Xiaomei took over the conversation and narrated the whole story. Chen Zhuo and I finished our mission on the first floor and were about to go to the second floor when we found Xia Yu's body on the stairs. She had a stab wound to her heart, which should be the cause of death. After Su Xiaomei finished speaking, Chen Zhuo finally calmed down. He looked at Lin Yu fiercely. It was him. Not only was he the one who worked with Xia Yu, but Teacher Su and I also found the body in the middle of the stairs in the middle of the castle. We had come across him coming down the same staircase just minutes before we found the body. I thought it was odd and asked him why he was walking alone. In the end, he just mumbled something about being separated from the vet and left on his own. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Lin Yu. Chen Zhuo's remarks undoubtedly pinned the suspicion on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard Chen Zhuo's speech, he also laughed exaggeratedly. Ha 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 ha. He stood up, supported himself on the table with both hands, and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, I didn't kill anyone. This fat guy slandered me for all this. I did get separated from Xia Yu, but how could I possibly kill her? If I were really a werewolf, would I choose to attack a fellow veterinarian first? Just now, when this idiot fatman accused me, I had already checked him out." Lin Yu pointed at Chen Zhuo and said coldly, "His identity is just as I expected, he is a werewolf. He killed Xia Yu who was in the same group with me just to frame me, the best in the field, prophet, and then framed me." Lin Yu's tone was passionate, and his words were mixed with a lot of personal attacks on Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo was naturally so angry that he was shaking all over. "What the hell are you talking about? I have always been working with Teacher Su. That means you two are a pair of wolves. Good people, listen to me. This round, all of you vote to beat this otaku away. Tomorrow night, send the teacher away according to your rounds. The game is over." Lin Yu said very simply. The logic of Lin Yu's speech was completely nonsense, but his momentum was very strong. In addition, Chen Zhuo was so angry that he couldn't think of how to refute Lin Yu for a while. Finally, Chen Zhuo took out a palm-sized device that looked like a walkie-talkie from his trouser pocket. "Okay, detective, you said you didn't kill Xia Yu. Do you dare to say it again in front of this lie detector? The information obtained by Mr. Su's professional ability is that the human camp has two key props. We just found one of them, which is this lie detector." Lie detector. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised when he saw Chen Zhuo take out that little gadget. But soon, Lin Yu realized that the appearance of this thing was actually beneficial to him. Lin Yu immediately looked at Chen Zhuo and said sternly, "Okay, let's do a lie detector test. I'm not afraid of you, turn it on now." Chen Zhuo snorted coldly, "Okay, let's see how you can keep your stubbornness going later." Su Xiaomei added, "Don't play tricks later. This lie detector can only test one sentence a day." Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Xiaomei. "Teacher Su, why are you telling him this?" Su Xiaomei seemed to realize that she had spoken out of turn and felt a little apologetic. "Oh, sorry. I was afraid that he would make trouble and waste this precious opportunity. But if he tries to avoid the subject, we can just assume he doesn't dare to take the polygraph, right?" Su Xiaomei said seriously. Chen Zhuo nodded. "Okay, Mr. Su." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among these two people, Chen Zhuo is more likely to be his human teammate. Just now, Su Xiaomei seemed to be trying to pass on a message to me. Of course, this doesn't matter to Lin Yu. I can't play tricks, just get started. Chen Zhuo pressed the button on the side of the polygraph. "Let's get started." He pointed the polygraph at Lin Yu, and the indicator button on it lit up. Lin Yu looked at the polygraph and said calmly, "Xia Yu's death has nothing to do with me." Beep. The light on the polygraph turned red and a sharp cry came out. Chen Zhuo jumped up excitedly. "Okay. You're lying." Lin Yu showed a look of surprise on his face, but this look of surprise was also acted out by him. After all, Lin Yu's goal is to make everyone think that he is the Iron Wolfman. In this case, the only person who would vote for him would most likely be Chen Zhuo. And, next, to all werewolves, he is the person who is most like a teammate. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to confront Xia Yu on the stairs, not only because the terrain of the stairs would make it easier for him to kill Xia Yu who was holding a sharp weapon. Another important reason is that the stairs are interconnected and the body could be easily seen by others. This would make Lin Yu a greater suspect. Why is it so obvious? Lin Yu looked at the group of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. Yulonghua and Su Xiaomei are still okay, they must have recognized themselves as teammates of the wolf team. But Bao Lu and Yao Jingye may have recognized each other's identities as werewolves on the first day. Therefore, Lin Yu had to do it very obviously to make the two people doubt their previous judgment and believe that he was the werewolf. Sure enough, Bao Lu now had an expression that said, "I'm thinking," and Yao Jingye glanced at Bao Lu from time to time with disbelief. Certainly. Even after doing this, Lin Yu still struggled. What if the other wolves feel they are hopeless and just die? Although it is an anonymous vote, they will most likely not vote if they can. After all, there are only 2 werewolves on the field, and even if Lin Yu is voted out, it would be easy for one person to abstain and take advantage of the situation by saying, "I voted." But no matter what, you still have to quibble. Facing the polygraph with red flashing light, Lin Yu began his almost argumentative defense. "What, you said I was lying, so I was lying. Maybe this red light thing is the truth. Besides, you said this thing is a lie detector, but I say it's a phonograph or maybe a nail clipper. The most important thing is, let's take a step back and say that even if what I just said was a lie, what does it matter? I said, Xia Yu's death had nothing to do with me. Is it possible that her death actually had something to do with me? After all, it was me who got separated from her, which led to her being killed by you." Lin Yu spoke in rapid succession. After hearing this, Chen Zhuo sneered. "These are just feeble excuses. Do you think anyone will believe you? I'm applying to vote." Chen Zhuo yelled. A ball of fire suddenly ignited in front of everyone. Then, a piece of white paper and a quill fell out of the flames. Blood words appeared on the white paper. "Write the name of the person you wish to exile." Chen Zhuo picked up the pen and started writing immediately. Lin Yu also wrote the name, Chen Zhuo, on the paper. Then, the voting session ended. Swish. The flames appeared again and engulfed the paper and pen. But this time, everyone has started to get used to this startling game and was not scared at all. And then, blood words appeared on the wall. The results of this round of voting are: number of votes received by Lin Yu, 1. Number of votes for Chen Zhuo, 1. The votes are tied, and no one has received more than half of the votes of the survivors, so no one is exiled. The bloody words gradually disappeared. Chen Zhuo was dumbfounded. "No, buddy, you." But before Chen Zhuo could say anything, Lin Yu interrupted them loudly. "What are you doing? Why don't you vote for this otaku? He is stepping on me, the detective. I am the highest status in the audience. I give up. If you know how to play or not, why don't you vote?" Chen Zhuo was dumbfounded, looked at Lin Yu and opened his mouth. He wanted to ask, "Why did you say all my words? What are you in such a hurry for, werewolf?" However, the others were all a little surprised after being scolded by Lin Yu and thinking back to the number of votes just now. Obviously, the fact that Lin Yu was not eliminated was a little unbelievable to them. However, Lin Yu observed that the remaining 4 people did not seem to be too concerned about this matter. It seems that they have started to rest with the mentality of, not being eliminated is a good thing. Only Chen Zhuo, feeling indignant, found a sofa in the corner and began to sleep soundly. That's all. Time has come to the second day. The sky brightened again and Lin Yu got up from the sofa. Although he had killed someone, he slept better than ever last night. It's time to assign tasks again. Yulonghua stood in front of the schedule and glanced at Lin Yu. Your partner is dead. Regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, what are you going to do next? Of course I'm in your group, soldier brother. You have to keep a close eye on this werewolf. Chen Zhuo quickly spoke first. Lin Yu said slowly, but I think it's better for me to go alone. If I really am a werewolf, aren't you kidding Brother Yu's life? Chen Zhuo said anxiously, but Brother Yu has the ability of a soldier, and his physical fitness is 5 times that of an ordinary person. Stop being generous to others. Otaku, do you know that werewolves may have powerful weapons? Even if their physical fitness is 5 times that of yours, you shouldn't let your soldiers take risks. Lin Yu said sternly. Chen Zhuo was speechless by Lin Yu, who attacked him from the moral high ground. His face turned red and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Su Xiaomei also quickly pulled Chen Zhuo. Okay, stop arguing with him. Yu Longguo also looked at Lin Yu meaningfully, and said calmly, okay, I'll do as you say. After Lin Yu wrote down the task he had to do, he left the meeting room alone. He still came to the 2nd floor. The first task is in the kitchen on the 2nd floor, and the task is to clean the kitchen stove. After Lin Yu came to the kitchen, he closed the kitchen door and let out a breath. I'm so tired. But the work is worth it. Last night's excited and somewhat idiotic speech and performance have definitely been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now, the other 4 players except Chen Zhuo, that is, the 4 remaining surviving werewolves, probably have more or less believed that they are their teammates. Yu Longguo and Su Xiaomei need no further explanation. Even Bao Lu and Yao Jingye, who knew each other's identities, might have felt that something was wrong. I just don't know if these 2 people are smart enough to come to the conclusion that there are only 5 werewolves. Lin Yu took a rag and wiped the blood stains on the stove, and couldn't help thinking. Of course he hoped that these 2 people would not notice. Just when he was halfway through wiping the stove, the kitchen door was opened. Yao Jingye poked his head out stealthily and then looked at Lin Yu. He spoke with a smile. Detective Kalingo. Are you on a mission? Seeing Yao Jingye coming here alone and being so cautious, Lin Yu already understood about 70% of the situation. Sure enough, Yao Jingye and Bao Lu did not figure out the truth that there are 5 werewolves. Yao Jingye came alone. I'm afraid it's just to confirm whether my identity is a real werewolf. If I am real, then Bao Lu is an imposter. But even so, Lin Yu still pretended not to know what Yao Jingye was going to do and showed a vigilant look calmly. He placed his hands on the back of his waist and spoke cautiously. You're a thief, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I'm warning you, don't get too close. Lin Yu said in a cold voice, and Yao Jingye quickly spoke. Brother, I know you are a werewolf, we are teammates. As he spoke, Yao Jingye quickly pulled out a sharp hand axe from his arms, with a wolf head carved on the axe handle. Look, this is my werewolf-specific weapon. When Lin Yu saw it, he was slightly surprised. You are a werewolf too. He naturally pulled out the dagger from his waist, weighed it in his hand, but suddenly his face became fierce again. Wait, you activated your thief ability to steal my wolf teammate's weapon and deliberately deceived me, right? As Lin Yu spoke, Yao Jingye quickly spoke. Brother, I really am your teammate. I saw you killing the veterinarian on the 3rd floor yesterday morning, and then you were holding the railing and retching beside the corpse. But I didn't tell anyone else in the meeting last night. Now you should believe that I am your teammate, right? Yao Jingye hurriedly proved himself. Lin Yu then showed a look of sudden realization. So, you're really my teammate. That's great, we can now use dual swords together. Although that soldier is powerful, I'm afraid he is no match for us if we 2 join forces. Lin Yu said with an excited look. Seeing Lin Yu looking like he wanted to rush out and kill people, Yao Jingye naturally believed that Lin Yu was a werewolf. But he showed a conflicted look. But detective brother, this seems to be a strange thing, Yao Jingye said with some entanglement. The thug in my group seems to be a werewolf as well, and we confirmed each other's identities yesterday. Really? Lin Yu had already anticipated the information thrown out by Yao Jingye. The other party chose to say these things to me probably because he was more inclined to believe that I was his real teammate. Therefore, Lin Yu also showed a strange look. Huh? How did you judge this? Yao Jingye scratched his head and chuckled. Brother detective, your previous guess about my ability was correct. My ability as a thief is indeed to steal items from others. Once a day, I can randomly steal any item from a person. After finishing the first mission yesterday, the thug sneakily made an excuse to go to the bathroom and left first, but when I peeked, he wasn't going to the bathroom at all. After I came back, I had doubts in my heart, so I used the ability of thief on him, and then I found a machete with a wolf head carved on it. This is obviously a werewolf's exclusive weapon. I decided that he might be a werewolf, so I confronted him, told him my identity and gave him the machete. That thug didn't believe me at first, but after we found a wolf box and I opened it in front of him, he completely believed me. Yao Jingye said this and fell into thought. Brother, do you think there are more than 2 werewolves? Lin Yu's mind was working fast as he listened to Yao Jingye's narration. Should I tell Yao Jingye the truth here to further gain his trust? No, wait. Just as Yao Jingye was narrating, there was a fatal trap that would allow him to step on Baolu to death. Lin Yu suddenly realized something, looked at Yao Jingye, and his face darkened. It's bad, you've been fooled by that bastard. It's a good idea to use werewolf boxes and weapons to detect whether the opponent is a werewolf, but don't forget the ability of the thugs. After Lin Yu said this, Yao Jingye's expression changed drastically. It's broken, his ability is to ignore the rules once, and he used his ability to open the werewolf box. Oh no, my identity has been exposed to him. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Yao Jingye came to the conclusion. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. With Baolu's domineering and violent personality, it was only too reasonable for him to use his thug abilities to forcibly open the werewolf box and find weapons to defend himself. At this time, Lin Yu also struck while the iron was hot. I just used my detective ability today to identify the rogue, and it's a human. Yao Jingye heard this and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. What should I do, detective brother? My identity has been exposed to him. Lin Yu immediately comforted Yao Jingye in a deep voice. Don't worry, he didn't report you at the meeting yesterday, which means that he is still planning to pretend to be with you for the time being. With his selfish and violent personality, he probably didn't think of telling anyone about your identity. This guy might be planning to point out 2 werewolves at once. Or he might even be planning to kill the werewolves himself. Moreover, I seriously suspect that he would be happy to see the werewolves kill a few people first and the scene become a river of blood. Even if they are in the same camp, he may not necessarily want the rest of the people to survive. For example, I killed Xiaoyu yesterday. He might not even have time to be happy. After all, Xiaoyu had an argument with him on the first day. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Yao Jingye nodded in agreement. This thug is really good. What should we do now, brother Lin? Lin Yu's face turned grim and he made a gesture as if he was wiping his neck. Strike first and gain the upper hand. While he's not on guard, attack him directly and kill him. After Lin Yu's deception, Yao Jingye also raised his axe with murderous eyes. Brother Lin, you are right, now we have no choice but to strike first. But I have a question. Brother Lin is in the same group as me. If I kill him, won't I be more suspicious? Lin Yu waved his hand. It's okay, just go ahead and kill him. While you're at it, I won't be idle either, I'll find a chance to kill another one. When the time comes, 2 people will die at once. We 2 werewolves will be on the field. You saw the vote yesterday. As long as the 2 of us tie our votes tightly, we won't be voted out. Lin Yu said firmly. Even if I don't find a good opportunity, you should hide the body as well as possible, maybe this way we have a chance to directly use double blades, and then hold a meeting to vote to rush away the last one. Isn't this a direct win? After being fooled by Lin Yu, Yao Jingye felt that victory was in sight. Sure, brother Lin, I knew you were smart. I'm so lucky to have someone like you as a teammate. Lin Yu patted Yao Jingye on the shoulder and said, but you must be careful, because all this is based on your ability to successfully kill the thug. So, when you see him, don't hesitate, just do it. Don't hesitate no matter what the other party says. Yao Jingye nodded excitedly. Don't worry, brother Lin, I will definitely chop him to death with one axe. After saying that, Yao Jingye picked up the axe, turned around and left. Lin Yu watched Yao Jingye leave with a smile on his face. Yes, now whether Yao Jingye can kill Baolu or Baolu kills Yao Jingye, the number of werewolves has been reduced by 1. The next thing to do is to find a way to regain Qinzhuo's trust. If he can gain Qinzhuo's trust, the progress of the game will be completely controlled by Lin Yu. Lin Yu recalled the tasks that Chenjua and Suxiomei had received. At this time, they may have completed the first and second tasks. Lin Yu quickly cleaned the table, completed his first task, and then came to the bedroom on the third floor. This is the third mission location of Chenjua and Suxiomei. Lin Yu checked and unexpectedly found an unopened human supply box in the bedroom, which made him even more overjoyed. There is such a good thing. And before long, Lin Yu saw Chenjua appearing here alone. The little fat boy climbed up the stairs and stood at the bedroom door panting. There's actually such a good opportunity. Lin Yu was overjoyed, and when Chenjua approached, he immediately jumped out. Hey, otaku. Lin Yu said this and Chenjua was startled. After seeing clearly that it was Lin Yu, Chenjua turned around and wanted to escape. But Chenjua's fat body was grabbed by Lin Yu. Before this otaku could call out, Lin Yu quickly spoke. Otaku, if I wanted to kill you I would have slit your throat right now, so stop yelling. As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled out a dagger and placed it on Chenjua's neck. Chenjua was so frightened that his face turned pale. He spoke tremblingly, don't be impulsive. Teacher Su was just finishing up the second task and asked me to come over first. She will be here soon. If you kill me, you will be voted out this time. I won't kill you. I know you are a human, and so am I, Lin Yu said coldly. It is true that I killed Xia Yu, but she was the werewolf. I just snatched the knife from her and killed her. The rules of this game don't say that humans can't kill werewolves. Use your pig brain to think about it. Could such a crucial piece of information as the detective be a werewolf? Lin Yu said with great momentum, and added, there is a human supplies box in this bedroom. If you don't believe me, I can open it and show you. As he said this, he let go of Chenjua. Chenjua looked at Lin Yu doubtfully. Are you really human? Of course. Lin Yu pushed open the bedroom door and ran straight to the brown box in the corner. Then, he opened the brown human box with a click, took out food and water from it, and threw the bread to Chenjua. Chenjua now believed it. Detective, are you really a human? He showed an apologetic look and scratched his head innocently. I'm sorry, I mistook you for a werewolf last night. But the apology soon disappeared. Chenjua touched his chin and said, but then again, I don't think it's all my fault that you acted like a werewolf last night. I did it on purpose, Lin Yu said calmly, because if I don't act like a werewolf, I might be voted out. Aren't you curious why I looked so much like a werewolf last night, but I only got your vote? Chenjua was stunned. What does this mean? It means that this game has a text trap. The two outsiders are in the human camp. The soldier is a werewolf, the thug is a werewolf, the veterinarian is a werewolf, the thief is a werewolf, and the teacher is also a King werewolf. We are the only two humans. Chenjua was shocked by the news. Is this true? Chenjua scratched his hair and muttered to himself, but think about it carefully, Teacher Su has never opened a human box. She even asked me to open the boxes of polygraphs and pistols. After Chenjua finished speaking, Lin Yu spoke. Right, Mr. Su, wait a minute, a pistol. Chenjua nodded. Yes, Teacher Su's professional ability is to obtain a piece of useful information about this game. The information she obtained is that the human camp has two super powerful props in this game, one is a lie detector and the other is a pistol. A polygraph can only detect the truth of one lie a day, but a pistol only has one bullet, but that bullet is sure to hit the target. Chenjua said seriously. Lin Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Where is the pistol? At Teacher Su's place. After saying this, Chenjua also had a broken expression on his face. Now the greatest reliance of humans to fight back against werewolves has fallen into the hands of werewolves. Lin Yu was silent for a long time and looked at Chenjua. Tell me the truth, Chenjua, what exactly are your abilities? My ability is that when I remain in a static state, my physical energy consumption is reduced to 1/3 of that of an ordinary person, and my recovery speed is accelerated by 3 times. Chenjua answered honestly. Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, since the pistol only has one bullet, can you take the responsibility of taking the bullet that is sure to hit you? A hit does not mean you will die. If you lie down and stay still, maybe the wound will heal. After all, this is also caused by your mistake. Chenjua's face turned pale. brother, are you serious? Of course I was kidding. Lin Yu sighed. Soldiers are already hard to kill, and now there's a teacher with a gun. This game is so difficult that Lin Yu can hardly think of a worse outcome than this. Is the only way to do this a sneak attack, or to trick Yao Jingye again? Lin Yu sighed and thought about the solution. At this time, the bedroom door opened. Looking at the duo who walked in, Lin Yu let out a breath slowly. It turns out the situation could be much worse. The two people who walked in were none other than the soldier Yulongwa and the teacher Sushiome. The simultaneous appearance of Yulongwa and Sushiome is undoubtedly the scene that Lin Yu least wants to see. After confirming the rule that humans can kill werewolves, Lin Yu has actually placed all his hopes of winning the game on killing the werewolves. In Lin Yu's original plan, he had absolutely no intention of fighting with Yulongwa. The best-case scenario is to keep Yulongwa until the end and vote him out at the meeting. After all, his ability is 5 times stronger than his physical fitness. Since he was born a soldier, he must be proficient in various fighting skills. Plus, he belongs to the werewolf camp, and he probably has a werewolf weapon in his hand. In summary, Yulongwa is definitely the hardest one to kill. As long as there is a slight possibility, Lin Yu absolutely does not want to fight with him. Sushiome, who has obtained the pistol, has now become very dangerous. The power of thermal weapons should never be underestimated. Although there is only one bullet, the must-hit effect. In fact, it is not much different from inevitable death. Even if the gunshot wound hits the leg, the amount of bleeding cannot heal naturally. There is no emergency room in this game. Lin Yu was very clear about this. After all, he was sent to this game by a gun. He knew better than anyone the feeling of powerlessness after being shot. But if you want to win the game, you almost have to kill one of Sushiome and Yulongwa. Originally, Lin Yu was still weighing which one to sneak attack and which one to kill. It's okay now. 2 people appeared at the same time, and Lin Yuxuan had no choice. In particular, Lin Yu has noticed one thing. Sushiome and Yulongwa came in one after the other, and after entering the door, they stood very close to each other. In a sense, these 2 people have definitely established some kind of mutual trust alliance. The basis of this trust. I'm afraid that in all likelihood, they have already confirmed that they are both werewolves. Lin Yu's thoughts raced, and he decided to strike first. You two, I believe you have discovered the truth of this game. Sushiome and Yulongwa stood at the entrance of the bedroom. There was a double bed between Lin Yu, Chenjua, and the other 2. Sushiome took out the gun. A very beautiful revolver with a carved wooden handle. Yeah, I met a soldier when I was alone, and he wanted to kill me, but luckily this thing calmed him down. It was thanks to this thing that he calmed down and made the 2 of us realize something. Soldier Yulongwa grinned and said, it turns out there are more than 2 werewolves. Humans are outsiders. Lin Yu nodded, I have also realized this. After all, only Chenjua voted for me yesterday. Including Xiaoyu whom I killed, this little fat guy should be the only human left now. Lin Yu said this as a matter of course, and instantly sold out Chenjua. Chenjua turned his head and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, his mouth wide open, you. But Lin Yu had no time to care about Chenjua. Instead, he stared at Yulongwa and Sushiome. The expressions of both people are wrong. Whether it was Yulongwa or Sushiome, there was hostility and wariness in the eyes when they looked at him. He silently pulled out the dagger from his waist and deliberately showed it to the 2 men. This not only enhances the persuasiveness of your own statements, but also increases your ability to protect yourself. And just at this moment, another figure appeared at the door, peeking his head out. Hey, why are you all here? It's so lively. I heard the noise from far away. What are you all doing here? Yao Jingye's figure appeared. After he discovered that there were 4 people in the bedroom, he slowly walked into the room. In particular, Yao Jingye saw clearly that Lin Yu was standing next to Chenjua, and immediately began to wink at Lin Yu, while trying to walk towards Sushiome. Lin Yu understood Yao Jingye's expression. He must have killed Bao Lu. Now, he hoped that Lin Yu and he would use 2 swords to kill Chenjua and Sushiome at the same time. Then vote to get rid of Yulongwa at the meeting. Just like Lin Yu said before. But unfortunately, Yao Jingye's intention was also seen through by Sushiyome. The middle-aged woman once again took out her revolver and pointed it at Yao Jingye. "Calm down, thief. I don't know what you're going to do, but calm down. I'm a werewolf just like you." Yao Jingye immediately raised his hand and was very surprised when he heard Sushiyome's words. "What do you mean, you're a werewolf too?" Sushiyome nodded and repeated the conclusion. "Yes, the outsiders in this game refer to humans, the werewolves are the 5 of them. Yulongwa and I are both werewolves, of course. Believe it or not, just don't make trouble next time." Yulongwa looked at the blood on Yao Jingye's chest with interest, and said in a deep voice, "Did you kill the thug?" Yao Jingye nodded, then realized something and felt a little regretful. "Oh, detective brother made a mistake. We didn't know there were 5 werewolves. On the first day, the gangster told me he was a wolf, but on the second day I saw the detective killing the veterinarian. I felt something was wrong, so I went to talk to the detective privately. After we figured it out, there were only 2 werewolves, so the gangster couldn't be a wolf. So I sneak attacked and killed the gangster." Yao Jingye let out a breath, but calmed down. "Forget it, let's just kill him. Now it seems that the only human left is that otaku. Kill him and it will be over." As Yao Jingye spoke, Chen Zhuo began to tremble continuously. He has realized that he has become the target of public criticism. But to Lin Yu's surprise, Chen Zhuo did not reveal that he was a human being at this juncture. Instead, he mustered up his courage and deliberately shouted, "So you are all werewolves. Now 5 wolves are surrounding me, a human. How can we play this game? No more playing, go ahead and kill me if you want." Lin Yu was also somewhat grateful for Chen Zhuo's behavior. Everyone who comes to this game has a strong desire to survive. So, Chen Zhuo must also want to live. But he still chose to share the firepower for himself. But it's no use. Lin Yu sighed slightly in his heart. Sure enough, after hearing what Chen Zhuo said, Yulongwa sneered. 5 werewolves. Wrong. You still have teammates. The detective behind you, Otaku, is your teammate. He's not a werewolf at all. Yulongwa said this with a firm tone. Lin Yu was helpless. Sure enough, from the beginning, he could tell from the expressions of Yulongwa and Sushiyome that these 2 people are very sure that they belong to the human camp. He is now in an extremely dangerous situation. Although Yulongwa and Sushiyome seemed very confident. But Lin Yu still did not give up his performance. Besides, he has already awakened as the trickster, so Lin Yu thinks he should struggle a little longer. What if I fooled you? Thinking of this, Lin Yu made an unhappy expression and looked at Yulongwa. What do you mean? Why do you say I'm not a werewolf? I don't think you are a werewolf. I have werewolf weapons, what about you? As he spoke, Lin Yu shook the dagger in his hand. Yulongwa took out a scimitar with a wolf head carved on the handle from his arms. Don't think about stepping on me, I also have werewolf weapons. Chen Zhuo couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Yu and Yulongwa arguing. Even at the life and death moment, he still felt that it was too darkly humorous to see that one day in this werewolf game, everyone was scrambling to prove that they were werewolves. Seeing Yulongwa take out the machete, Lin Yu did not hesitate at all and continued to question aggressively. You and I both have werewolf weapons, why do you think I am a human, not a werewolf? Sushiyome spoke up at this time. The thief just said that he mistakenly thought the gangster was not a werewolf after discussing it with you, so he killed him. You clearly knew yesterday that there were more werewolves, so why did you let him kill the thugs? Sushiyome said in a very oppressive tone. Lin Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yulongwa. You don't have to argue with me. You just realized that you deliberately acted like a werewolf in the meeting yesterday. I don't believe you don't know. You're a smart man, detective, don't say stupid things. Yulongwa used himself as an excuse to block Lin Yu. But Lin Yu remained calm. He hadn't originally intended to use such a stupid excuse. Because I really think the gangster is human. The thief told me that he and the gangster recognized each other as wolves because the gangster had werewolf weapons. But I thought of the ruffian's ability, so I suspected that the werewolf weapon might be something he took out to fish with his ability. Because at the beginning I saw that the 2 groups of people, the teacher and the otaku, the thug and the thief, were tied up tightly and seemed to trust each other very much, so I guessed that the two groups of double wolves might have recognized each other. So in my field of vision, the humans I first suspected were the soldiers and the veterinarian. But after killing the veterinarian, I tested you, soldier, and found out you are a werewolf. Then it proves that one of the two groups is a human pretending to be a werewolf. Who would have thought that my guess was wrong? The actual situation is that this otaku is too stupid and was fooled by the teacher. I'm so sorry, brother thief, I was too conceited to tell you the truth. Lin Yu said with a sigh. This speech was very contagious. Chen Zhuo looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if he really thought he was a werewolf. Although Yao Jingye was unhappy, he also believed to about 70% that Lin Yu was a werewolf. Damn it, detective brother, you really played a trick on me. Even Tsushiome's expression seemed to waver. But at this time, Yulongwa sneered again and said loudly, Detective, you are really dangerous, your words are too deceptive. If I didn't have decisive evidence, I would have been fooled by you. Yulongwa said this in a cold voice, and Lin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at Yulongwa and said with gritted teeth, What decisive evidence do you have? That dagger of yours belongs to the veterinarian. Yulongwa said calmly, making Lin Yu's scalp tingle. Then, as if afraid that Lin Yu would not give up, Yulongwa continued. Although I was alone, I was much more efficient in completing tasks than you think. So on my first day, after I finished my first task, I was wandering around and I happened to run into her walking into the utility room alone. I hid, and after she left I went into the utility room and there, I found an opened werewolf weapons box. Yulongwa said this coldly, and Lin Yu felt a chill on his back. No matter how much he planned, he could never have expected such a coincidence. Yulongwa's voice came again, Don't struggle, detective. It's almost impossible for humans to win this game. I was surprised that you could kill the veterinarian and plot to kill the thugs. A bitter feeling rose in Lin Yu's heart. Yeah, this game is too difficult for humans. He tried to make a final struggle. But is it possible that I am indeed a werewolf? Yulongwa interrupted him with a cruel and hideous smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you are Lin Yu. There are 5 werewolves. This proves that it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 werewolves die. I will kill you today no matter what. Yulongwa announced in a cruel and cold tone. Lin Yu exhaled. Despair. This soldier is more ruthless and decisive than he imagined. Sure enough, my luck is too bad. It wasn't just because of the coincidence that Yulongwa ran into Xia Yu. But being assigned to the human side is already bad luck. Because this is a camp where even a small coincidence can lead to eternal damnation. What's more, his only teammate is a nerd. It's so unbalanced. Lin Yu even had the idea of giving up on himself. I might as well just die. I was already dead anyway. But in just a moment, Lin Yu dismissed this idea. How is that possible? It's weird enough that I came to this game. How could I just give up on this game because of its inexplicable imbalance? Calm down. Lin Yu was assigned to the human camp. Maybe it's because the high-ranking being who designed this game thinks that I am stronger and smarter than them all combined. Besides, if I knew that my profession is the only profession, I would not have chosen detective at the beginning. If I had known this would happen at the beginning, I should have said that my profession is gunner and my ability is to summon an AK with unlimited bullets. Lin Yu thought while gritting his teeth. But he also knew that it was just his fantasy. After all, if he wasn't a detective, he wouldn't be the first one to immediately notice the trap of this game. Moreover, the ability to summon AK is hard for them to believe. What's more, now that things have come to this point, time cannot be reversed. We need to come up with an idea that can break the deadlock now. He looked at Yulongwa, who had a cold expression and was holding a scimitar, eager to try, and felt that death was approaching step by step. Any last words, detective? Want to try to defeat Yulongwa? The chances are slim. Even if we defeat Yulongwa, there is still Tsushiome with a gun. Think of a way to convince them that you are a werewolf. No, Yulongwa has already made up his mind to kill me. Besides, I'm already suspected, so there's no point in delaying any further. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more desperate he became. It seems that the only way to break the impasse is to turn back time. But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly had another crazy idea in his mind. What if time could really go back? He suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Fraudster, performance. Lin Yu remembered the teachings of the old professor in their department. The essence of performance is to deceive the audience, and the most primitive performances that originated from witchcraft are even intended to deceive gods and the world. People dress in green and dance in the dead of winter, performing a show of trees full of life, trying to trick the gods and the world into believing that spring is coming, and that the gods will send down warmth and moisture. The current situation is indeed desperate. But this is not the first time that his innate talent for acting has helped him escape from desperate situations. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Since we are going to die anyway, why not try it at the last moment of our life? Let's put on a grand show that can deceive the world and the gods. He looked up at Yulongwa with a helpless smile on his face. Hey, I lost to you again this time. Now. The show has begun. Yulongwa is definitely a smart man. Lin Yu admitted that he had misjudged something before. Among the other 6 players, Yulongwa is definitely the most ruthless and smart one. That is why. It is not easy to fool him with performance. But on the other hand, once such smart people are deceived, he will start to help Lin Yu deceive himself. Therefore, when Yulongwa looked at Lin Yu's helpless smile and heard Lin Yu's words, he felt something was wrong. What do you mean, again? Have we met before? Yulongwa said in a cold voice. Looking at Yulongwa's appearance, Lin Yu continued his performance calmly. Of course, why don't you guess when we've met before? Don't worry about this guy, he might be just being mysterious. Tsushiyome said sternly. Yulongwa also wanted to think so, but Lin Yu was too calm now. Who would be so calm before dying just to be mysterious? What do you want to say? Lin Yu looked at Chinjua with a smile. Hey, Otaku Chinjua, among the anime you like, there are Danganronpa and Detective Conan, right? Do you like Hybrid AI? There is one in the latest season that you are following, right? Chinjua was stunned. How do you know? Nonsense, since you seem to be very passionate about this game full of reasoning, you must like to watch similar anime. Among 10 otakus who have watched Detective Conan, 9 like Hybrid AI. Then, Lin Yu looked at Tsushiyome again. Teacher Su, you are teaching a graduating class with good grades, but there must be a few students in the class that you are worried about. And your own children's studies are also giving you headaches, right? Tsushiyome, who had originally planned to instigate Yulongwa to kill Lin Yu directly, was dumbfounded at this moment. How do you know? It's still nonsense. Tsushiyome is obviously a very capable teacher. Most of the time, this kind of teacher will teach the graduating class. And she is obviously a good and responsible teacher. How could she be at ease with the students in her class? She came here because she must have a strong obsession. This obsession was most likely about the students in the class. As for the child, Tsushiyome was wearing a wedding ring, and judging from her age, it was very likely that she had a child, and Lin Yu had never seen any parent in a teacher's family who was satisfied with their child's academic performance. Lin Yu looked at Yao Jingye again. Thief, I actually like you very much. Even though you say you are a thief, it's not easy for you, and you didn't steal much. I think your family treats you very badly, both your father and your mother. After you die this time, you must want to be a good person after you get out. Yao Jingye opened his mouth wide. Detective, why do you know this? It's still nonsense. If your parents love you and your family is good, why would you become a thief? And what thief doesn't want to be a good person after he gets out? Lin Yu's calm gaze finally fell on Yulongwa. To fool the 3 people just now, Lin Yu used his analytical and reasoning abilities as well as the Barnum effect. In psychology, people tend to believe that a broad, general description particularly fits them. Although there is an element of gambling, it seems that the gamble has been won so far. All 3 of them were in shock. Although they might be able to taste something wrong if they savored it carefully, Lin Yu just spoke so rapidly that he didn't give them time to savor it carefully. What's more, the shocked expressions of the other 2 people also made them develop a herd mentality. However, the next one is Yulongwa, the most difficult one to deal with. He had been a soldier, was very determined, and was indeed very clever. He is even a little eccentric and suspicious. So, activate your ability to explore the shameful secrets deep within Yulongwa's heart. Lin Yu exhaled, and then a picture emerges. Aguo, what are you doing? Smuggling this stuff is a serious crime. I'm sorry, squad leader, my mother is very sick. The bloody man with a crew cut and wearing a military uniform was hit hard by Yulongwa with a stone. She has uremia and is still 400,000 short of a kidney transplant. It would be fine if there was no kidney source, but we found one. I really need money. Monitor. Sorry. He smashed it again and again. Lin Yu exhaled. The last piece of the puzzle is here. The show goes on. He looked at Yulongwa and grinned. And you, Yulongwa, I have never liked you. But you're pretty miserable too. You're actually very worried about your mother, right? Even if uremia gets a kidney transplant, it still needs your care. As Lin Yu spoke, Yulongwa's face darkened. What on earth do you want to do? Lin Yu's expression remained calm. Everyone has a reason to live, I know that, and I know that none of you want to die. Now, everyone was filled with a sense of importance created by his performance and his lines. That is, Lin Yu is very familiar with them. So, it's time for this performance to reach its climax. They are not given a chance to breathe and think. Lin Yu opened his hands and showed a regretful expression. As you think, this is not the first time I have played this game. Although you cannot retain your memory, I have played this game more than 10 times. That's why I understand you and know why each of you wants to live. Lin Yu's words shocked everyone. What? How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone was shocked. Tsushiyome pointed at Lin Yu and said, although I don't know why you said this, but this is what you figured out using your detective ability, right? Lin Yu sneered, not to mention that it is the third day now, how can I know the secrets of the four of you? As he said that, he reached into Chenjua's pocket and took out the polygraph. Lin Yu's face showed nostalgia. Polygraph, it really helped me the last few times. He pressed a button on the side of the polygraph and a light on top lit up. Lin Yu slowly said, listen carefully, I didn't awaken to be a detective, but my only profession. After saying that, Lin Yu held up the lie detector. The light on it was green and nothing was happening. He let go and dropped the polygraph on the ground. Afterwards, Lin Yu said the most crucial line in this performance. My occupation name is player. The ability is rewind. Rewind. As soon as Lin Yu's words came out, Chenjua was the first to get excited. I understand. Lin Yu, do you mean that you can go back to the past and start over again like the male protagonists in RE0 and Edge of Tomorrow? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Good. That's impossible, Tsushiyome exclaimed, doesn't that mean you're bound to win? As long as you don't win, can't you keep going back? So I don't believe it, at least he can't rewind at will. There must be some restrictions on the activation of his ability, Yulongwa said coldly, as long as he activates the rewind function before. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and punched Lin Yu in the face. Just control him, it will be fine. With this punch, Yulongwa used his enhanced physical fitness. Although it may not be 5 times the full strength, it was enough to make Lin Yu almost faint and fall to the ground with just one punch. He vomited blood, felt dizzy, and severe pain came from his mouth. The strong smell of blood and the pain almost took away all of his attention. But Lin Yuqiang cheered himself up, he knew he couldn't faint now. Pooh. Lin Yu spat out the blood and teeth in his mouth. Yulongwa looked down at Lin Yu from a high position. Why don't you go back? What are your conditions for going back? Tell me now, I can give you a quick death. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Yulongwa, sneering with blood in his mouth. Why haven't you killed me yet? You have a weapon but you don't use it because you're really into smashing people to death. He looked up at the stunned Chenjua, Tsushiyome, and Yao Jingye and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, ouch, it hurts so much. Do you know that this upright soldier is actually a murderer? I'm curious, why is Bao Lu's occupation a thug, Yao Jingye's occupation a thief, but your occupation is not a traitor or a criminal or something like that? Yu Longhua growled, enough. He punched the floor next to Lin Yu. Lin Yu also struggled to get up from the ground and yelled back at him. Hit me on the head, just like you hit your squad leader on the head. Lin Yu yelled, his face flushed. Saliva mixed with blood foam spurted out of his mouth. Yu Longhua's eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his face. I'm going to kill you. He drew the scimitar from his waist. At this time, Yao Jingye suddenly shouted, wait, soldier, his rewind condition may be being killed. But it was too late, Lin Yu roared again. Come on, Agua, you smuggling traitor. You used the smuggled money to treat your mother's illness. Your mother must be so proud, right? Yu Longhua went completely crazy and chopped Lin Yu's chest with a knife. Don't you dare mention my mom. Don't insult her. With this blow of the knife, Lin Yu's body fell limply. But there was still no pain on his face, only a hint of sarcasm. What the hell, you insulted her yourself. His expression looked like he was used to death. Blood gushed out of Lin Yu's chest. He looked at everyone around him and said, you are so smart, Yao Jingye. You guessed it again. I hope you can vote me out next time, otherwise it will be too painful to repeat the cycle over and over again. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he fell backwards to the ground. He exhaled. Great, Yu Longhua, see you next time. You can backtrack immediately. Next time, how can I win this game? Lin Yu firmly believed that he had the ability to rewind the game. After all, if you want to deceive others, the most important thing is to deceive yourself. Your own belief can also become an important condition for determining whether it comes true. As an actor who follows the path of immersion, Lin Yu, he is very good at fooling himself. At this moment, he believed more than anyone else present that his profession was a player and his ability was replay. And with this strong trust, Lin Yu fell into death. Endless darkness and nothingness came again, and the extreme fear made Lin Yu shudder. But this time, Lin Yu seemed to vaguely hear admiration. It's wonderful. It was as if the gods were praising his actions. But whether it is a god or not. Call. Lin Yu let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He returned to the beginning of the game again. In that conference room, in front of that long table, familiar faces were still sleeping, and Lin Yu looked at the wall clock. 5 minutes to 7 in the morning, the last game started at 7 in the morning. Lin Yu understood. I'm afraid these guys are still getting a career. It turns out that our bodies have already arrived here. This rollback actually gave me the advantage of being able to move freely for 5 minutes. But even with this 5-minute advantage, even if you already know the narrative trap of this game, Lin Yu still has no confidence in winning. His identity is human, and as long as there is Yu Longhua, a paranoid who has awakened the profession of soldier in the werewolf camp, no matter what, it's hard to win. The trickster ability in his mind was also telling him that another rollback would not work. Such a realization that defies fate and plays with the rules of the world has its limits. Even if one has a strong enough belief, it cannot be activated twice in a short period of time. Lin Yu also thought it was reasonable since this game was obviously created by God, whether it was created for fun or with good intentions. That God probably wouldn't be happy to see someone using the almost cheating ability of reversing time to reverse the situation again and again. Although we did enough in the last round, it was still not enough. As I realized before I died, the human camp is walking on thin ice. Even if there are no mistakes, as long as they are unlucky, they will fail. What should I do? This time I have to trick them into believing that I actually have a powerful profession, and then I can finally fight Yu Longhua one-on-one. After all, detectives are useless. Or, I can just use this time to swap my identity with Yu Longhua. No, if Yu Longhua finds out that he can't open the box, he will definitely realize that something is wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt like his brain was about to explode. There must be some way. As the only profession, trickster must have a way to reverse this completely unbalanced game. Abandon conventional thinking and abandon those constraints. In addition to his only profession as a trickster, he also has his acting skills that he is proud of. Plus, this is the second time I have combined all these advantages. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Hee hee, go crazy, this game is crazy enough anyway. Lin Yu stood up, there was only 1 minute left. He picked up the envelope in front of each person and then swaggered out of the meeting room. Close the door of the conference room and count to 1 minute. Bang. Lin Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone has woken up one after another and is looking at each other in bewilderment. Lin Yu gracefully flicked the brim of his soft felt hat, glanced over, and revealed a proud and playful smile. He walked into the conference room, went to the table and knocked on it. Knock, knock. Even if Lin Yu didn't knock on the table, everyone was staring at him the moment he pushed the door. The look that greeted him was wary, scrutinizing, and uneasy. Lin Yu was also bathed in the gaze of the crowd and spoke like a descending god. Not bad. Everyone has a strong desire to survive and wakes up quickly. Anyway, lost lambs, welcome to my game. Who is the outsider? This is the winning strategy that Lin Yu thought of. Play as a god. Inside the room, the remaining 6 people were also surprised and confused when they saw Lin Yu suddenly walk in. This time, the first person to speak was Chen Zhuo. The little fat man looked excited and said to Lin Yu, "Are you the master of this game? In other words, are you God?" Of course it is impossible for Lin Yu to declare himself to be a god. But with Chen Zhuo's question, things did become a lot easier. Facing Chen Zhuo's question, Lin Yu did not deny it. He just nodded slightly, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his face again. "I prefer to be addressed as Mr. Administrator." As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhuo nodded in conviction. "Okay, Mr. Administrator, can you explain the rules of this game to us?" This otaku has watched a lot of anime and has completely accepted the setting that Lin Yu is a god. But others were not entirely convinced. Bang. Bao Lu slammed the table and said in a cold voice, "You are playing tricks on me. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose in bringing us here?" Lin Yu looked at Bao Lu, who looked aggressive but was actually weak, with a smile on his face. "Mr. Bao Lu, before you came here, didn't you see those hints that would have been enough to help you understand the current situation?" As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Lu's expression changed slightly. "You know my name. Of course, this is my game after all." Lin Yu's smile became more mysterious. "Not only do I know your name, I also know that you have awakened a profession, ruffian. The others here are just like you. In that case, I'll introduce you to each other. Everyone already knows Mr. Bao Lu, the man who has awakened his rogue. The one who just spoke was Chen Zhuo, who has awakened his otaku nature. This beautiful lady is the veterinarian Xia Yu. And this sturdy man is the soldier Yulongguo. The guy next to him who looks very smart is the thief Yao Jingye. And this lady wearing glasses is the teacher Su Xiaomei." Lin Yu spoke calmly. The expression of each person who was introduced changed slightly. Lin Yu was able to clearly call out their names and occupations, which had already made everyone half believe in his identity as a god. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Chen Zhuo excitedly spoke again, "So, Mr. Administrator, can you explain some rules to us?" Of course, Lin Yu nodded with a smile, although there is no need to emphasize this, I will say it again because of the interlude just now. You all know that you are already dead, right? As Lin Yu spoke, everyone, including Chen Zhuo who had been excited just now, felt a little uncomfortable. But Lin Yu didn't care. His current identity is God. God does not need to consider the feelings of mortals. Therefore, Lin Yu further offended the people present. Each of you has a very strong desire not to die. Maybe it's because of your students and children, maybe it's because of the anime you haven't finished watching, maybe it's because you want to be a good person again, maybe it's because of your seriously ill mother, or maybe it's just because you want to live. After saying these words, Lin Yu could clearly feel. The trust from everyone has increased a little more. In short, it is because of your desire that you have the opportunity to participate in this game. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce the rules of this game. Have you ever heard of or played the game Werewolf in your lifetime? The general gameplay of this game is similar to that one. You will also be divided into 2 camps, werewolves and humans. Next, I will send you the instructions for your identities and specific rules. Lin Yu took out 6 envelopes from his arms. He then handed the 6 envelopes to their original owners. As for Lin Yu's own envelope, he had thrown it outside the door long ago and hid it under the carpet outside the door. Watching them open the envelope again and confirm their identities, as the flame rose again, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Okay, I think you guys are clear about the general rules. Do you have any questions? After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone looked thoughtful. Then, Yulongwa spoke first. Mr. Administrator, I don't understand something. I remember when I entered this game, the number of players I saw should be 7. Why are there only 6 people here? Yulongwa raised a question. He didn't doubt that Lin Yu was the player, and the doubt on his face was sincere. Lin Yu laughed. Very clever, soldier. I like your sharpness. Congratulations on discovering one of the special rules of this game. In this game, there is a player who has awakened a special profession. His awakened profession is called Lone Walker, so he will not wake up with you. This person will be hiding within the confines of this castle. Xia Yu also asked, is this person's camp werewolf or human? His camp has nothing to do with his profession and he will not be participating in the voting process. Lin Yu said with a smile. Ah. If he's a human, wouldn't that mean the good guys would lose a vote for nothing? Chen Zhuo said in surprise. Lin Yu laughed, don't worry, this game is not as simple as you think. Yulongwa thought for a moment and spoke again. Mr. Administrator, besides not being with us, what else does the lone wanderer have? Lin Yu shook his finger, I will only tell you his job title. Whether his professional ability is made public is up to him to decide. Also, whether or not to make your own professional abilities public is up to you to decide. Yulongwa thought for a moment and said, really? Then I choose to make it public. Of course, the ability of the soldier is to increase physical fitness 5-fold. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Bao Lu muttered in dissatisfaction, no, why do you have to go through so much trouble? If you want to make your abilities public, can't you just say it casually? I think that soldier wants to prove that he is not lying, Lin Yu said with a smile. After all, as an administrator, I not only know your occupations, abilities, names and other personal information, but I also know all the arrangements and mechanisms in this game. However, the administrator privilege I gave myself is only to understand the structure of this game. In order to ensure the fairness of this game, I will not directly intervene in the game process. I don't even know what the specific camp identity of each of you is. Lin Yu finished his speech with a smile. And then, he could feel that his trickster ability was finally taking effect. The identity of administrator comes true now. In Lin Yu's perception, the identity of the administrator suddenly came true. The floor plan of the entire castle, the locations and information of various mechanisms and boxes, all poured into his mind. Lin Yu felt relieved. It finally came true. His understanding of the ability of the trickster has deepened a little. Because from just now until now, Lin Yu felt that the degree of trust of the people around him had not actually changed. The moment he distributed the envelopes, everyone was convinced of his identity as an administrator or even a god. But Lin Yu still hasn't obtained the administrator privileges just now, and this lie has not come true. The reason is not because the people around me don't believe in it enough. It was because Lin Yu's description of the administrator permissions was not clear enough. They don't know what Lin Yu, the god or game manager, can do. Therefore, Lin Yu just described his specific authority, directly saying that he can change and manipulate the game at will, but the degree of belief is indeed not enough. But it is still possible to just get the overall picture of the game. As for Lin Yu, since he already has a solid status as an administrator and is independent of the game, he has actually already won half the battle. Now that he had obtained a full map view plug-in perspective, Lin Yu felt that he had objectively won. But with the experience from last time, Lin Yu still didn't dare to be arrogant. No one here is stupid. And precisely because they all have an almost paranoid desire for life, each of them absolutely does not care about killing. Even though Xia Yu seemed weak, she immediately drew her knife and was about to stab herself to death the moment she was exposed by herself in the last game. So, we still have to find a way to resolve the issue quickly. Since I have already said, I will not interfere with the game directly, I will try to speed up their progress. And it would be best if they have no room for discussion. The last time, it was the contact between Yulongwa and Tsushiyome that caused all my efforts to go to waste. Lin Yu could not have thought of this before. But after obtaining administrator privileges, a new idea formed in Lin Yu's mind. He clapped his hands. However, everyone, although I will not directly interfere with this game, I will still be with you and be active in this castle. And when you see me, you can ask me a question. For example, other people's locations, abilities, and even whether they killed someone or not. Or maybe it's something related to the mechanisms and supplies in this castle. Lin Yu said this and grinned. However, I will only answer the question if you pay me a certain reward. Lin Yu whispered, and Tsushiyome quickly asked. What do we need to pay for? Other people's lives. Every time you kill someone, you get a chance to ask a question. Lin Yu said this. The smart people on the scene had instantly deduced a fact from Lin Yu's words. In other words, this game is not just about werewolves being able to kill people, they just have weapon advantage, right? Yulongwa said in a low voice. He hadn't said the rest of his sentence yet. That is the condition. It's not just humans who can fight back against werewolves. Even characters in the same camp can kill each other. Yes, Lin Yu laughed softly. You players are much more interesting than I thought, so I decided to give you another hint, not about this game, but about the entire death game. The condition for clearing the game is of course camp victory, but all surviving players will share the mission rewards equally. Lin Yu said in a low voice. What is the mission reward? Xia Yu couldn't help but ask. Time, dear lady, or to put it another way that's easier for you to understand, Lin Yu paused slightly. The reward for clearing the game is your lifespan. After this game, you will be resurrected, but if you want to stay alive, you have to keep participating in the game. The lifespan you gain in this game will determine when you play this game next time. The reward for completing this novice game is 7 years. Lin Yu spoke in a low voice, and everyone present looked at him sideways. They have realized one thing. Other players in this game may not only be in the same camp as them. Even players from the same camp cannot be trusted. Everyone could swing a knife at someone around them. Lin Yu looked up at the clock and laughed. Oh, it's almost time. I suggest you start taking action immediately. Don't forget, your enemies are not just the people around you. This castle itself can also eat people. Lin Yu smiled and gently pointed to the schedule on the wall. As the administrator, the opinions given by Lin Yu will naturally make other players subconsciously follow them. Yulongwa was the first to stand up. He snorted coldly, glanced at the schedule, and walked straight out the door. This time he didn't mention anything about grouping. Under Lin Yu's prompt, this game has changed from camp confrontation to a battle royale. No one doubted Lin Yu's words. Therefore, they naturally developed the subconscious idea that people in the same camp cannot be trusted. If only one person makes it through, then he can still live for at least 7 years. But as long as you have a teammate to clear the level with you. So, the next time I would play this cruel, life-threatening game would be 3.5 years earlier. 3.5 years of happy and stable life. Especially for those who have an abnormal desire to survive. That's enough reason for them to kill. After Yulongwa left, the next person to leave the meeting room was Baolu with a gloomy face. He didn't even look at the schedule and walked out of the meeting room. The next to leave were Tsushiyome and Xia Yu. Finally, there are Chen Zhuo and Yao Jingye. Lin Yu observed the movements of each of them leaving, none of them moved together. After leaving the meeting room, everyone quickly kept their distance from others. It was not difficult for Lin Yu to guess one thing from their movements. It seems that except for Chen Zhuo, everyone else is looking for the werewolf weapon box. Lin Yu laughed. This time, everyone's enthusiasm is much higher than before. Then I should go find the weapon that suits me best. Lin Yu muttered, his eyes cast on the castle map in his mind. In a utility room at the end of the first floor, there is a box of human supplies that looks nothing special. But what is inside is the most extreme representation of violence in this game. The one that fell into Tsushiyome's hands in the last game. Pistol. The authority of the administrator is even more powerful than Lin Yu imagined. Not only did he have a complete map of the castle at all times, but Lin Yu was surprised to find that the map was updated in real time. The positions of the other people and the boxes they opened will be reflected on it in real time. There happened to be no one in the utility room on the first floor right now. So Lin Yu didn't hesitate, walked out of the meeting room and ran straight to the utility room. Afterwards, in the utility room, Lin Yu opened the box. The heavy, cold gleaming pistol fell into Lin Yu's hands, and he actually had a sense of unreality. At the same time, what comes with it is an indescribable sense of security. With this pistol, I will be able to protect myself even if I face Yulongwa again. Oh, that's great. Lin Yu put the pistol on his waist and looked at the map again. On the map, Yao Jingye's name and Bao Lu's name overlapped, at the other end of the first floor. Lin Yu instantly became interested. Even if you two don't work together, it seems like you two are destined to be together. A moment later, Yao Jingye's name disappeared, leaving only Bao Lu's name. Lin Yu understood. Ah, as expected, without the first-hand advantage of sneak attack, the thief can't defeat the thug. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to go and take a look in person. Anyway, with the pistol on him, he was not afraid that Bao Liuxia would get angry and attack him. Lin Yu left the utility room and headed to the other side of the first floor. Soon, at the door of the toilet, Lin Yu saw Yao Jingye's body lying on the ground with his face covered in blood, and Bao Lu gasping for air next to him. Bao Lu's hands were full of blood, he didn't even have a werewolf weapon in his hands. The two of them were fighting with their bare hands. In the end, Bao Lu beat Yao Jingye to death with his fists. Seeing Lin Yu walking in the distance, Bao Lu gasped and stood up straight. Hey, isn't this the administrator? You've missed your welcome. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Ahaha, you players can really give me some big surprises. I didn't expect that the first person would die so soon. Bao Lu heard this and laughed. Haha, is there any first kill reward or something like that? Theoretically, no. But since you said so, I'll give you some free information. There's a werewolf weapon box under the sink in the toilet behind you. I hope you can use it. Lin Yu said with a smile. Bao Lu narrowed his eyes. Hey, don't you know our camp identity? I don't know, but I can guess, Lin Yu said with a smile. You acted so quickly and it seems that you took the initiative to attack Yao Jingye, which means that you must be from a camp that needs to kill. In your opinion, you will have to take action sooner or later, right? Bao Lu nodded meaningfully. He turned and walked into the bathroom, and sure enough, he found a hidden werewolf box under the sink. Bao Lu did not avoid Lin Yu and directly opened the box and took out a hammer from it. It's a bit tasteless, but it's better than nothing. Bao Lu weighed the hammer and commented. He raised the hammer and looked at Lin Yu, with a fierce look on his face again. I say, Mr. Administrator, do I have one more chance to ask a question that I haven't used? Bao Lu said this. Lin Yu nodded and said calmly. Of course, you want to ask me a question now. Okay, my question is, where is the other player closest to me? An excited and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bao Lu's face. Lin Yu glanced at the map and answered casually. At this time, there is a veterinarian on the spiral staircase on the first and second floors in the middle of the castle. But she's moving too. As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Lu narrowed his eyes and looked fierce. Veterinarian. I see. He licked his lips and walked quickly towards the stairs in the middle of the castle. Lin Yu probably also understood the strategy of the thug Bao Lu. His idea was simple and crude. Before the body of the person you killed is found, kill as many people as possible. It doesn't matter if the other teammate is a teammate or not. The important thing is to kill people. Kill everyone else and you win the game. That's great, Bao Lu, I kind of like you now. Lin Yu watched Bao Lu's receding back and muttered to himself. No doubt. Bao Lu's ideas and practices are what Lin Yu most hopes to see at this moment. This is why after Lin Yu saw Bao Lu kill Yao Jingye, he took the initiative to approach Bao Lu and even kindly told him where the weapon was. People who have started killing will easily start killing again. He looked at the map again. Bao Lu's name quickly became familiar to Xiao Yu. Then, the next moment, Bao Lu's name suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he shrugged. Okay, that's fine too. Lin Yu walked towards the stairs. After a while, Lin Yu saw Bao Lu's body. There was a hideous wound on his neck with blood gushing out, and there were 2 scratches on his arm. His eyes were wide open, as if he was dying with his eyes open. On the other side, Xia Yu, who had already left, turned back from the 2nd floor and went back again. She saw Lin Yu and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's you, Administrator. In Xia Yu's hand, she held a dagger, the same one she had held last time. This made Lin Yu sigh again. Fate is truly indescribable. Hello, do you have any questions? Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and spoke with a smile. Xia Yu thought for a moment, blinked, and asked a question. Master Administrator, may I ask which players are still alive? Besides you, there are also loners, soldiers, teachers, and nerds. Lin Yu said while looking at the map, but when he said this, he suddenly paused. Ah wait, the teacher just died. On the map, among the overlapping names of Tsushiyome and Yulongwa, Tsushiome's name disappeared. To be honest, Lin Yu was really shocked when he saw Tsushiyome and Yulongwa's names overlapped again. Fortunately, because of Lin Yu's speech, and the fact that Tsushiyome no longer had a pistol in her hand. This time there was no chance for further conversation. Now the only werewolves left on the field were Xia Yu and Yulongwa. It's really sad that so many people have died in just 1 hour of the game. Last time, no one died during the whole day. But this is a good thing, it means that the game is about to be won. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and smiled. Well, Miss Veterinarian, I have answered all your questions. I'm going to move on to other places, good luck. After saying goodbye to Xia Yu, Lin Yu's next target was naturally Yulongwa. Even after getting a pistol, Lin Yu still didn't want to face Yulongwa, the soldier. However, we have to meet each other. After all, the bullet in the gun is most likely reserved for him. Now there are only 2 werewolves left, Yulongwa and Xia Yu. Lin Yu naturally plans to wait for them to kill each other and then shoot the one who survives. Lin Yu came to the 3rd floor. After killing Tsushiyome, Yulongwa did not move immediately. So Lin Yu found Yulongwa very easily in the library on the 3rd floor. The soldier was carrying Tsushiyome's body with great ease, trying to hide her on the top of the bookshelf. Lin Yu walked to the door of the library and knocked on it politely to remind Yulongwa of his arrival. Dong dong, hello, soldier. Yulongwa turned his head very vigilantly at first, and when he saw that it was Lin Yu, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, Administrator. What's going on? Lin Yu looked at Yulongwa with a smile. Of course I saw that you have succeeded, so I came to ask you if you have any questions now. Yulongwa was a little surprised that Lin Yu took the initiative to come to him. Well, I didn't expect the administrator to be so enthusiastic, Yulongwa muttered, then touched his chin, as for the problem. When Yulongwa was thinking. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps behind Lin Yu. Call. Soldier, don't ask him yet. Xia Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yu. Yulongwa and Lin Yu turned their heads at the same time and looked at the panting veterinarian. In her hand, she was holding a bloody dagger without any hesitation. Yulongwa looked at Xia Yu and frowned. You are the veterinarian, what do you want to do? Xia Yu did not answer Yulongwa's question, but looked up at the body that had not been hidden on the top of the bookcase. Sure enough, you did kill the teacher. Don't rush to explain or attack me, listen to me. I killed the thug, and the thug just killed the thief on the 1st floor. I found the body. So now, the only ones left on the field are you, me, the otaku, and this administrator. Xia Yu spoke calmly. It only took Yulongwa a moment to understand the most crucial information in Xia Yu's words. You mean, the administrator is also a player, and the lone wanderer doesn't exist? He looked at Xia Yu, his eyes full of caution. Obviously, Yulongwa now suspects Xia Yu more than Lin Yu. Lin Yu also looked at Xia Yu with interest. Accuse the game administrator. These newcomers are really interesting. Xia Yu looked at Lin Yu and said coldly, stop pretending, you are just a lone walker. I'm afraid there is no administrator in this game. As she spoke, Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest with interest. How did you come to this conclusion? Because people died so quickly, all the complicated rules of this game written in the letters before became meaningless. There's no point in dividing factions, voting in meetings, or even doing missions, because everyone will die in one day in this game. So I think it's very abnormal, and the source of all this is the hint given by this administrator. His hint turned this game into a simple game of killing each other in a closed space. In other words, if we remove the hint given by the game administrator, do you think we should be playing the game normally now? Another point is that after we entered this game itself actually tried to avoid emphasizing that it was a game. Even the explanation of the rules was done through a letter. But this guy barged in and called himself the game administrator. Isn't that very strange? Xiaoyu spoke calmly and Yulongwa nodded slightly. It makes some sense, but it's not enough to convince me. Because you shouldn't be so sure based on just this. Hearing Yulongwa say this, Xiaoyu laughed. Very good, soldier, you are very smart. These are indeed not the reasons why I am so convinced. My ability as a veterinarian is to communicate with animals. Xiaoyu pointed to the crows outside the window. Just now, after I began to doubt the identity of this administrator, I had a brief conversation with these crows and asked 2 questions. The first is whether they have seen the 8th person in this manner besides the 6 of us and the administrator. The answer is no. Secondly, I asked about the actions of the administrator after the game started. He first went straight to a utility room on the 1st floor and opened a supply box. If he was the administrator, why would he open the supply box? Xiaoyu said this and Yulongwa nodded. This does make me a little suspicious that you, the administrator, might be the so-called lone wanderer. I'm just curious as to why you know us so well. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes revealing undisguised suspicion. He may not be a lone wolf. Knowing our personal information is probably his professional ability. Xiaoyu raised a finger, or maybe this guy is not a new player, so he has some unique methods. Yulongwa narrowed his eyes. So what do you suggest? Let's try to challenge the administrator together. After all, it seems that his goal is for all of us to die on the first day. Xiaoyu grinned and suggested with a smile. What a brilliant deduction, Xiaoyu, you are beyond my imagination. Lin Yu looked at the veterinarian and muttered to himself. It turns out this guy is so smart and decisive. It is truly commendable that he was able to deduce that he was actually the 7th player from such limited information. Although the conclusion is not completely correct, it is powerful enough. And combined with the previous round, this guy actually reported a fake ability from beginning to end that no one doubted. In the last round, Lin Yu really didn't expect that this guy's real ability was to talk to animals. Although this guy was the first one to die last time, it was only because her acting skills were too bad and she even tried to show off her skills in front of him. Or rather, there was only one real reason: she was very unlucky last time and was assigned to the same group with him. Xiaoyu, I really underestimated you. Being praised, Xiaoyu's face once again showed a sweet and innocent smile. Thank you for the compliment, administrator, but to be honest, I just want to live too much. Lin Yu also laughed. Really? Then achieving this step is actually far from enough. Because even though the reasoning is exciting, the underlying tone of this game is still violence. As he spoke, Lin Yu raised his hand. Bang. Gunshots rang out, and behind him, Yulongwa fell to the ground in shock. Then, Lin Yu pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. Now, checkmate. After killing Yulongwa, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. This most troublesome soldier was finally dealt with by himself. And it's so easy. But Lin Yu did not completely relax his vigilance. Because Xiaoyu is also a troublesome character. Lin Yu did not take it lightly just because he killed Xiaoyu last time. After all, he was killed by Yulongwa last time, and this time he died in his own hands. This time, facing Xiaoyu, without the terrain advantage and Xiaoyu's natural contempt for him. It is not an easy task to kill this seemingly weak girl. After all, the other party had a knife in his hand. The gun in Lin Yu's hand had no bullets left. But Lin Yu still pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. Just as teacher Tsushiyome said in the last round, the muzzle of a gun can calm people down. Xiaoyu, who was about to rush forward with a knife in hand, gave up after the gunshot and looked at Yulongwa's lifeless body lying on the ground. After Lin Yu pointed the gun at him, he didn't dare to move at all. But Lin Yu hesitated to shoot. Although Lin Yu himself knew that he didn't shoot because he had no bullets. But Xia Yu didn't know this. Time passed by little, and under the pressure of death, Xia Yu couldn't help but speak first. Why did you shoot and kill the soldier first when I was the one who made the inference and judgment just now? Xia Yu asked. Hearing this, Lin Yu also answered naturally, oh, well, I feel like he might have been convinced by you. His professional soldier and his real-life experience determined that as long as he might be hostile to me, then between the two of you, killing him will have an infinitely higher priority. Even if I am sure that you are 100% hostile to me, I will still kill him first. Lin Yu said calmly. So I'm being underestimated, Xia Yu frowned, and you're admitting in disguise that you're not an administrator. I am indeed not an administrator. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Tisk, I've been tricked, Xia Yu sighed, but why don't you kill me? She narrowed her eyes and said, could it be that your gun only has one bullet? Lin Yu laughed when he heard Xia Yu's words. The other party finally leading the topic to this aspect. He was very relieved. Although Xia Yu had never doubted that there was only one bullet in the gun before, because Lin Yu did not cheat Xia Yu and make Xia Yu come to this conclusion through his own fraudulent behavior, this was just Xia Yu's misjudgment, and Lin Yu could not use this to activate his fraudster ability to make the second bullet in the gun come true. It's only natural that a revolver has a limited number of bullets, Lin Yu said, laughing. Do you want to bet that there are no bullets in my gun? Xia Yu stared at Lin Yu and tightened the dagger in her hand again. To be honest, since you didn't shoot for a long time, I was a little suspicious whether you really only had one bullet. Because there is absolutely no reason for me to be alive now. You just shot Yulongwa in the vitals with a casual shot, which proves that you are a good shot and don't need to aim too carefully. Even if it was out of curiosity that I saw through your disguise, I have already explained all the reasons to you just now. Xia Yu said this and took a step forward. So I now suspect that there is only one bullet in your gun. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu approaching and laughed. His smile was confident and calm. Your reasoning is really brilliant, Xia Yu. You really surprised me. This seemingly pretty and weak girl is really the smartest one in this game. But it's a pity. Lin Yu still pointed the gun at Xia Yu and said calmly, but unfortunately, your reasoning is only half right. This gun does not have many bullets, but the number is not 1, but 2. I'm just wondering whether to leave this bullet for you or for the otaku. Lin Yu said coldly. He doesn't need to kill the otakus in his camp to complete the game. But Xia Yu naturally couldn't react to this. In her subconscious, Lin Yu went to so much trouble to make them kill each other, and the condition for passing the level was already assumed to be killing everyone else. This is consistent with her perception that Lin Yu has an advantage over any other contestant. The victory conditions for the strong are always more difficult, aren't they? But even in the face of Lin Yu's words, Xia Yu still took another step forward. She met Lin Yu's eyes. I don't believe it, your pistol should also be some kind of prop. The number of bullets in this prop is either full or 1. 2 rounds is really weird. Xia Yu spoke again. But the eyes of the young man in front of me were playful and calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. And there was a strange, chilling aura about him. But now that things have come to this, no matter whether the other side has bullets or not, she can only bet that there is nothing left. Xia Yu raised the dagger in her hand. Bang. The next moment, a gunshot rang out, and the muzzle of the revolver burst into magnificent fireworks like fireworks. Xia Yu suddenly felt that time slowed down for a moment. She saw metal bullets shooting out from the flames and rushing towards her. There is a second round indeed. One last thought popped into Xia Yu's mind. Afterwards, the bullet passed through her upper abdomen diagonally, and heavy bleeding took away Xia Yu's consciousness in a few seconds. She fell heavily to the ground and the dagger fell to the side. Lin Yu walked over and put down the gun. He looked down at Xia Yu, whose pupils were already dilated, and spoke with a sigh. Although you say you don't believe it, you actually believe that I will have a second shot. But it's not your fault. After all, my acting skills are really great. Lin Yu put away his pistol and said with emotion. The tone of his lines just now, and even his expression and demeanor until the moment he fired the gun, were all completely within Lin Yu's performance state. Anyone who saw it would believe that he fired the shot with the belief that he would kill, rather than just bluffing. So, when Xia Yu doubted and took the initiative to mention the number of bullets, she was doomed to die. A few seconds later, Xia Yu on the ground was completely dead. The veterinarian died. This was also the second time that Lin Yu killed Xia Yu with his own hands. But this time, the werewolf camp is completely destroyed. Game, who is the outsider, end. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. The next moment, he fell into endless nothingness. In the pitch-black space, lines of bloody words appeared again in front of Lin Yu. Congratulations on winning the Who is the Outsider game. The game rewards are being calculated for you. You have obtained the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. Based on the performance of this game, you have been evaluated as mastering the overall situation, and received an additional reward. Extra reward, you can choose a non-exclusive item in this game as your reward. When Lin Yu was settling the account, a scream suddenly came from beside him. Why is it 7 days? Lin Yu looked towards the source of the noise. This settlement space is very similar to the space before entering the game, but it is also slightly different. The difference is, besides myself, there is also Chenjua. After Chenjua screamed, he looked at Lin Yu who was standing beside him. Brother Administrator, what about the 7 years you agreed on? Lin Yu looked at Chenjua's miserable state of crying and shrugging. I just told a white lie to prevent you from being too desperate. 7 days is only enough for me to continue watching one episode, Chenjua wailed again. Can you give me a little more time? I'm sorry, Chenjua, Lin Yu said helplessly, although I'm an administrator, I'm just a player with a special identity and don't have such high authority. Rather than being a god, I am just God's spokesperson, otherwise I would not appear in this settlement space with you. Lin Yu said to Chenjua. Chenjua was dumbfounded. Mr. Administrator, will your balance be a little more? Yes. I get twice as much time as you do. Lin Yu said firmly. This is why he just partially confessed to Chenjua. Seeing Chenjua still treating himself as an administrator just now, Lin Yu was moved. Will the ability of the trickster also take effect in the game settlement space? After all, this is the only job. But it's a pity. After Lin Yu said this, he felt that although Chenjua believed it, the ability of the trickster seemed to be working. But it didn't come true. A vague realization arose in Lin Yu's heart. Chenjua's belief alone was far from enough to support him in making his double survival time come true. This is actually quite difficult, Lin Yu muttered to himself. But after proving that the ability of trickster is effective, Lin Yu also became interested. Of course, in addition to this survival time, I can also get an extra 10 non-exclusive items that appear in each game. 10. Chenjua said in horror. Yes, in fact, as long as you perform well in the game and get a special evaluation, you can also get rewards of props. Lin Yu patted Chenjua on the shoulder. How about it, not bad? Chenjua said in shock, is that so? He naturally believed what Lin Yu said. Lin Yu felt Chenjua's belief, but unfortunately, it still did not come true. The degree of belief is still not enough to support come true. However, this time Lin Yu can feel that the difference is not that big. Lin Yu thought for a moment, looked at Chenjua, who looked very easy to fool, and spoke again. I was just joking. Actually there aren't that many, only 6. If it were someone else, Lin Yu would definitely not dare to change his words so casually, as it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But Chenjua. This little fat guy believed it again. That's fine, admin brother. I think you're pretty awesome. But this time it still didn't come true. But Lin Yu could feel that this time it was just a little bit off. So, he decided to continue changing his words to fool Chenjua. However, this time, Lin Yu changed his words and did not intend to directly state the quantity. In fact, it's not unconditional. I'm just an administrator and can get double rewards when I get them. So, I just doubled the extra reward I got in this game. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhuo suddenly understood. I see, game manager is such an amazing profession. But I think that you were chosen by God because you are very strong and you hosted this game very well. Chen Zhuo gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Then he realized something was wrong. According to what you said, this settlement space should be where all the players who have cleared the game are, right? Why not meet with others? Lin Yu spread his hands. Oh, they all died, because I added special rules, so they couldn't help but kill each other, and the last two people happened to die together, so the game ended very quickly, and only one player was left. Ah. Chen Zhuo was shocked, and then asked, even that lone walker is dead. As he spoke, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, only then did he realize that Chen Zhuo still believed in the existence of the lone walker. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Yes, the lone wanderer was killed by the veterinarian with one blow to the throat. Chen Zhuo was shocked. I never thought that a woman, a veterinarian wearing glasses and looking so gentle, could be so cruel. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Xia Yu doesn't wear glasses either. Then he reacted. You remembered it wrong. That's teacher. Oh, Chen Zhuo scratched his head, then sighed, I'm sorry, I'm just shocked that this game is so cruel. Well, it's very cruel. Lin Yu also said softly. Chen Zhuo's survival was indeed mostly due to luck. This little fat guy was the only human identity card besides himself, and he had been diligently completing his tasks before the end of the game. However, luck is only part of strength. I wish you good luck in the future. If you have a chance to live again, you must cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Only 7 days, brother. Chen Zhuo said with a sad face. But before he could finish his words, the settlement was over. Lin Yu opened his eyes in a trance and found himself lying in the center of the stage. He took out his cell phone and found that the time was past midnight. Almost overlapping with the 001 on the phone were the bloody words floating in the upper right corner of his field of vision. The latest time to start the next game, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Lin Yu exhaled. Although the guess of time was wrong, it is true. There really is another round in this death game. Although compared to Chen Zhuo, Lin Yu did not feel that 7 days was short at all. But it's urgent enough. He got up from the ground and touched the gunshot wound on his chest that no longer existed. Everything seemed like a dream. The only thing that can prove that this is not a dream is the bloody countdown in the field of vision. There is also an extra storage space inside the soul where 2 items, the guaranteed hit revolver, and the 1-sentence lie detector, are quietly lying. As well as the ability of trickster is still effective. With these as support, it's time to find out who the lunatic who killed me is. Although the other party has a gun, I also have one. Lin Yu muttered and took a step forward. Then, he suddenly felt something wrong in the right trouser pocket. It was like someone had slipped a card into my pocket. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a pure black card. In the middle of the card, there are 2 lines of small silver print. Welcome to the resurrection, dear senior. When Lin Yu saw this line of text, his hair stood on end. There is no doubt that this card was left by the mysterious schoolmate. And this card was printed. In reality, only a few minutes had passed since his death. In other words, the schoolgirl who killed him had already predicted that he would be resurrected. She knows about the existence of the game of death, and is certain that she will come back from the game. If you think about it carefully, the other party casually pulled out a pistol in a country with such good security, just to shoot an ordinary college student like himself, and said some strange words. There is indeed something abnormal about it. It is not surprising that it is related to something that is also beyond common sense, like the game of death. But this way, the advantages of his original profession and props are no longer so obvious. After all, the other party at least knows that these things exist. It's even possible that guy also participated in the game of death himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmed down again. It seems that I can only accept the invitation. The second line of text on this card. It is time and address. Friday 2000 hours number 940 Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. This is definitely an invitation left by the murderer who killed me. What will happen after the appointment? Lin Yu is still unknown. However, he seemed to have no choice but to accept the invitation. After all, although the other party was the murderer who killed him, he was also the only thing that Lin Yu knew in reality that was related to this game. But today is Wednesday, and it is a Wednesday that has just passed midnight. In other words, there are still nearly 3 days left until the time on the card. This period of time is enough for Lin Yu to do a lot of things. But now the most important thing. It's time to go back to bed. Lin Yu walked off the stage and went backstage to change out of his costume, put on his plain black sweatshirt and sweatpants, put on a backpack containing the script, and left the drama club. I have a rehearsal tomorrow and a performance on stage tonight, so of course I need to have a good rest tonight. Even though he had just experienced something as ridiculous as the death game, Lin Yu did not intend to disrupt his performance arrangements for tomorrow. One of the important reasons why he came back alive was to continue performing. If you don't perform and live well because of this kind of thing, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? After locking the door of the drama club, Lin Yu took out the key and opened the bicycle lock at the door of the drama club. Lin Yu's bicycle is also very simple in style, a very ordinary black mountain bike. He pushed his mountain bike to the south gate of Jiangqing University of Communication. The security guard smiled and nodded to Lin Yu, then opened the locked small door for him. Shaolin, you're practicing so late again. Lin Yu smiled and said, yes, uncle, you should also go to bed early. Oh, by the way, uncle, have you seen a girl who is dressed like a Japanese middle school student and has 2 braids? After asking tentatively and getting the old man's confused shake of his head, Lin Yu smiled and nodded slightly again. I'm just asking casually, please excuse me, sir. Lin Yu pushed the cart through the small gate and left the campus of Jiangqing Media. He rode his bike through the night city of Jiang. After passing 2 intersections, Lin Yu returned to his home. He was a native of Jiangqing and his home was not far from the Communication University, so he simply did not live in the dormitory. I pushed the door open quietly. The simple, old-style 2-bedroom apartment was very narrow, and I could see the entire house from the door. Although the house is old and small, it is decorated very warmly, with potted plants everywhere and a fish tank on the small coffee table in the living room. On the dining table covered with a floral tablecloth, there were 2 plates of leftovers covered with gauze, and the electric rice cooker was still on to keep warm. The photo hanging on the wall was taken last year. The photo was taken next to the stone with the school name printed on it at the entrance of Jiangqing Communication University. A round-faced young woman who looked 70% similar to Lin Yu was making a flamboyant V sign with one hand and holding the shy Lin Yu with the other hand, who was standing stiffly with his head down. Lin Yu carefully took off his shoes, unplugged the rice cooker, and then returned to the bedroom carrying his slippers. Then he put his school bag and clothes on the desk next to him and lay down on the bed tiredly. Call. Lin Yu lay on the bed and fell asleep in a few seconds. After a dreamless night, Lin Yu opened his eyes on time at 7 o'clock the next morning. He walked out of the room, washed up, and came to the dining table. The leftovers on the table last night have become a new plate of leftover fried rice. There was a label next to the fried rice. You didn't have dinner last night, I'll come back to deal with you in the evening. Label Shanghai with a stick figure of an angry expression. Lin Yu picked up the note, folded it gently and threw it into the trash can under the table. Although he had no appetite, he felt the tension of the stick drawing, so he sat down obediently and finished the fried rice made with stir-fried beans, meat, and shredded potatoes. Afterwards, Lin Yu rode his bike to school again. Although he is a sophomore, Lin Yu happens to have no classes today. He arrived at school early and naturally went straight to the drama club. When Lin Yu arrived at the drama club's activity center, an expected person was already standing on the stage of the theater in the activity center. The petite girl in a white t-shirt and a baseball cap was pacing back and forth on the stage with one hand on her waist, looking at the script and holding a black signing pen in her mouth. Hearing Lin Yu's footsteps, the little girl spoke in a brisk tone without even raising her head. Hey, my dear top star, you came early today. Everyone is not here yet. You can find a place to memorize the lyrics by yourself. This girl, who looks no taller than 1.5 meters, is named Shen Bingmiao. She is a junior and Lin Yu senior. He is also the president, screenwriter, and director of the drama club. Lin Yu saw Shen Bingmiao, thought for a moment, and spoke. Boss, I have something to ask of you. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shen Bingmiao raised her head with a strange look in her eyes. She flicked the brim of her hat and said, "This is really strange. What is it that you would take the initiative to ask me for help? My dear Ace. I want to find someone, maybe she's a freshman." Lin Yu carefully considered his words when speaking. Shen Bingmiao raised her eyebrows. "You should publish a white wall for this kind of thing." "No, first of all, I need the result urgently, and secondly, I suspect she may not be from our school," Lin Yu said calmly, "so, this is something that ordinary people can't do." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Shen Bingmiao laughed. "I understand what you mean. It's really embarrassing, but I promised you, because you are my trump card." Shen Bingmiao spat out the pen in her mouth, threw the script on the ground, and jumped off the stage in 2 steps. "Let's go." Shen Bingmiao patted Lin Yu's arm and said happily. "Now." "Not until they rehearse. We've rehearsed many times, so this last one doesn't matter. In my opinion, the condition of the lead actor is the most important. So, let me help you solve the problem first." There was a reason why Lin Yu approached Shen Bingmiao. This senior who is 1 year older than him is the most famous person in Jiangqing University of Communication. The reason for her fame has little to do with her identity as president of the drama club. Shen Bingmiao became famous because she once hacked into the school's academic affairs system and sent background push notifications to every student app of Jiangqing Media in order to promote a new play of the drama club during her freshman year. Then, I was punished by the school for this. Although Shen Bingmiao loves drama and script writing and is studying at the Communication University, her major is digital media art. She herself participated in the programming competition of Jiangqing colleges and universities as an individual, and defeated the regular computer majors of Jiangqing Institute of Technology and Jiangqing University next door. Therefore, Lin Yu asked Shen Bingmiao. Naturally, he hoped that she could help him retrieve the academic records of all the freshmen of Jiangqing Media College. In the backstage lounge of the activity center, Lin Yu watched Shen Bingmiao open her notebook, clicked the mouse a few times, and brought up several windows. "Here are the academic records of all freshmen." "Thank you, President." Lin Yu checked the girls' section and then began to flip through the pages. Jiangqing University of Communication has enrolled more than 3,000 freshmen this year, with a slightly higher proportion of female students, nearly 2,000 in total. Lin Yu had a very good eye for identifying people, so he flipped through the pages very quickly. He only needed to glance at a page of files on 4 people to confirm their identities. There is no girl who kills herself. Of course, it was also due to the fact that the schoolgirl was very beautiful and her beauty was very unique. Lin Yu would never forget those bright and sharp eyes. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu reached the bottom. "No." Lin Yu sighed and said with some regret. Shen Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu's lost expression and became even more curious. "From the look of you, it seems like you're not really looking for a schoolgirl you like. Let's just say we're looking for the attacker." Lin Yu shook his head and said. "Could it be a boy? After all, you only saw girls just now," Shen Bingmiao analyzed. "Maybe it's a cross-dressing guy." "No, that kind of body shape and facial features are definitely a girl," Lin Yu said firmly, "and if it really was a boy who looked like that, he would have been famous throughout the school long ago. The performance department of Jiangqing Media University is very famous, so this school has no shortage of beautiful girls and handsome boys. So even if the schoolgirl last night was very beautiful, she might still be unknown. But if it's a boy as beautiful as that, I was afraid I could have recognized him last night." Shen Bingmiao was slightly shocked. "Okay, then how about I help you check it out using other means? If you think she's a junior, she must look like a college student. There aren't that many colleges and universities in Jiangqing." She said this eagerly. Lin Yu hesitated and shook his head. "Forget it, President." If Shen Bingmiao really continued to investigate, Lin Yu was afraid that she would get into trouble. He still doesn't know what the purpose of the mysterious girl who killed him is, and whether she likes to kill innocent people. But after all, he is a dangerous person who can pull out a pistol at any time and may have participated in the death game. As a participant in the death game, Lin Yu knew very well. After experiencing this game, he will cherish life more, cherish his own life more. But for the lives of others. Lin Yu could not deny that his attitude towards other people's lives had become contemptuous. Because he actually killed someone in the death game. Just like a wild animal that has killed a human being cannot be kept alive, the same applies to a person who has killed a human being. Because they will include killing, something that ordinary people would hardly think about seriously, as a solution that can be considered when encountering problems. Don't worry, President, it's just a small matter. I won't let it affect me on stage. Lin Yu said firmly. Seeing Lin Yu's promise, Shen Bingmiao had no choice but to nod. Okay, I believe you. You are the trump card of our drama club. And just as Lin Yu promised. He then took part in rehearsals, and seemed to have completely forgotten his worries, maintaining a perfect state. Even Shen Bingmiao in the audience had to admit. Lin Yu's performance today was indeed perfect. I'm in very good condition. No, I can't even call it good condition. It feels like junior brother Lin Yu has suddenly evolved overnight. It was as if someone had put a gun to his head and forced him to practice his acting skills all night last night. Shen Bingmiao muttered. And she didn't know. This may seem like a joke, but in a sense it also reveals the truth. Lin Yu did indeed complete the most successful improvisational performance of his life last night with someone pointing a gun at his head. Play as a detective, play as a player, play as a god. Lin Yu himself can also feel it. After experiencing last night's death game, his acting skills have indeed been sublimated. Is this what the teacher said about experience also helping with acting skills? In the evening, after the official performance, listening to the thunderous applause from the audience and seeing those students who were originally there just for credits or were dragged by their roommates to show support completely immersed in their performances, Lin Yu felt very emotional. His acting skills were very good before, but his appeal was not as strong as it is today. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lin Yu thought about it and couldn't help laughing. But anyway. Good acting skills are a good thing. Boss, I'm leaving now. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Lin Yu came to the backstage, changed his costume, and said to Shen Bingmiao. Ace, we still have thank you and interactive sessions. Shen Bingmiao reminded. Lin Yu laughed. Let's just say I have a stomachache. The lead actor was unwell but still insisted on performing the entire show, but he really couldn't come out to thank the audience. I believe everyone will understand, right? Having said that, Lin Yu left the drama club directly. Hey, come back here. Shen Bingmiao stamped her feet in anxiety, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Yu. She looked at Lin Yu's receding back and sighed. Okay, let's do as he says. I hope those fans who came after him won't be too angry. After leaving the backstage of the drama club, Lin Yu got on his bicycle and hurried out of the campus. His current destination. Of course it's the address on the card, number 940, Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. Although the time is not right now. But Lin Yu still had to go and check out the place in advance. I'm not going home for dinner tonight. The club is having a dinner party. After editing the text message, send it. Lin Yu turned off his phone and stopped his bike at the intersection. He has arrived at Changming Street. Changming Street is located in the old city area of Jiangcheng. There are no high-rise buildings here. There are low houses everywhere, and even some self-built houses. There are small shops on both sides of the road, including convenience stores, auto repair shops and breakfast shops, full of a simple atmosphere. Lin Yu walked along Changming Street, counting the blue nameplates nailed on each doorhead. 937, 938, 939. Lin Yu stopped. Number 940 has arrived. This place is larger than any other place, yet also more desolate. Because this is an abandoned two-story restaurant. The signboard with the words Jiangcheng Home was already tattered and the door lock was covered with rust. Lin Yu thought for a while, then he walked to the window next to him. The glass was broken and only a layer of paper was covered on it. He poked open the window paper and opened the window. The windows of this old-style building were not high, and Lin Yu climbed in easily. But the scene inside surprised Lin Yu a little. Not quite right. Although it was dilapidated and old, all the tables and chairs were neatly arranged and the floor was spotless. It was as if it had just been cleaned. It was nothing like the old and abandoned appearance outside. Lin Yu became alert instantly. He held the polygraph and the pistol in his hands. As for why the polygraph was taken out, it won't hurt to have it anyway. Lin Yu looked around the restaurant nervously and even found a pillar to hide behind. And that's when... Tick, tick, tick. Footsteps were heard in the empty space. Lin Yu leaned his head out slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person walking down the stairs between the first and second floors. He was a tall and fat middle-aged man, wearing a sophisticated dark blue double-breasted suit and a pair of shiny leather shoes. In addition, his body was covered with various golden jewelry, gold watches, gold rings, and gold necklaces. The whole person can be described as dazzled by jewels and precious stones. He walked down the stairs and looked in the direction of Lin Yu. "I see you, little bro, stop hiding. The assembly is the day after tomorrow evening. You're a little too early." The middle-aged man spoke with a strong voice. Lin Yu still didn't dare to show his head. Although this middle-aged man doesn't look like the same kind of person as the previous schoolmate, Lin Yu doesn't dare to gamble. He hid behind a pillar and asked, "What kind of rally?" "I don't know." The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Oh, first time here." Calculating the time, it is indeed time for these newcomers to find the forum. As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu became even more confused. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I was just passing by here." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the middle-aged man smiled even more. "Young man, not to mention the way you sneaked in to scout the place, you're just like most of the newcomers I've met who know me for the first time. As a veteran, let me remind you that those of us who have participated in the death game cannot reveal the words death game to ordinary people. Not even a hint is allowed. If you have this thought, the next words you say will be stuck in your throat. The fact that I can chat with you so smoothly proves that you are indeed a player. The middle-aged man dressed in gold was speaking, while Lin Yu was still hiding behind the pillar. He felt that this middle-aged man did not deceive him. But precisely because they were all players, Lin Yu became even more vigilant. Players are always in opposition to each other. "Aren't you wary of me?" Lin Yu said in a low voice. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Young man, it seems that your novice copy is of a confrontational nature. In real life, there are rarely any confrontations between players and players. Everyone's life is saved, so why would they have to fight for their lives outside of the game? As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth." The middle-aged man's voice was deep and passionate, and sounded particularly convincing. Lin Yu believed him mostly, but still didn't trust him completely. He raised the lie detector in his hand. "Then swear that you won't hurt me." The middle-aged man was very surprised. "Ah. Swear it, please." He raised his right fist. "I have no ill will towards you and I have no intention of hurting you at all." Hearing what the middle-aged man said, Lin Yu released the button on the polygraph in his hand. Beep. The polygraph light came on green. Lin Yu finally relaxed his guard a little, but he didn't completely relax his guard. After all, there is still a possibility, that is, the middle-aged man in front of him is also lying to others with the truth. However, Lin Yu felt that such extremely low probability events could almost be ignored when considering them. He came out from behind the pillar. This made the uncle raise his eyebrows. "Oh, you're a pretty good-looking newbie. It only took you one day to find the forum, solve the puzzle, and locate the meeting address. You even knew to come here in advance to check out the venue. You're really a young person to be feared." Lin Yu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who still maintained his goodwill, and decided to be frank. "I really don't know anything about gatherings and puzzles." He said this sincerely. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then spoke. "Then how did you find this place?" "Someone gave me a card with this address on it." Lin Yu said this and took out the business card from his trouser pocket. Hearing this, the middle-aged man walked down quickly. Lin Yu looked at him very vigilantly, but the middle-aged man did not do anything out of line. He just picked up the business card and looked at it repeatedly. Afterwards, the middle-aged man handed the business card back to Lin Yu and couldn't help muttering, "It's really strange. How could this man just give the address of the assembly to a newcomer like you? Is it possible that some organization is trying to win you over? But this is a strange way to win someone over." The middle-aged man muttered, and Lin Yu frowned. "So, what exactly does this assembly refer to?" When Lin Yu said this, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment. "Well, although the newcomer doesn't know your background, since you don't even know these common sense, I will explain them to you. Anyway, you can find the answers to these questions as long as you find a forum. Now I'm telling you for free, so consider it as a favor from me." Lin Yu felt helpless when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "You make this matter sound so worthless. Do you really want me to owe you a favor?" "Haha, sincerity is my ultimate weapon," the middle-aged man said with a smile, and then his expression became solemn. "Anyway, let me ask you a question first. Rookie, what do you think is the standard for measuring the strength of a death game player?" Strength standard. As a new player who had just experienced the game once, Lin Yu was naturally a little confused. But he still made a tentative guess based on his experience from his only game. Professional intensity. That is relevant, but for most people, the strength of the profession is only a small part. After all, the strength of the profession is not absolute depending on the dungeon. The middle-aged man shook his finger. Lin Yu thought about it and made another guess. Could it be the number of copies of the game that have been completed? Lin Yu pondered and guessed. That's not wrong, but it's not a hard indicator. Many guys who have completed 7 or 8 dungeons may not be able to beat a super newbie who has completed 2 dungeons. The middle-aged man touched his chin, and the gold label watch with diamonds on his wrist made Lin Yu feel dizzy. "For a newcomer like you, there is actually only one metric to measure, that is the number of props." The middle-aged man said this and looked at Lin Yu. "Young man, the gun in your hand should be a prop. You are lucky to get such a powerful prop as a reward in the first copy. Of course, I am afraid that your strength is even better." As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly but did not deny it. He had a vague guess in his mind. "So, these items can be traded between players, right? The gathering is the place where players trade these items with each other." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Newbie, you are really perceptive. You understood it right away. Yes, this is Jiangqing's largest and most reliable offline gathering point. All Jiangqing's death game players will exchange tradable items in the game here." The middle-aged man said. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. "Does the transaction use money?" "It's very free. You can use real money if you want. After all, there are always people who are very strong in the death game, but have a miserable life in real life, so it's inevitable that they want to use this game to change their lives. But in most cases, people still prefer to trade with forum points." The middle-aged man said this, and Lin Yu frowned. "Forum points? Isn't that forum just a website where people discuss strategy?" As Lin Yu spoke, the middle-aged man laughed. "You are really a newbie who knows nothing. Well, add me on WeChat and I will send you to the forum." He took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from his trouser pocket. It was a series of elderly phones that were mainly sold in flower-themed areas. He opened WeChat and Lin Yu scanned his code. The middle-aged uncle's WeChat name is Harmony Brings Wealth, and his avatar is a statue of a simple-minded golden toad, which surprisingly resembles him. "Okay, young man, I've sent you the installation package. Once you've installed it, fill in my WeChat ID as the inviter. Then go back to the forum and check it out for yourself. The rally is the day after tomorrow, so don't stand here. If someone sees you talking to me, you might get into trouble." As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. "Brother, Harmony Brings Wealth, do you have many enemies?" The middle-aged man laughed. "If you go through a few more dungeons, you will also have enemies. How come you didn't meet anyone you made enemies with in the rookie dungeons? There are no brothers at the gambling table. In this game where life is the stake, it is too easy for people to bear grudges against each other." Lin Yu nodded silently. In his mind, he recalled the faces of Yulonghua, Yao Jingye, Bao Lu, Su Xiaomei, and Xia Yu. I have to say, if any of these people survived, they would probably hate him to the core and would never stop fighting until he died. Especially those two guys Yulonghua and Xia Yu. It's really tricky to think about it. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to speak again. Brother, it shouldn't be possible for people who died in the game to be resurrected, right? Of course, the death game is your last chance, so you must cherish it. I believe in fate very much. It is also fate that you came here to see me today. The harmony brings wealth, Uncle patted Lin Yu's shoulder. I hope I can see you at the rally the day after tomorrow and the rally next week. I hope so. Lin Yu said this and turned to say goodbye to the middle-aged man. Then he came to the intersection, rode his bicycle, and quickly returned home. By this time, it was already dark and everything was silent. But after opening the door, Lin Yu suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him in the darkness. What's going on? Could it be the mysterious school girl from before? No, the height is not the same. Could it be her accomplice? Or is he the enemy of that middle-aged man? Or maybe just other players? Lin Yu was greatly shocked, and immediately reached out and summoned out a prop pistol, pressing it against the abdomen of the figure that was rushing towards him. But the next moment, a familiar smell of shampoo entered my nose. Then came a sharp pain in the ear. Ouch! It hurts! Lin Yu screamed. Bang! The girl who was pulling Lin Yu's ear turned on the light in the living room with a very unfriendly look on her face. Xiao Yu, you've really made progress. You didn't come back until after 11 o'clock for 2 consecutive days. The round-faced girl with short hair and loose home clothes asked in a stern voice. Lin Yu raised his hands and begged for mercy. Sister, please forgive me, I was rehearsing yesterday and having a dinner party today. The girl in front of him was Lin Yu's only nemesis, his sister Lin Zhao. Although she is only 5 years older than Lin Yu, the siblings' parents disappeared when they were young. Over the years, Lin Zhao, from working part-time to dropping out of school to open a shop to earn money to support Lin Yu's schooling, has become almost the same as Lin Yu's mother. Although Lin Yu doesn't care about anyone, he is only worried about his sister. Bullshit, I just met your club president in the store, and she said your club didn't have any dinner at all. Lin Zhao's voice rose 8 degrees, you've all learned to lie now, right? As he spoke, Lin Zhao stood on tiptoe and snatched the revolver from Lin Yu's hand. And you're holding a gun, are you planning to shoot me? I brought back the club's props to get a feel for them, Lin Yu said carefully. Just now, you jumped out of the darkness and scared me, so I took it out to give myself courage. Lin Zhao felt helpless when he heard Lin Yu's words. Okay, so where the hell were you going tonight? Looking at his sister, Lin Yu opened his mouth. He didn't want to lie to the old lady, but as the middle-aged man said, the game of death thing is simply unspeakable. It was as if some mysterious force blocked his mouth. In the end, Lin Yu could only speak with a smile. The character I played this time had a life and death experience, and I was a little too immersed in the role, so I rode my bike to the riverside to relax. I lied because I was afraid you would worry. After the game of death, Lin Yu realized that his acting skills had indeed improved to a near qualitative level. Not just today's performance. He even became more and more adept at applying his acting skills to his daily life. No, it's not so much an enhancement as an. The game of death gave him a reminder, reminding Lin Yu that in reality, you can also use your acting skills to do these things. For example, telling a white lie to your sister. Faced with Lin Yu's sincere words, Lin Zhao naturally had no doubts at all. The original anger turned into concern. Then Xiao Yu, you should go back and rest. Don't be so serious about acting. Let's take a break. I have my own shop now and can support you. In the past, although as an experiential actor, Lin Yu had to completely immerse himself in the role when acting, and he often found himself lost in the role. Lin Zhao had also witnessed that state. Especially after seeing a few short videos online and hearing the news that a well-known movie star committed suicide because he was too immersed in the role and couldn't get out of it, Lin Zhao was naturally very afraid of such things. Lin Yu's only relative in the world is Lin Zhao, and isn't Lin Zhao also Lin Yu? Looking at her sister Lin Zhao's concerned eyes, Lin Yu returned to the room. While he felt relieved, he also felt somewhat guilty. People are really hypocritical. Or maybe those who can enter the death game are all first-rate egoists. Lin Yu muttered and complained. He cheated in the game of death, and killed 5 people by setting up a trap, and even killed 2 of them with his own hands, but he only had some feelings about it. But I lied to my loved ones and looked at their cautious expressions. Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. However, Lin Yu was not so hypocritical as to blame himself for this. He is a very non-self-defeating guy. In the final analysis, it's all this weird death game and the guy who killed me. At the rally tomorrow, we must catch her and see if we can use the rally to improve our lives. Lin Yu secretly made up his mind. After Lin Yu had this idea, without hesitation, he locked the door and opened the installation package sent by Harmony Brings Wealth. After Lin Yu clicked to install, a brand new app icon appeared on the desktop, which was completely black. The name is also very simple, with only 2 words, Forum. It's really called Forum, Lin Yu couldn't help muttering. I thought it was some kind of pseudonym. Complaints aside, Lin Yu has to admit that the name and icon of this app are indeed mysterious and high-end. He clicked on the icon, and then the style was still extremely simple. It was all black, with only an input box in the middle without any prompts. If it weren't for the flashing white cursor prompting Lin Yu to input something, he would have suspected that his phone screen was black. Click on the input box and the floating keyboard will appear. Although there was no text telling Lin Yu what to enter, Lin Yu recalled the words of the Harmony Brings Wealth, Uncle, invite me to fill in my WeChat ID. He filled in the WeChat ID of the uncle who said, Harmony Brings Wealth. Really? Next, the input box flashed twice and changed into 2 characters. Welcome. Then, another new input box appeared, but this time there was a prompt. Enter your nickname and account number. Lin Yu thought about it and did not choose to use his WeChat ID as an account like the uncle, Harmony Brings Wealth. Lin Yu entered the account number, Stanislavski 1938. This is the English spelling of the name of his favorite screenwriter and drama theorist, and the 1938 at the end is the year this master of drama passed away suddenly. Afterwards, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment over the nickname. Finally, he typed 2 words. Director. Originally, I wanted to enter actor, but Lin Yu felt that might reveal too much about himself. Although from a rational point of view, it is almost impossible to determine one's identity or anything else with these 2 words. But if he could take a few more detours, Lin Yu would feel more at ease, so why not do it? After doing this, the input box flashes again. Soon, new words emerged. Welcome to the forum. The text disappeared, and then a very simple forum interface appeared. The forum only has 4 major sections: announcement, discussion, strategy, and reward. Lin Yu checked it out and found that the announcement was just like an ordinary forum, filled with a lot of content about how long a certain user would be banned. Most of the posts were not very informative, only a few of them, such as, permanently restricting members of XX organization from logging into the forum, aroused some interest in Lin Yu. It seems that the management organization of this forum is not completely neutral. Lin Yu muttered. He also silently memorized the names of the organizations that were restricted from logging in. The top 3 are Psychological Society, Freedom Alliance, and Predator. The Predator does not look like a good guy, but the other 2 make Lin Yu a little confused about the tendency of this forum. Moreover, in the pinned announcement, there are only 3 rules about the forum: no personal attacks, no spreading of rumors, and no publishing of irrelevant information. It didn't even explain why members of the 3 organizations were banned from the forum. Is it a continuous large-scale verbal battle? Lin Yu didn't know. But these are not important. Lin Yu continued to browse the forum. In that discussion section, many posts were constantly pushed up, but Lin Yu was confused after seeing the titles. Rational discussion: can the strength of the 2 professional tasks after completion be comparable to the exclusive items? Is the rule-based profession, villain, the most useless one among the pure, survival professions? Boss, I really want to know how long does the ability of the referee take effect in reality? Looking to exchange powerful offensive items, if interested, please PM me. Who is stronger in a one-on-one fight, the general or the grandmaster? Haiqing, female, newcomer, looking for a guide. Can be verified by video. Lin Yu seemed to understand each post. He could vaguely sketch out the portraits of other players, but he couldn't fully understand them. Let's take a look at the strategy first. Lin Yu muttered to himself and opened the next section of the forum. And opened the strategy section. Lin Yu was shocked. As soon as he opened the strategy section, Lin Yu noticed a post pinned at the top and marked in red. A must-read guide for beginners. Lin Yu clicked it immediately. His movements were very quick. After reading this post, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a must-see for newcomers. Clearly organized, it answered almost all of his questions. It is better to say that any questions that a newcomer may have are covered in it. The post consists of 3 parts, about the death game, about the forum itself, and suggestions on how to get along with other players. The first part is about the game of death. The author of this guide also wrote about this part, and most of it is just everyone's guesses. There are many different opinions about the origin of the death game, and even many organizations were formed because of different interpretations of this issue. The more mainstream view at present is that this game was created by God to give them another chance. All players participating in the game are people who have died once. Each time you clear a copy, you can live 7 more days. Within 7 days, when the copy is about to open, there will be new hints written in blood, telling players how to enter the next game copy. Players can join another player's game through special team props to escape their original copy. In the dungeon, players have the opportunity to obtain props. As the uncle of Harmony Brings Wealth said, the number of props is an important criterion for measuring the strength of novice players in the early stages. The author also mentioned that after players leave the novice period, there will be a test called upgrade. Players who pass the test will have a huge difference in strength compared to other players. But the author seems to be afraid of misleading newcomers and does not elaborate on how to upgrade. But no matter how powerful a player is, he cannot escape the weekly copy. Although there are some special props that allow people to perform additional copies, performing additional copies in advance will not refresh the 7-day countdown. Lin Yu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw this. Although it was expected. But knowing that this has to happen once a week still gave Lin Yu a headache. Does this count as a fresh start? Having to think about this death game every week must take up a lot of energy. Lin Yu even wanted to complain to the gods who wrote the blood words about false advertising. But Lin Yu finally calmed down. It's not just because this life was picked up for free, no matter how you look at it, but also because when Lin Yu looks at this forum, he has a feeling that it's not mine anyway. Perhaps this is also the meaning of the forum. Lin Yu felt much better when he thought that there are so many people in this world who are being tortured like this. The following guide mentions some useful information in the death game. For example, the types of profession and copy. Every player will awaken a profession, which is their greatest reliance for surviving in the death game. And occupations are also divided into types. For example, the simplest and crudest enhancement type can greatly enhance a certain ability. There are also information type and rule type related to the game itself. The former can obtain key information in certain games, while the latter can make some changes to the rules of the game. There are also skill types that gain a certain specific ability. In addition, there are also special types that are difficult to define. There are only 2 types of jobs, normal job and unique job. The method of distinguishing is also very simple. Ordinary occupations may be repeated, but unique occupations will hardly be repeated. However, there is no saying that unique profession is definitely stronger than ordinary professions. The professional abilities of the unique profession are often very complex and unique. The owners are also extremely rare. Most of the unique professions can be classified as special types. When Lin Yu saw this, he understood something. In my first game, I saw all the job types. Soldiers and otakus are enhanced. Teachers are information-based. Ruffians are the most typical rule-based ones. Thief and veterinarian are skill type. As for his own trickster, not only is it a special type, it's also an extremely rare, unique profession. Because the professions he saw in this first game were so complete, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh that he was lucky. His professional ability combined with this strategy With this information, it becomes much easier to commit fraud. Next, I need to find more strategy posts and memorize the abilities of a few more professions. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. He was extremely grateful to the creator of this forum. In this case, as long as it is used properly. In future copies, he can be almost any profession he wants. You no longer have to rack your brains like you did the first time you made up a detective story. You can just use the ready-made one. It would be better to say that Lin Yu felt that he might only be able to use ready-made ones in the future. After all, most players must have visited the forum. If you tell us a profession, as long as it is not your only profession, everyone will definitely know what your abilities are. However, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to look at the summary guides of other professional abilities immediately. He continued to read this must-read for newbies guide. After all, next. This guide also introduces several types of game copies. Just like the classification of professions, these are classified by players themselves and do not come from the official statement of the game. According to the clearance conditions and main difficulties of several game copies. The types of game copies are mainly divided into the following categories: confrontation, survival, puzzle solving, and fighting. Confrontation, as the name suggests, is a copy that mainly involves confrontation between people. The conditions for passing it are often based on defeating the enemy player camp or annihilating all other people. The conditions for passing survival are mostly to stay alive and survive for a certain period of time in the dungeon. These dungeons either have extreme environments or a powerful and terrifying existence that is almost invincible but moves in a regular pattern. The puzzle type requires you to solve a certain puzzle to pass the level. This type of game sounds the simplest, but it often has an instant death mechanism, and the actual mortality rate is not low at all. As for fighting, it is the simplest and most brutal one. There are monsters in this kind of copy, but these monsters can be defeated. I see. After reading this newbie's guide, Lin Yu felt that he had a better understanding of the death game. Because of the profession of fraudster, the more Lin Yu understands about this game, the stronger he will become. It's a pity that I don't know what level up is, otherwise I might be able to play a more powerful master. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. After reading this beginner's guide, he also downloaded several other guides and read them carefully. Soon, Lin Yu also figured out a lot of things beyond the death game. For example, the rally the day after tomorrow. Just as the uncle of Harmony Brings Wealth said, the rally and this forum are inseparable. You can earn forum points through transactions. The reason why forum points are hard currency is that at the beginning these points can be used to post bounties on the forum. You can use points to pay for entrusting others to guide you through a copy or asking for information. The forum itself also provides a service for exchanging points for RMB. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 RMB. But on the other hand, players cannot obtain points by recharging RMB. If you want to get points from the official forum, besides getting them from others, you can only do so by posting posts with contributions or completing the commissions issued by the official forum. Among them, on the reward list, there are many reward tasks and reward personnel officially released by the forum. Lin Yu felt that these were too far away from him, so he did not learn more about them. What he focused on understanding was the rally itself. There are different gathering places in different cities. These gatherings are not officially organized by the forum. Most of them are organized by local organizations within some cities. After being officially certified by the forum, they can be released and promoted by the forum. Of course, there are also some spontaneous and irregular small-scale gatherings that are not recognized by the forum. However, whether it is safe or necessary to participate is up to the players who see the information to judge for themselves. Although if someone kills and robs in this way, it seems that they will be blacklisted by the forum and may also be targeted by an organization called administrators. But since the victim has lost his life, the subsequent punishment is of little significance to him. Fortunately, the address Lin Yu received that day was indeed their Jiangqing's official meeting point, certified by the forum. The information recorded above is also correct in time. There is even information about the person in charge of this rally, a person named Tycoon. Lin Yu intuitively felt that this Tycoon was probably the uncle whose WeChat ID was that he had met. You know what, the name he chose is quite in line with his temperament. Lin Yu muttered. After reading these guides, Lin Yu also fell into a deep sleep on the bed. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up from bed. Although there were 2 general education classes today, Lin Yu, who was not interested in entrepreneurship guidance for college students, took a whole day off and stayed at home to continue studying the strategy. After careful consideration, an idea came to Lin Yu's mind. An idea to use this rally to make money and compensate Sister Lin Zhao. Now that this game exists, my life can no longer be as peaceful as before. Then why not make good use of it to make some money to improve the lives of me and my sister? Lin Yu let out a breath and looked determined. If you want to make money, the easiest way is to sell props at the rally. After all, join the copy of the death game. Even if you have an arsenal in reality, you can't bring it in. Someone has done an experiment and found that once you enter the game, the only things you can bring in are the clothes on your body. Issuing cards is already the limit. Food, water, or even things like paper, pens, and lighters in pockets cannot be brought in. Even the clothes themselves have restrictions. If you wear a bulletproof vest or clothes that obviously have special functions, you may be stripped naked when you enter the game. Therefore, props are very valuable in this game. Imagine if you were in a survival dungeon where finding food was the main difficulty. If Lin Yu had brought out a lot of bread and water from the novice dungeon before, wouldn't the difficulty of this dungeon be greatly reduced for him? Not to mention many weapon-type props that can greatly enhance combat effectiveness. Even though there are quite a few enhancement jobs, many of them are enhancements like otaku. A profession like soldier that can greatly improve frontal combat power is very popular no matter where it is placed, and is the object of competition among major organizations. If other professionals want to improve their combat effectiveness, it is best to rely on props. Lin Yu has a deep understanding of this. The sure-hit revolver in his hand gave Lin Yu great confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to that address alone yesterday to find out what was going on. So, a sharper, better-looking tool hatchet can easily be sold for more than 100 credit points. Hundreds of credit points. That's literally tens of thousands of RMB. If you are lucky enough to meet a player who is in urgent need of suitable weapons and props, you may even be able to sell it for hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In the first dungeon, there are so many exquisite werewolf weapons. It's a pity that I didn't bring much with me. Lin Yu is not stupid enough to plan to sell his most trusted trump card, the guaranteed hit revolver. Although Lin Yu estimated the price of this thing based on the auction information mentioned in the forum post, it might be more than 1 million. But Lin Yu still doesn't plan to sell it. Making money is important, but it is not enough to risk your life for it. As for the lie detector, this thing is not expensive, the most important thing is. This thing is very consistent with Lin Yu's professional ability as a trickster. When Lin Yu was forced into a desperate situation by the madman Yu Longhua in the novice copy, he was able to change his fate and achieve rewinding through fraud. This was partly due to the help of this magical lie detector, which allowed his most unbelievable words to be turned into the truth that was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if it won't be used in the future, Lin Yu doesn't plan to sell this hero so easily. And if these 2 props are not sold, Lin Yu still didn't intend to give up just like that, and took advantage of this rally to make money. He has come up with a brilliant idea. Now the purchase is complete. Lin Yu walked out of Jiangqing's small commodity street, carrying a heavy school bag, with a look of joy of harvest on his face. This was the first step in completing his plan. Next steps. It's time for step 2. Lin Yu opened his mobile phone and found the Penguin account of President Shen Bingmiao. Boss, can you do me a favor? Shen Bingmiao quickly replied with a. Her Penguin nickname is Jiao Shui. Jiao Shui, you don't want to come to the club and still want to order me around. Jiao Shui, last night your sister said that you went to a club dinner. You are using us as a shield, right? Jiao Shui, did you go to see your girlfriend? Speak. Jiao Shui, sure, Lin Yu, you are such a big shot, you are directly dating your fans privately, right? Jiao Shui, drama club is not your springboard for monthly visits. A barrage of messages from Shen Bingmiao popped up, mixed with a variety of extremely aggressive panda head emoticons. Lin Yu ignored Shen Bingmiao's crazy messages and many emoticons, and continued typing to express his demands. Help me find someone. Chen Jua, male, high school student, probably from Jiangqing judging by his accent. Likes to watch anime, a typical otaku. Can you help me get him out? Lin Yu finished typing, and Shen Bingmiao's message bombardment stopped. Soon, Shen Bingmiao received a voice call directly. Did this high school student offend you? Shen Bingmiao asked directly. Yes, he tricked me into playing games, and then leaked my information. I wanted to fight back, but my skills were not good enough, and I only found out that his real name was Chen Jua. Across the screen, Lin Yu's lying became more and more skillful. I understand. I hate people who cheat others in the game and then open the box. I will punish him for you. Shen Bingmiao hung up the phone. Lin Yu waited for a few minutes with his bag on his back, and soon received a message from Shen Bingmiao. That's a file package. After clicking on it, all of Chen Jua's household information was there, from his ID number to his home address to various social media accounts. This guy's penguin nickname is, "It's great to fall in love with AI." When Lin Yu saw this, he felt that he could confirm that it was the real person without even looking at the photo. Shen Bingmiao sent a message. Jiao Shui, is this Chen Jua? Yes, thank you. Jiao Shui, how are you going to deal with him? Do you need me to help you hack his account? No need, I think he is from Jiangqing, so I plan to interview him offline. After replying to the president, Lin Yu let out a breath. Chen Jua was indeed from Jiangqing. He had felt that he was from Jiangqing because of his accent when he spoke. And although Chen Jua was wearing a t-shirt with anime beauties printed on it, he was wearing sweatpants. It looks very much like the school uniform pants of Jiangqing Middle School. Although this thing is pretty much the same across the country, there are still some regional differences. Lin Yu recalled it and felt that what Chen Jua was wearing at that time looked too much like what he wore from Jiangqing High School. Since you are from Jiangqing, it will save you a lot of trouble. Although assuming that Chen Jua is not from Jiangqing, it will not have much impact on Lin Yu's next plan. At worst, he could communicate with Chen Jua online. And it would be great if I could meet Chen Jua offline. I didn't expect this little fat boy from Jiangqing No. 6 Middle School to have good grades. Looking at Chen Jua's school, Lin Yu muttered. This high school is considered to be in the first tier in Jiangqing. Although it is not the best, its annual undergraduate admission rate is also very impressive. Every few years, there would be a student who would be admitted to the 2 top universities in the country. If you're lucky, you can get 2 in one session. Lin Yu carried his school bag and rode his bicycle, heading straight for Jiangqing No. 6 Middle School. Jiangqing No. 6 Middle School is not close to Lin Yu's home, but Lin Yu started from the small commodity street which is almost in the center of Jiangqing. This place is not far from anywhere in Jiangqing. Lin Yu rode for about 20 minutes and arrived at the gate of Jiangqing No. 6 Middle School. After parking his bicycle at the parking area in front of the school gate, Lin Yu walked towards the message room with his bag on his back and a smile on his face. Hello, uncle. I am a college student at Jiangqing Media. My cousin is in class 25 of senior 6 middle school. He left his exercise book at home and he was afraid of being checked, so I brought it to him. Lin Yu said as he took out his student card from his school bag. The security guard in the message room took a quick look and saw Lin Yu's ID and face. Naturally, the security guard had no suspicion of this sunny and cheerful college student who had no bad intentions. What's more, it's Friday afternoon, it's broad daylight, and the security guard is a little lazy. Go ahead. You don't even need to register. The security guard picked up the remote control and opened the school gate a little. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu to go in quickly. Lin Yu smiled, nodded, and went over. Thank you, sir. Afterwards, Lin Yu jogged across the playground with his bag on his back and headed straight for the teaching building. It was class time and there were no other students on the playground except for a few classes having physical education classes. Lin Yu walked around the teaching building twice and quickly found the pattern of class arrangement in the teaching building of No. 6 Middle School. The first and second floors are for the 10 senior classes, and the third and fourth floors are for the second year of high school. So it's at the end of the third floor, class 5 of senior 2. Lin Yu found the classroom of Class 5, Grade 2 very easily. But when he looked inside through the window, Lin Yu was a little dumbfounded. The classroom is empty, there is no one. Ah. Lin Yu quickly opened the door and walked in front of the podium. Then he saw the content of this lesson on the schedule, physical education. Lin Yu felt a little helpless. So they are really the classes doing physical education on the playground. If I had known, I wouldn't have run so far. Lin Yu turned back somewhat helplessly and walked out of the teaching building. Soon, he returned to the playground and began to look for Chen Zhuo. After searching for a while without any results, Lin Yu was not ignorant of flexibility and simply grabbed two students who looked friendly and started asking them. "Hello, classmate, where is the class for grade 2 to 5? Two high school girls wearing loose blue and white high school uniforms, with neat thick bangs and wearing black framed glasses that looked a bit rustic. Being stopped by Lin Yu, the face of the drama club, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. "We are from Class 5, Grade 2, the taller girl on the right said in a low voice. "May I ask what can I do for you?" "You are from Class 5, Grade 2. "That's great," Lin Yu said with a smile. "I'm Chen Zhuo's brother. I'm here to give Chen Zhuo something." As Lin Yu spoke, the two girls blinked. Chen Zhuo's brother. Their faces were filled with suspicion. Looking at their expressions, Lin Yu smiled helplessly again. "Well, it's my cousin." Under the guidance of the two girls, Lin Yu quickly found where Chen Zhuo was. He was just taken to the toilet on the first floor by some boys in the class. Lin Yu returned to the main teaching building from the playground. Before he even approached the men's restroom, he heard a noisy sound coming from inside. "You're capable, aren't you? I asked you to buy a bottle of drink, why are you making so much trouble? I really don't understand what you are pulling for." Lin Yu leaned his head out and saw Chen Zhuo being surrounded by four boys in the corner of the toilet. Chen Zhuo squatted on the ground, holding his head in silence, allowing the boys to punch and kick him and throw water-soaked toilet paper on his head. He looked very embarrassed. School bullying. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little angry. Lin Yu has always been disgusted with this kind of bullying of the weak. "Hey, stop it." Lin Yu walked into the bathroom and the four boys immediately turned their heads. They saw that Lin Yu seemed to be a bit older and didn't look like a high school student, so they immediately dispersed and looked at Lin Yu with a grin. "Teacher, we are just joking." Lin Yu looked at them coldly, and asked in a serious voice, "Which class are you from?" The four tall boys wearing expensive sneakers suddenly felt something was wrong and ran out. Lin Yu didn't stop them and let the four boys run away. After all, he sneaked in using a fake identity. Then he looked at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo also looked up at Lin Yu, blinked, and wiped the water stains off his face. "Master Administrator, how did you find this place?" Lin Yu shrugged. "I'm the administrator, of course I have my own way." Chen Zhuo patted the stains on his body and stood up, looking a little restrained. Lin Yu looked at his miserable appearance and sighed. "Why don't you resist? Even if you have been submissive before, now that you have participated in the death game and have died once, why not be braver?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Chen Zhuo was a little embarrassed. He said, "It's useless to resist. I can't beat the four administrators. You are handsome and probably have good grades. You definitely don't understand. It's useless to resist this kind of thing." Chen Zhuo said helplessly, spreading his hands, "It's already the second year of high school anyway, just bear with it for a while and it will be almost over. If I had the ability of a soldier, I would have definitely rebelled directly, but unfortunately, my profession is just a nerd. Of course, having a profession is definitely better than having no profession. I can recover faster after getting hit now." Chen Zhuo pointed optimistically to the red area on his body where he was beaten. The swelling was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After listening to Chen Zhuo's words, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. "The power that death game gives you is not only a profession, but also props. What if you have a gear powerful enough to give you enormous power?" Lin Yu spoke. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes became firm. "Then I have all the props, so how can I still be bullied by others?" Chen Zhuo said in a firm voice. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, wait a moment then." As Lin Yu spoke, he turned around and took out a baton and a bottle of light blue liquid in an exquisite glass bottle from his school bag. This is the item baton and the item agility potion. The former, as the name suggests, is just a baton that can be stored in your prop space. Its function is no different from an ordinary baton. As for this agility potion, after taking it, it can greatly improve your reaction speed and mobility within an hour. Lin Yu stuffed the two props into Chenjua's hands. Chenjua was a little stunned. Eh? Administrator, what are you doing? Lin Yu patted Chenjua on the shoulder and said, "This is a gift from me as an administrator. See if you can use it. Instructions should pop up," Lin Yu said in a natural tone. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu felt the power of belief emerged in Chenjua. Afterwards, what Lin Yu had just said came true again. This was also the first time that Lin Yu activated the ability of trickster in reality. Chenjua opened his palms with some surprise, and his baton and potion disappeared into his palms. "Really, admin, thank you for your generosity." Lin Yu nodded slightly and pointed outside the toilet door. "Go ahead, Chenjua, now you have the power, go do what you want to do." Chenjua nodded seriously, then he summoned the baton and potion again. Chenjua unscrewed the potion and drank it all in one gulp. It actually tastes like blueberry, and it's really delicious. He threw the bottle away and then felt full of strength. Looking at Lin Yu's expectant eyes, Chenjua became even more ruthless. Chenjua rushed out of the toilet with the baton in hand and then yelled loudly. "Hey, you guys!" Lin Yu stayed in the bathroom, washed his hands gracefully, listened to the noisy fighting and scolding outside, and felt very satisfied. The baton and medicine were, of course, fake. The former is bought directly from the small commodity street, while the latter is mixed by buying food coloring and flavoring from the small commodity street. This is also the purpose of Lin Yu coming to Chenjua. He wants to deceive Chenjua and mobilize his own fraudster ability to achieve the effect of turning these fakes into real goods. After all, if he used his abilities at the rally, Lin Yu was afraid that those old players would be able to tell with their sharp eyes that he was a fake. But it's different for Chenjua, the inexperienced rookie. Now try it out. It really is feasible. Moreover, it just happened that Chenjua was being bullied, and he took advantage of this fraud to help Chenjua. Lin Yu was naturally very satisfied. A few minutes later, Lin Yu walked out of the bathroom and saw Chenjua leaning against the wall, panting. Several tall school bullies fell to the ground, looking somewhat painful. They looked at Chenjua in disbelief. The clumsy little fat boy in the past was now dodging and moving swiftly, beating them so hard that they cried out in pain. At this moment, Chenjua was also holding a baton and spoke in a cold and condescending voice. "I didn't bother with you guys before, but today I just can't stand it anymore. I suggest you avoid me next time you see me." After Chenjua finished speaking, he quickly walked towards Lin Yu. He showed a sincere expression again. "Thank you, admin. It felt really good just now. You gave me potions and props without my permission, isn't that against the rules?" Chenjua said with some concern. Lin Yu waved his hand. No, those are my own props. It is normal for me to give them to you as a player. It has nothing to do with the administrator." As he spoke, Lin Yu opened the backpack on his back, revealing more batons and bottles and jars inside. "I have a lot of little props like this." Lin Yu said goodbye to Chenjua, who had become completely confident. After experiencing between life and death, and the bizarre death game, Chenjua has actually undergone some transformation. However, his habitual thinking still made him dare not resist. With Lin Yu's little help, even if the potion has been used up and even if those school bullies may not be convinced. But Chenjua probably won't be bullied anymore in the future. Lin Yu was also satisfied with this. Although the original purpose was to complete the fraud, judging from the result, it was a good thing. Of course, compared to Chenjua, Lin Yu himself gained more. The baton and potions in the backpack have been transformed into real game props under Chenjua's trust. Lin Yu was even somewhat glad that he arrived at the right time and happened to see Chenjua being bullied. Otherwise, Chenjua probably wouldn't have believed his own fraud so naturally. After all, it was too abrupt for me to give Chenjua some gaming props for no reason. Although Chenjua might not disbelieve it, but with doubts in his heart, the degree of belief would be greatly reduced, and the effect of coming true might not be good. In this case, it is probably impossible to make all the props real. After all, Lin Yu can feel. Chen Zhuo's belief in converting all the props in his backpack into real ones was already a bit of a stretch. It seems that I have to go to this rally. Besides Chen Zhuo, I have to find some other players who are easy to deceive so that I can gain their trust in the future. Lin Yu muttered. Soon, Friday night arrived. The Jiangqing player gathering is about to begin. According to the instructions on the guide, Lin Yu, wearing a mask, a baseball cap and sunglasses, parked his bicycle far away from the abandoned restaurant and walked to the gathering site. Many players who participate in the death game have become psychologically distorted through one game after another. For them, killing and robbing is a very common method. In recent years, with the growth of the two fair and just organizations, Forum and Order, they have jointly formulated some conventional player codes and jointly created an administrator organization to punish players who violate the player codes. The content of the code is also very simple. For example, it prohibits players from using their abilities to commit crimes in real life, prohibits players from killing each other in real life, etc. The emergence of codes and managers has improved the atmosphere among players and greatly reduced malicious incidents. But you must always be on guard against others. The reduction in malicious incidents does not mean that they have been completely eliminated or disappeared. Although the Forum and Order are generally recognized as relatively powerful, and the subordinate organization, manager, is also composed of high-level experts from both organizations, it is still not strong enough. At least, it's not so strong that no one dares to commit a crime. Therefore, most guides still recommend that when attending offline gatherings, it is best to conceal your identity. It is better to say. Unless you are strong and confident enough, in most cases, it is best to conceal your identity as a player. When starting activities as a player, you should try to avoid exposing your identity as much as possible. Lin Yu listened to the advice, so before attending the rally, he naturally dressed fully armed and planned his route carefully. He went out at about 6 o'clock. But when we arrived at the door of the abandoned restaurant we had visited a few days ago, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu noticed that there were many guys around him who were dressed very similarly to him and acted suspiciously. People, with their faces covered with scarves, masks and even hoods made of different materials, walked silently towards the restaurant. Lin Yu understood. These must all be players. He walked silently among the crowd, and soon everyone lined up at the door. At the door, there were two tall and strong men wearing gangster masks and vests holding machines, responsible for scanning the code for entry. The code being scanned is naturally the background QR code of the Forum app. Because no one was making noise, efficiency was very high. The line looked quite long, but it was Lin Yu's turn very quickly. He imitated the person in front of him and showed his personal QR code from the background of his Forum app. Afterwards, beep. The thing, which was similar to the QR code payment machine in the supermarket, made a sound indicating pass. Then, a note printed out on top of the machine. Nickname, Director. This is Lin Yu's Forum ID. The sturdy man with a hood on his head who was guarding the door tore off the label and put it on Lin Yu's chest. Don't fight inside, just find a table and sit down. Don't lose the tags or you will be kicked out. The burly man who looked like a gangster seemed to realize that this was Lin Yu's first time here, and started to give him some advice. Lin Yu nodded, then walked in with his bag. The abandoned restaurant, which was clean but desolate a few days ago, is now completely bustling with activity. This restaurant is obviously full of experienced players. Many of them have already set up their stalls on the tables, placed the things they want to sell on the tables, and waited for others to choose. There were a few players who were mainly there for the buying purpose, strolling around these scattered stalls, and some of them started bargaining when they saw items they liked. Boss, how much do you sell this toolbox for? One price, 15 points. Why don't you go and rob me? I'm a student, can you give me a cheaper price? Haha, even if you're a beast, you can't do this. This trick won't work on me. Listening to these down-to-earth conversations, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head. Although I was a little nervous at the beginning. But after actually coming in, Lin Yu discovered. This so-called gathering was actually similar to the feeling of his afternoon stroll through the small commodity street. After all, it's just selling things. After realizing this, Lin Yu relaxed a lot and found a table. He began to lay out his batons and potions one by one. Afterwards, Lin Yu imitated the other stall owners and sat calmly behind the table, waiting for customers to come and ask for prices. But Lin Yu had just sat down and was about to play with his phone to kill time. He heard an eager voice asking for the price. "Brother, how much do you sell these batons for? If I buy all of them, can it be cheaper?" Lin Yu looked up and saw a masked young man with burning eyes. "It's better to pay cash for 10 points, it's cheaper that way." 10 o'clock. "Then I want all of them here," the masked young man said with golden eyes. But before he could take out his phone to pay, a voice interrupted him hurriedly. "Don't sell it to him, brother. I'll give you 13 points. Pay cash, you don't have to give me a discount." As soon as he finished speaking, an uncle wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat rushed over. The uncle in the fisherman's hat and mask spoke loudly and quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. "Someone's selling weapon-shaped items over there. It looks like a baton. Only 10 points for one hand. And you can pay in cash." Where did this philanthropist come from? All of a sudden, the players who were originally wandering around other stalls rushed over. The customers and other stall owners who were setting up their stalls were taken away. No one expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yu, because they all quickly packed up their stalls and ran towards Lin Yu. The weapon props are worth more than 10 points. If you miss it, it will be gone. In an instant, more than 10 people crowded in front of Lin Yu's stall. "Brother, I'll give you 15 points, cash. I'm 17. I want all 17 points. Who doesn't want it all?" Lin Yu looked at the players with burning eyes and felt that he had underestimated the temptation of weapons. This is even just a baton, not even a sharp weapon. The exchange rate between credit points and RMB is 1:100. In other words, 10 points is 1,000 renminbi. The batons that Lin Yu bought from the shopping street were not of very good quality, and were priced at 229 each. He bought 15 at once and bargained with the boss to 120 yuan each. He actually spent 1,800 yuan to get them. Of course, these 1,800 yuan were almost all of Lin Yu's savings at the time. Lin Zhao felt sorry for Lin Yu as he was already very busy with rehearsals and studies every day, and didn't want him to work. Lin Yu also felt sorry for Lin Zhao and didn't want to ask for more living expenses. Because the purchase price was not high, Lin Yu had already priced it as high as possible, knowing that weapon items were scarce. But he never expected. The price has almost doubled tenfold, but it's still lower. It's just an ordinary stick. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. After all, having a stick in a death game might save your life at a critical moment. These people who have experienced the death game. No one thinks that it is not worth spending thousands of dollars to buy insurance for their own life. And soon, someone shouted in surprise. "Hey, he has potions to sell later. Let me see, agility potion. This effect is too good to be true. I didn't expect you to have something good here, boss." Agility potion, after taking it, it can increase the player's reaction speed and action ability by 200% within 1 hour. Because the previous fraud against Qinzhuo was effective, all the fake props at this time have become real. Therefore, after these players picked up the props, there were naturally blood-lettered prop descriptions from the game officials. These people looked at Lin Yu with sharp eyes. "Boss, how do you sell this potion?" With the previous experience of the stick swinging, Lin Yu, who had originally planned to price the potion at 3 yuan a bottle, or sell it for 300 yuan, became a little uncertain. He touched his chin and asked tentatively, "Is this also 10 o'clock?" Sure enough, the price of 10 points still did not make these people retreat, but made them even more excited. "I'll take care of all of this." Don't always take care of everything. Are you so selfish? "Boss, I'll give you 15 points for the potion too." The noise was getting louder and louder, and they were almost about to fight in front of Lin Yu's stall. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from upstairs. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu raised his head and saw the "Harmony Brings Wealth" uncle whom he had met once before, still wearing a well-tailored suit, walking down from the second floor. The sound just now was the sound made by him hitting 2 gold ingots against each other. He walked down and said loudly, "It's quite lively here. It looks like a friend brought some good stuff." The people who had been arguing fiercely just now suddenly became silent and all looked at the uncle. "Tycoon. The tycoon is here." "You are here, Brother Hang." A few guys in the crowd who seemed to be somewhat familiar with the uncle greeted him in a very respectful tone. Lin Yu looked at this scene and understood. Sure enough, the uncle who said, "Harmony brings wealth," that I met yesterday was the tycoon mentioned in the forum. And he seems to have considerable prestige among these players. Yesterday I saw a guide on the forum that said, "Try not to reveal your identity," and I somewhat regretted exchanging contact information with this uncle. Although Lin Yu was cautious and used a small account, this undoubtedly increased his risk of being exposed. However, seeing that the uncle in front of him seemed to be respected by everyone, Lin Yu's worries were reduced a little. Certainly. This worry has not completely disappeared. The uncle who was called Tycoon by everyone walked up and came to Lin Yu's table. "Is this the good thing that caused you to cause a commotion? Isn't it just an ordinary baton? This potion is quite interesting. But it's not necessary for you to rob me like that," the tycoon said, looking at the crowd. The uncle with the mask and fisherman's hat was the first to speak with a smile. "Tycoon, the things are indeed ordinary things, but he sells them at a much lower price than normal. And there are so many of them." "Oh." The tycoon turned his head and looked at Lin Yu, as if he didn't recognize him, and asked, "How much do you sell these for?" "I originally envisioned that the price would be 10 points, and it would be cheaper if you paid in cash or bought in large quantities," Lin Yu answered truthfully. The tycoon shook his head and took out his phone to fiddle with it for a while. "It's really too low. Why is it sold at such a low price at one time? It must be difficult to get so many props, right? They all look similar in style, probably from a copy. Did you collect them and sell them? Or do you have an organization behind you?" Lin Yu was about to open his mouth to refute. The tycoon suddenly pointed at the screen of his mobile phone. Lin Yu understood and took out his mobile phone from under the table and glanced at it. "Newbie, I don't know how you got so many items at once, but you'd better say that there's an organization behind you." Lin Yu felt awe in his heart. He raised his head, looked at the tycoon gratefully, and nodded slightly. "I am indeed from an organization, but I am not comfortable revealing its name because the organization's boss is in urgent need of money, so we are selling the props we have saved. This is also why I need cash payment more," Lin Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the tycoon pretended to be thinking and spoke. "In that case, why not sell them all to me? I charge you 25 points for a baton and 20 points for a bottle of potion, which may still be slightly lower than the market price, but I can pay you in cash, so you won't be at a disadvantage." Having said that, the tycoon turned around and looked at the players. "After midnight tonight, I will put these up for sale on the forum. I won't raise the price, you guys have to compete with your speed, and each account is limited to buying 1 copy." The tycoon said this, and the players had no objections. "Since you said so. Okay, I'll do as you say." The tycoon turned to look at Lin Yu. "What do you think of this plan? If you and your organization have something you want to sell in Jiangqing in the future, you might as well consider cooperating with me, the tycoon. How about that?" Naturally, Lin Yu had no reason to refuse the tycoon. "All right, tycoon, just as you say." With the help of the tycoon, Lin Yu originally planned to practice selling the goods slowly throughout the night, but now he sold out all at once. Of course, even if there was no tycoon, Lin Yu should be able to sell out quickly given the popularity just now. But Lin Yu knew that it was the tycoon who was helping him. "After all, I am a newcomer whose background no one knows, and I suddenly took out such a bunch of low-priced props, which would easily attract people's attention." After Lin Yu sold all his things to the tycoon in one go. This undoubtedly reduces the attention paid to oneself to the lowest level. What's more, the tycoon paid the money and delivered the goods, which saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. 15 batons, 20 bottles of potion, a total of 775 forum points. The tycoon fulfilled his promise and conducted all transactions directly in RMB. For this purpose, the tycoon even invited Lin Yu to the second floor. The second floor of the original restaurant has now been converted into a luxurious office by the tycoon. Hello again, kid. The tycoon looked at Lin Yu with a smile. You recognized me. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even though Lin Yu was still wary and cautious of the tycoon at this moment, he still responded politely. The tycoon waved his hand. I didn't recognize you at first, but you're too young. The starting price for this baton prop in Jiangqing is 30 points. You just brought out 10 and quoted 10 points. I think about how you barged into my house yesterday. It's like a person walking up to me and seeing that, hey, the size seems to be pretty similar. Send a message and confirm it's you. The tycoon said. Lin Yu smiled and said, there's nothing I can do. Even if I read the guides on the forum, there are still many things I don't understand. That's true. You're a genuine novice who just passed the first dungeon, the tycoon sighed, but you're really awesome. You got more than 10 batons and 20 bottles of medicine in one dungeon. Yesterday you even had a pistol. Was your first dungeon a reward level? Just luck. Lin Yu said vaguely. The tycoon laughed when he saw Lin Yu's expression. Don't worry, you are so scared. Since you have read the forum, you should know that I, the tycoon, can host and be responsible for Jiangqing's offline gatherings. My character is definitely guaranteed. Even if your character is not guaranteed, I won't covet your money. Having said that, the tycoon picked up the phone directly. Received transfer, 70,000 yuan. Lin Yu's cell phone sent a notification. He was stunned for a moment. 70,000 yuan, you're going to give it just like that? The tycoon waved his hand and took out another paper bag. There's another 7,005 in here, new notes, take it. Yesterday I saw you were wearing cheap shoes and clothes, and you didn't look very old. Is this the first time you've made so much money? Put some new bills in your hands, and you'll feel good when you light them at home. The tycoon said with a smile. Lin Yu took the heavy paper bag and silently put it into his backpack. Thank you, you are quite good at judging people. Lin Yu felt helpless. Holding the heavy amount of more than 7,000 yuan in cash in my hand is indeed more satisfying than the previous transfer. Then I'll go back first. Thank you so much for your help. After Lin Yu thanked and said goodbye, he turned and left the second floor. This tycoon uncle is too good to me. If they were not in Jiangqing instead of a city in the southwest, and if this uncle looked very straight and had a gold wedding ring on his right ring finger, Lin Yu would almost doubt whether he was attracted by his handsome looks. But precisely because he couldn't think of a reason, Lin Yu became even more confused. Why on earth is this happening? And after Lin Yu left, the tycoon also stood up and stood by the window, quietly watching Lin Yu walk out of this gathering restaurant without looking back. Inside this office, a door opened and a tall, dark-skinned man walked out. Boss, why do you think so highly of this kid? Although it's rare for a newcomer to take out so many props at once, it's not something you value so much, right? The tycoon shook his head. I can feel that this kid has a temperament that is very similar to mine. His future is limitless. He is a rough gem worthy of my investment. The tycoon said with certainty, but the dark-skinned man didn't buy it. Stop talking nonsense, boss. You act like you are very good at judging people. Why is that? The tycoon sighed helplessly. Well, when this guy came yesterday, he showed me a business card with our address on it. I took a look and it should be from the Psychological Society. He was selected by the Psychological Society. Moreover, he was probably selected at the highest level. Psychological Society. The dark-skinned man exclaimed in a low voice, and then his expression became serious. Doesn't that mean that if this kid doesn't die young, he will at least reach the level of the third level? The tycoon nodded slowly. That's right, and his profession probably won't be too weak. No matter how lucky you are, it's impossible to get so many ordinary items in a novice copy. Lin Yu, who had already left, had no idea what the tycoon thought of him. Because it ended so quickly, it's not too late now. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with excitement about making money. Would you like to stop by and buy something for your sister? After all, many shopping malls in Jiangqing are still open at this time. Besides the excitement, of course. Lin Yu was also a little curious. What did the schoolmate, who killed me and left me a business card, want to do? Could it be that it was just to guide me to attend the rally and quickly integrate into the local circle of Jiangqing players? Before leaving, he walked around the restaurant twice. Even though everyone was wearing masks, Lin Yu did not find anyone suspected to be the murderer. There is no match in terms of body shape and temperament. While Lin Yu was thinking, behind him, there was a burst of laughter. Haha, not bad, Lin Yu, you are worthy of being the one we chose. Not only did he successfully pass the first instance, but he also made such a big splash at the first auction. Your potential is indeed immeasurable. Lin Yu turned around and saw a figure dressed in black and covered tightly in black appearing in the alley nearby. The man had a hoarse voice and seemed to be deliberately speaking in a low voice. Who are you? Lin Yu said coldly. When the man heard Lin Yu's question, he laughed in a low, hoarse voice. Haha, it doesn't matter who I am. But I can tell you that I am from the same organization as the beautiful girl who sent you into the death game and left you a business card. We are all members of the Psychological Society. Psychological Society. Hearing this name, Lin Yu understood. Isn't this the organization that was banned from accessing the forum yesterday? It's really not a good thing. Lin Yu silently reached into his arms and hid the revolver. Guaranteed hit revolver. After returning to reality, there is still only one bullet, but the number of bullets will be refreshed every day, unlike in the dungeon, where there is only one bullet in the entire game. Lin Yu did not fire the gun rashly or even draw his gun rashly. Although this bullet is very powerful. The other party has already introduced himself and said that he is from the same organization. And it was an organization specifically named by the forum. This means that the Psychological Society organization is not only very likely not a good thing, but also has a very high reputation, and is very likely to be large in scale and powerful. Let's take a step back. In addition to the unidentified men in black in front of them, their organization also has at least the madman who shot himself with a gun before. Therefore, Lin Yu decided to negotiate with the other party first. Who are you and why did you want to kill me before? Lin Yu asked coldly. The men in black laughed. Kill you? No, no, no. Our goal is not to kill you, but to make you join the death game. Because according to the organization's assessment, you have great potential, just as we expected, you were selected and passed the test successfully. Our organization is always looking for people with potential who have the ability to achieve extraordinary success in this game but have not yet joined the game. We will never allow them to waste their talents. When Lin Yu heard the excited words of the men in black, he became more certain that the people in this organization seemed to be mentally abnormal. You are such a bunch of psychopaths. No wonder the forum doesn't allow you to access it. The man in black was very disdainful when he heard Lin Yu's words. Forum. It's just a place for mediocre people to gather together for warmth. Well, we don't have much time. In order to avoid being disturbed by mediocre people, I'd better complete the task first. As he spoke, the men in black looked at Lin Yu. So, respected Mr. Lin Yu, what profession have you awakened? The men in black looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you? Not to mention that he had awakened the only profession, trickster, and this profession could not be told to anyone. Even if Lin Yu awakened other professions, he did not intend to tell the men in black and the Psychological Society. Because this is also a further evaluation, you'd better cooperate with us, otherwise. The man in black pulled out a dagger from his waist. I'm the only one who can interrogate you. Lin Yu looked at the black-clothed man's sharp dagger flashing with cold light, and instantly felt the danger again. What would happen if players participating in the death game were killed again in real life? The answer is immediate death. So, Lin Yu wanted to shoot almost instantly. But he resisted the urge. The man in black in front of him is his only clue now. This guy cannot die. What's more, although he took out a dagger, the threat should be greater. So, Lin Yu spoke in a cold voice. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to you giving it a try. Lin Yu put away his gun, bent down, and picked up half a floor tile from the ground with one hand. In old streets like this in the old city, many bricks on the ground are broken and loose, so they can be picked up with a light touch. The man in black was a little surprised when he saw Lin Yu's confident attitude. You don't seem to be afraid of fighting me head-on. Bricks don't have an advantage over daggers. Besides, you don't know my profession, right? It doesn't matter what your profession is, because the profession I awaken to is the most suitable for fighting. Soldier. Lin Yu said. He has made his choice. Faced with this unknown man in black, Lin Yu decided to pretend to be a soldier. After all, Yulonggua's abnormal fighting ability left a deep impression on Lin Yu. What's more, Lin Yu looked at the ability summary of those common professions yesterday. Among the common professions, the most suitable for single combat is the soldier, who can obtain all-round and greatly enhanced physical fitness. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Impossible, your real occupation and experience have almost nothing to do with soldier. We investigated you and found that you are a college student. Lin Yu laughed. It looks like you have never been to college. Don't you know that college requires military training? As he spoke, he weighed the brick in his hand without any hesitation and held it in front of him. Watch this, idiot, even if you hold a dagger, you can't compare to the blessing that the soldier brings to me. The black-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Lin Yu looked at the men in black, raised the arm holding the brick high, and without any holding back, slammed the brick towards his other arm. And as the bricks fell, Lin Yu felt that his words just now had come true. At this moment, the men in black believed that Lin Yu was a soldier because of his crazy behavior. After all, if he wasn't really confident, how could he have no hesitation in crippling one of his arms right before fighting someone? This is also Lin Yu's purpose. He deliberately raised the brick very high just to give the other party time to think and judge. Only in this way could he have belief in his heart. As for decisiveness and confidence, Lin Yu was of course acting it out. And he made the right bet. With the faith emerging from the men in black. At this moment, Lin Yu really became a soldier. He instantly felt that his physical fitness had increased exponentially. He was full of strength and his body was very light. Pa! The brick hit Lin Yu's forearm, and he felt a slight pain. However, the strengthened skin, muscles, and bones have improved Lin Yu's ability to withstand blows. The brick falling on him only caused a slight pain, but it was no big deal. But the brick hit Lin Yu's arm and broke into 2 pieces. Lin Yu looked at the men in black in front of him. Well, you already know my profession. Since you just admitted that you and the guy who killed me are from the same organization, then it is reasonable for me to seek revenge on you, right? Lin Yu said this, clenching his fists. You should tell me your occupation now. Otherwise, don't blame me for interrogating you. The man in black looked at Lin Yu, who had a strong aura, and also laughed. Well, let me tell you. Although your profession is a soldier, the organization sent me to contact you because my profession is also enough to deal with this situation. Oh. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the men in black. The man in black put away the dagger and took out 2 black balls from his body. Haha, I didn't expect that my profession is not the only one, but it is also a relatively rare and powerful type. My profession is ninja, goodbye, Lin Yu. As he spoke, the men in black smashed 2 balls to the ground, and smoke quickly rose up. Ahem. The choking smoke also had a slightly spicy taste, which made Lin Yu's eyes shed tears and his mouth and nose felt a slight burning sensation. After he waved his hand to disperse the smoke, Lin Yu opened his eyes again, only to find that the men in black had disappeared. Looking at the empty streets in the dark night, Lin Yu felt helpless. Ninja. Since the profession is related to experiences in reality, how can someone awaken such a profession? That guy just now didn't look like a Japanese. Could it be that he was playing the Naruto mobile game? Although the men in black escaped, Lin Yu did not feel particularly depressed. After all, no matter how strong a soldier's physical fitness is, he cannot withstand a gun. He has already confirmed this with Yulonggua. And within the organization called the Psychological Society, there is definitely someone with hot weapons. Although Lin Yu was filled with displeasure and hatred towards those who killed him and dragged him into this death game for an inexplicable reason, he was not blinded by hatred. When it comes to revenge, we need to take it step by step. It's not like I didn't gain nothing tonight. At least I know that the people who killed me belong to the Psychological Society, and I also know their general purpose. Lin Yu muttered. And just when Lin Yu was thinking, ouch, a short girl bumped into Lin Yu. The little girl had a single ponytail that was just a little longer than a bun, and her head was round. It was clearly the middle of the night, but he was still wearing sunglasses and a mask, and he was also wearing a black windbreaker and carrying a hiking backpack, so he looked like a gamer. But before Lin Yu could react whether this guy was going to attack him, the little girl rubbed her head and spoke angrily. Fuck you, you didn't have eyes when you were walking. How come you bumped into someone? The little girl, who was only as tall as Lin Yu's chest, raised her head and spoke angrily. You can tell from his accent and demeanor that he is a native of Jiangcheng. Lin Yu looked at the other party, who was so small but ready to eat people, and took a step back, preparing to apologize. But Lin Yu changed his mind and realized that something was wrong. Hey! Why are you talking like that? I was standing still just now. You bumped into me. You were the one who didn't look where you were going, so why are you blaming me for it? The short girl was stunned for a moment, then puffed her lips and said, then it's not right for you to stand in the middle of the street in the middle of the night. There's so much smoke here that you can't see anything. The little girl's momentum weakened a lot, but she still spoke stubbornly. But she seemed to realize that she was in the wrong, and after she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Oops, that's enough, I didn't look where I was going. I'm sorry. After saying that, the little girl hurriedly apologized and walked past Lin Yu and continued walking forward. Lin Yu turned around helplessly and followed the little girl. After just 2 steps, the short girl turned around and pointed at Lin Yu angrily. Why are you still following me? I've already apologized. Lin Yu raised his hands. I'm not following you, I want to go in this direction too. I don't believe you. You covered your face in the middle of the night. You are also a player, right? I don't know if you are planning to rob me. She pulled out a utility knife from her bosom, pushed out the blade and swung it around. Don't come over here, keep your distance from me, I'm not someone you want to mess with. My profession is very powerful, I'm a soldier. The little girl said fiercely. Lin Yu looked at the utility knife that was as small as she was and sighed. The fraud regarding the soldiers is still in effect. It might be difficult to stab him with a dagger, but this utility knife. I'm afraid it won't break the skin. And there is absolutely no way this little girl can be a soldier. But he felt that the little girl was very frightened, so he didn't want to create any more trouble. Okay, I'll keep my distance from you, you go first. Lin Yu stood there and raised his hands helplessly. The little girl looked back at Lin Yu, snorted coldly, turned around and quickened her pace. Her pace became faster and faster, and finally she was jogging. Seeing that the little girl and himself were getting farther and farther away, Lin Yu started walking again. Why do I feel like many players of the death game are not in their right minds? He muttered, then walked to the corner of the street. When Lin Yu was about to unlock his bicycle and go home, he was stunned to find that the bicycle that was parked and locked in the roadside parking area was gone. I checked my trouser pocket and found that my car keys were gone. Lin Yu hurried forward and saw a shared bicycle parked next to where the bicycle was originally parked. There is also a sticky note on the shared bicycle with a line of sloppy but beautiful handwriting. I'm kidding, I'm not a soldier, I'm a thief, hee hee. There is also a ghost face drawn on the back. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the little girl who bumped into him just now. This was definitely the other party's work. He immediately ran towards the street, but when he got there, he found that there was no one on either side of the road and he had no idea where the little girl had run to. Lin Yu exhaled. I'm really being looked down upon. That girl's acting is really good, I couldn't even tell she was acting. I am a top student in the acting department and the appointed trickster of the death game, but I was fooled by the acting skills of a petty thief. There are so many heroes in this world. Lin Yu stood where he was and sneered. Very good. First it was the ninja, then it was the thief. Tonight I only encountered some rats. Don't let me catch you in the game, you sewer rats. Lin Yu said this through gritted teeth. If I meet someone from the psychological society in the game in the future, I will definitely kill them if I have the chance. As for the thief who stole the car just now, I have to beat her up and make her return the car to me. Lin Yu thought about it and slowly exhaled. However, this thief still has a conscience and remembers to leave a shared bicycle for himself. He tore off the sticky note attached to the bike's QR code. Then, a prompt popped up on the phone. The vehicle is damaged and cannot be used temporarily. Lin Yu took a look and found that the chain of the shared bicycle had been removed. The evening breeze blew across the note, and there was a line of text behind it. With your IQ, you can basically say goodbye to bicycles in the future. Lin Yu saw the words on the back of the note and took 3 deep breaths. For a moment just now, his hatred for the thief girl even exceeded that for the mysterious schoolmate who had killed him in the psychology society. Lin Yu took a deep breath at this moment. You better not get caught. Otherwise, he would definitely hang the little girl up with his own hands and beat her with a bicycle chain until her skin was torn. Forget it, let's go home first, otherwise my sister will be worried. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took 2 steps forward. But just as he walked out of the intersection, Lin Yu found that his bicycle was parked safely on the side of the road. There were even his car keys and a new note on the car seat. Haha, I was just kidding, I'll return the car to you. At the end of the note, there is still a sticky ghost face. Lin Yu was a little amused. What's wrong with that thief? Why did you return the car to me? When he squatted down and was about to unlock the door, he found something wrong. This car lock isn't mine. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the unfamiliar car lock. There was a new note on the car lock, and this time the message was very short, with only 2 words. We. Lin Yu was completely speechless. I'm gonna laugh at your head. He punched the car lock hard, using 5 times the strength of the soldier without reservation, and the car lock was smashed open with a bang. Lin Yu shook his slightly red hands and threw the broken car lock into the trash can on the side of the road. Fortunately, I am 1 step ahead. Lin Yu rode his bicycle back home. Just like yesterday, Lin Zhao was still waiting behind the door, only this time Lin Zhao was sitting on the sofa with the light on. Seeing Lin Yu pushing the door in, Lin Zhao immediately jumped up from the sofa, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lin Yu, his face full of anger. Lin Yu, today is already. Before Lin Zhao could get angry, Lin Yu immediately opened his school bag and took out 2 stacks of RMB. Business, sister, I'm going to make money. As he spoke, Lin Yu stuffed 2,000 yuan into Lin Zhao's arms. This pink piece of paper instantly cleared the anger on Lin Zhao's face. She subconsciously pinched the bills and after confirming that they were real, her tone was still somewhat complaining. Why didn't you tell your sister earlier? Besides, didn't I say I didn't want you to work? I kept it a secret from you because I was afraid you wouldn't allow me to do so. Lin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not tiring, I just made some quick money these few nights. Lin Zhao suddenly became suspicious. Lin Yu, you are still making a lot of money at night, are you going to be a male host or something like that? I'm telling you, you better keep yourself clean. Lin Yu was a little amused. What are you thinking, sister? Why would I be a male host? As for the origin of the money, Lin Yu had already thought of an explanation. There was a senior in our school who made a short video. I made a cameo appearance in 2 of them. This is the appearance fee he gave me. As Lin Yu said this, Lin Zhao believed it. After all, in Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Yu is a future big star and movie emperor. It is normal to make a few $1,000s by shooting a short video for a few days. There is such a good thing. If you tell me about this, I will definitely agree. I am not completely unreasonable. Lin Zhao said, even a little excited, hey, what's the name of your senior account? Let me see what you guys are shooting. Lin Yu waved his hand. Oh, he's still creating an account, so those videos are saved and haven't been posted yet. I'll tell you when he posts them. I've been shooting all night, I'm a little tired, I'm going to go back to sleep first. After saying that, Lin Yu quickly fled back to his room. After closing the door, Lin Yu let out a breath. Call. Finally, I managed to get away with it from Lin Zhao. Lin Yu is already considering whether to actually shoot some short videos. Not only will I give it to my sister in a few days so I can give her an explanation. If I make money at a rally in the future, I won't have to make up new excuses. But these are just minor matters. The most urgent thing is to ensure that I can survive in the death game. Lin Yu thought about it, opened the forum again, and started browsing the strategy guide for that day. Because of the characteristics of the profession fraudster, Lin Yu decided to memorize all the currently known professions and professional abilities. For other players, memorizing other professional abilities is not completely useless, but no one would deliberately do such a laborious task. After all, as long as it is a non-confrontational copy, everyone will introduce their own abilities. But for Lin Yu, the best way to use the profession of fraudster is to disguise himself as another profession. Based on the different characteristics of each copy, he can choose the profession that best suits the current copy. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Yu is also watching and learning the ordinary copy strategy. Soon, 4 days passed. Lin Yu spent the entire weekend staying in his room studying various game strategies under the pretext of reading the script. Even on the 2 days he was in school, he studied the strategy like crazy in his spare time outside of classes and rehearsals. This greatly enriched his theoretical knowledge about the game of death. Even on the way home from school, Lin Yu recalled the professions in the death game while riding his bike, just like he was memorizing words. It feels like I'm back on the eve of the college entrance examination. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Just after noon on Tuesday, the blood words in front of him began to change. There are less than 24 hours left until the next game starts. Please find a water area with a depth of more than 50 centimeters before midnight tonight, immerse yourself completely in it, and wait to enter the game. Lin Yu looked at the bloody words in front of him and understood. This is how the next game comes in. Lin Yu has already known about this after browsing the forum these days. Entering the death game every week does not happen all at once. Instead, one has to enter the game through some kind of blood-lettered prompts, and these methods are probably similar to some kind of way to die. Like this one today, it's probably imitating drowning. Fortunately it's not very demanding, otherwise it would be a bit more troublesome. Lin Yu muttered. If you fail to enter the dungeon in the prescribed manner, you won't be wiped out or anything like that, you will just be forced to enter a copy. But usually in that situation, you will be severely punished in the dungeon. Some even died as soon as they entered. To put it bluntly, it was no different from the death penalty. As a newcomer who has just passed the novice copy, Lin Yu doesn't want to challenge the high difficulty in the second copy. Therefore, Lin Yu had found the water area early in the morning. Fortunately, he had this thing at home. Although this house is old and small, the bathroom is quite spacious. Previously, Lin Zhao had bought a huge wooden bathtub on a whim, planning to use it to take a hot bath when he had nothing to do. But later I found that this was a waste of water, especially boiling such a large bucket of hot water also consumes a lot of natural gas. Therefore, this wooden barrel was not used many times after it was bought, but it was just placed on the balcony. Today, while Lin Zhao was not home, Lin Yu also came back from school early, dragged the wooden barrel to the toilet and cleaned it. Afterwards, Lin Yu waited quietly until Lin Zhao came home in the evening. You came back early today and dragged out the barrel? Well, I want to take a hot bath after studying tonight. Lin Yu said this, and Lin Zhao was not surprised. After the brother and sister finished their dinner, Lin Yu returned to the house and read a few strategy guides one last time, consolidating the professions he had memorized before. Later, when it was almost midnight, Lin Zhao had already fallen asleep in the house. Lin Yu tiptoed to the bathroom and then locked the door. People in the forums generally believe that entry methods are mostly related to the game content. My game copy this time is likely to be related to water, so I will try my best to play the roles of fisherman and sailor. Thinking of this, Lin Yu, wearing slippers and tropical-style shorts and shirt, took a deep breath and got into the bucket. Hold your breath, in a few minutes. When Lin Yu felt his consciousness was dispersing, blood words appeared before his eyes. Coming soon. Game % name, Island Survival and. In a trance, the blood words in front of me seemed to move. But soon, the blood words became regular again. Game name, Fatal Questions and Answers. Clearance conditions, solve the necessary puzzles. Number of players in this game, 5. Ahemba. Lin Yu sat up from the water and coughed out the water in his mouth. My clothes and hair were wet, and the air was filled with a damp smell. He immediately wiped the water stains from his bangs and looked around. This is an empty room about the size of a classroom, with pure white walls and ceiling that emit a soft light. There are square holes at the top and bottom of the wall. Water is flowing slowly in the upper hole, while the lower hole is draining water. The speed of water drainage was obviously greater than the speed of water injection, and the original water level in the room was dropping rapidly. The water that had covered his chest when he sat up just now had quickly dropped to his lower abdomen. There was nothing in the whole room except these. Lin Yu looked around and saw the other 4 players as the game prompts mentioned. Ahem. Pooh. They had just climbed out of the water and were spitting out the water in their mouths and noses. Lin Yu looked at them as usual. A dark-skinned, strong uncle wearing a blue shirt and trousers and a white safety helmet on his head. Not far from the uncle, there were 2 young men and women supporting each other. The boy was wearing a gray sweatshirt and jeans, and the girl was wearing a pink sportswear. They all looked like ordinary college students. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that these 2 people know each other, and their relationship is too close. It is very likely that the couple's guarantee is an ambiguous relationship. He had seen the idea of forming a team mentioned on the forum. Certain special props can temporarily allow 2 or more people to participate in the same copy. But I didn't expect to encounter a pair of them in my second copy. Lin Yu's eyes fell on the last player. Then he was stunned for a moment. The last person was a young girl. He is probably not much taller than his good president Shen Bingmiao. He was wearing a black windbreaker and overalls. His hair was not long and tied in a single ponytail, his head was round, and he was wearing a pair of black round sunglasses. Lin Yu just felt that the dress looked familiar, but he was not sure for a moment. Until he saw the little girl's head turn towards him, although through sunglasses, Lin Yu was still very sure that their eyes met. And at this moment when their eyes met, the lower half of the other person's face, which was not wearing a mask, opened his lips slightly, as if he was a little surprised. It was at this moment that Lin Yu was sure. This is the bastard who stole his bike. Lin Yu was furious at the time, but at the same time he smiled with some relief. Retribution comes so fast. I didn't expect to meet you in the game. Lin Yu climbed up from the ground and walked towards the little girl while wading through the water. I'm going to break both of your legs. When the little girl saw Lin Yu's expression, she was instantly frightened. Hey, don't come over here. She also quickly got up from the ground and began to back away. From the hints, we know this dungeon is most likely a cooperative and puzzle-solving dungeon. There's no need for us to fight and kill each other. The smile on Lin Yu's face became even more grim. I know, but it won't affect puzzle-solving if the leg is broken, right? The little girl quickly took out a utility knife, her face pale. Then don't come over here. If we really fight, we may not know who will win. You want to pretend to be a soldier with me again? Do you think I don't know that you are a thief? Lin Yu's face. How dare I? Besides, even if I am a soldier, it's useless. You are the same, right? The little girl said with a sad face. But don't think that a soldier can do whatever he wants. My knife is very sharp. Lin Yu sneered when he heard this, and then took out the sure-hit revolver from his arms. Really? Your knife is this useful? The appearance of the pistol completely crushed the little girl's last psychological defense. She fell to her knees in the water with a plop, looking sad. Brother, I was wrong. I was just joking. I returned the bicycle to you in the end. The lock didn't even bother you. I saw it from a distance. You smashed the lock open in no time. Seeing the little girl give in so quickly, Lin Yu felt helpless. The previous ninja also shows that the soldier profession is still quite intimidating among ordinary professions. Add to that the pistol in his hand, this combination of his would probably be able to outwit ordinary players. Sure enough, when the other 3 players saw the interaction between Lin Yu and the little thief girl, they all showed respect to Lin Yu, who was a soldier by profession and had a pistol. Finally, looking at the kneeling little girl and Lin Yu holding a gun, the uncle wearing a white safety helmet gritted his teeth and spoke. Ahem, young man, I heard that you seem to have some conflicts with this little girl in real life. She locked your bicycle as a prank, right? In my opinion, this little girl is indeed naughty, but you don't need to go toe-to-toe with her in a death game, especially since this is a cooperative game. There's no need to put yourself in danger just to vent your anger, don't you think? The man in the white safety helmet spoke cautiously. Lin Yu had almost calmed down after the other party knelt down just now. But he still didn't put away his gun. Because he wanted to confirm one thing. But it's inexplicable why you would play a prank on me. Were you sent by some organization to test me? The little girl raised her hands above her head and shook her head quickly. I swear to God, absolutely not. Why is that? Tell me now. Lin Yu asked sternly. The thief girl cried and said, I went to the market to sell props that day. I worked hard to get 2 speed-up amulets in my last dungeon. I wanted to sell them for a good price, but when I got there, a player told me that the price was too high. Just now, someone sold more than 10 bottles of agility potion that were better than mine. I found out it was real after asking around. I only sold 1 talisman after lowering the price overnight. I was a little upset, so I asked about your general characteristics. And then I didn't expect to actually run into you on the road. You were confronting a ninja at the time, and I thought the timing was perfect. I was so angry that I wanted to play a trick on you. The little girl said with a sad face. After hearing this, Lin Yu felt both angry and amused. Okay, you really have the mentality of a child. He waved his hands helplessly. Since this guy was not from some big organization trying to test him, Lin Yu's last bit of worry disappeared. And his anger was completely gone. Lin Yu felt that it was unnecessary to compete with such a childish girl. Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been temporarily resolved, let's simply introduce ourselves. After all, this is a cooperative puzzle game, so it's necessary for us to get to know each other. After Lin Yu put down his gun, the atmosphere on the field instantly eased. The uncle wearing the white safety helmet also quickly tried to smooth things over. In this type of puzzle-solving oriented game, situations are generally not particularly urgent, and usually ample time is given for players to communicate and understand each other. He took the lead in setting an example. You can call me Uncle Tai, which is also my forum ID. My profession is craftsman, and I have already passed 10 dungeons. After hearing Uncle Tai's self-introduction, Lin Yu understood. 8 copies means that you have participated in the death game for 2 months. This player is already beyond the realm of a novice and is considered a relatively experienced player. After all, the forum was established 2 years ago. The oldest known group of players only started joining the game 2.5 years ago. Since the difficulty of the death game increases as time goes on, it is very rare for players to survive for more than half a year. It is quite good that this Uncle Tai has survived for 2 months and 10 copies. And the profession is craftsman. This is also a relatively common and versatile profession, belonging to the enhancement type. Lin Yu still remembers the ability of the craftsman, the ability to increase proficiency in using various tools and enhance understanding of mechanical structures. This is also a profession with quite versatile abilities. After all, most craftsmen only need to buy or collect a prop such as a wrench or screwdriver to fully utilize the advantages of this profession. And no matter what kind of copy it is, most of the game copies will always have things like mechanisms. If there is a craftsman around, a lot of trouble can be saved. After Uncle Tai finished speaking, the young man and woman who seemed to be a couple spoke. My forum ID is April, my occupation is doctor, and I have completed 6 dungeons so far. The girl introduced herself and then poked the boy next to her. The boy also spoke quickly. My forum ID is number 8, my occupation is a student, and I have completed 6 dungeons so far. The 2 men spoke backwards. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The ability of the doctor is simple but powerful. It does not require any props or medicines, and can unconditionally perform treatment once a day. It is a typical skill-based profession. As for the students, they are of the rule type. When a non-player object that can be negotiated appears in the game copy, the students will have a chance to greatly increase the success rate. The self-introductions of April and number 8 also made Tieshu realize something. You two seem to be together, did you come in as a team? The 2 nodded, and Dr. April was not shy about it either. She nodded and said, yes, we use team props. Uncle Tai also sighed. Among the 5 people, 2 teams actually know each other. Then he looked at Lin Yu and the little girl. Although I already know that you two are a soldier and a thief, please introduce yourselves anyway. The girl nodded and introduced herself. Hello everyone, my forum ID is Buwang, and I have played 3 dungeon games so far. Lin Yu felt helpless. To be honest, in this kind of game that seems to be mainly a puzzle type, Lin Yu really doesn't want the identity of a soldier. He would rather have an information-based career, such as a teacher, reporter, or something like that. But there is a guy here who knows me. Therefore, Lin Yu had no choice but to admit it. Yes, my profession is soldier, you can call me Jiu Shui. I just passed a dungeon. Lin Yu said calmly. The little girl's eyes widened. What, you just passed a copy? Lin Yu looked at her and nodded. Yeah, what's so strange about that? The others were also in disbelief. Uncle Tai adjusted his helmet and asked, Brother Lin Yu, how did you know about the forum when you just finished the first instance? And from what you said, you even participated in the offline rally in your city. You won't encounter veterans in novice copies, only other newcomers. Therefore, most of the new players only learned about forums, props, etc. from other old players in the second copy. Lin Yu smiled modestly. Just luck. Several people looked at Lin Yu in surprise, obviously curious. The college boy named number 8 showed a relieved expression. If there are newcomers, then this instance might not be too difficult, he said with some optimism and relief. After the self-introduction session, the water in the room was finally drained. After all the water has been drained, everyone heard a slight click sound coming from the surrounding walls. Lin Yu and others looked in the direction of the sound and found that 4 doors had appeared on the wall. The 4 doors have different colors, corresponding to red, yellow, blue, and green respectively. Among them, the green door slowly opened and a person walked out. But Lin Yu and others were very sure that it was not a human. A near-humanoid creature, wearing a crow head mask and covered with a black feather cloak walked out. Ha ha ha, hello, fellow players. Crowhead made a hoarse sound in his throat, like the voices of dozens of people overlapping together. Lin Yu and others looked at it solemnly. The blood-letter prompt before entering shows the copy name and clearance conditions. The name of the dungeon is Fatal Questions and Answers, and the clearance condition is Solve the Necessary Puzzles. In other words, the crowman in front of him is most likely the one responsible for setting the questions. Sure enough, the crow spoke again after a few seconds. Haha, I will be the examiner for this game. I will give you questions and hints. Gah, there are 3 rooms in this game. Haha, I set 3 questions in each room, 2 reward and punishment questions, and 1 decision question. Ha, 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 if you answer the reward and punishment questions correctly, you will be rewarded, and if you answer them incorrectly, you will be punished. And you can only enter the next room if you answer the choice questions correctly. If you answer all the choice questions correctly, you can complete the dungeon. Gah, these are all the rules for this game, Fatal Questions. The crow said, flapping its wings. At this moment, the water flow from the top outlet hole suddenly increased. Boom. The water gushed out and fell on everyone again, causing several people to scream. Why? The crowman's voice sounded again. Everyone, please listen to the first question. At the current water flow and drainage rate, how long will it take for the water to completely fill this room? When Lin Yu heard the crowman's question, he was slightly distracted. This is a typical pool filling problem, and from a mathematical perspective, it belongs to elementary school level. As expected, upon hearing the question, number 8, the student wiped the water from his face and spoke. It's a swimming pool filling problem. This is easy. Just assume the time is X. He said a little anxiously. Lin Yu shook his head. No, the difficulty of this problem does not lie in the mathematics part. Before he could say anything, his girlfriend, the doctor with the ID, April, spoke helplessly, but do you know the volume of this room, the speed of water inflow and outflow? Number 8 was a little dumbfounded. Yes, examiner, what are these data? Can't you give hints? These should fall into the category of hints. He looked at the crowman anxiously and asked aloud. The water also wet the crowman's feathers and the hood on his head, making him look wet. He looked at number 8 and said, haha, this is not within the scope of hint. Uncle Tai looked at number 8 and shook his head. I'm afraid what you are asking is the difficulty of this question. How can a math problem that is difficult for elementary school appear in the death game? This tests our estimation ability. With that said, Uncle Tai had already reached the edge of the room and started waiting around the room. Both number 8 and April were a little confused. What is this uncle doing all of a sudden? Before Lin Yu could speak, the little thief girl named Bu Forget spoke. I think he is using the step distance to measure the length and width of this room. This uncle wears a safety helmet and is a craftsman by profession. He should be good at this kind of thing. Not forgetting to say this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. But when the uncle measured the length and width of the room, Lin Yu was not idle. He walked towards the crowman. Excuse me, should the final answer be accurate to minutes or seconds? This should be within the scope of the prompt, right? Lin Yu asked with a smile. The crowman glanced at Lin Yu, shook off the water on his body, and spoke. Haha, let me think about it. Just give me an answer with an error within 5 minutes. The crowman said this and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The error must be controlled within 5 minutes. This means that the estimate does not have to be particularly accurate. Soon, the uncle finished his circle and returned to the crowd. According to my estimation, this room should be about 9 meters long, 6 meters wide and 6 meters high. The uncle stretched out his hand towards the ceiling and said, based on this data, the floor height should be about 3 meters. Number 8 quickly answered, then I know, the volume of this classroom should be around 162 cubic meters. As he spoke, he quickly said, next, as long as we know the speed of water discharge and drainage, we can calculate it. As number 8 spoke, Uncle Tai and April nodded, as if they were starting to think about how to calculate the water outflow and drainage speed. If the speed of each water outlet is uniform, we can find a container to catch all the water flowing out of a single outlet. In this way, we can calculate the time of each outlet unit by the time it takes to fill the container. There are a total of 10 water outlets here. April suggested first. But these words were interrupted by Bu Wang. Don't bother. Although there is a 5-minute error allowed, the more data you estimate, the greater the error will be in the end. He looked at Uncle Tai and said, Uncle, I just want to ask you, are you sure the height of this room is 3 meters? Can the error be controlled within 10 centimeters? Uncle Tai nodded, although the height is not so easy to measure, but based on my experience, the ratio is about 3 meters. After working on the construction site for so many years, my eyes are my ruler. He said with some confidence. Don't forget to take out the utility knife from your arms. My utility knife is a standard 15 centimeters long. He walked to the corner and pressed it against the wall, with the tip of the knife against the water and the blade stuck to the corner. Then you just need to calculate the time it takes for the water to completely submerge the utility knife and then multiply it by 20, and that's the approximate time. He did not forget to say this and then started counting in his mouth. 1, 2, 3. At this time, Uncle Tai also reacted. It's a good idea to convert this problem into the speed of the water level rising. I have a pocket watch here. This is the prop I got. Use this to time it. He also walked to the wall, took out his pocket watch, and started counting time. April and number 8 also understood Bu Wang's intention and showed expressions of admiration. I see. This way we can estimate a more accurate time, April murmured. I was indeed careless about this. Number 8 curled his lips and said, I thought it was a math problem, but it turned out to be just like a brain teaser, allowing this thief to steal the show. See, you heard her boyfriend's sour words and poked him in the back. Be careful with your words, don't always speak so carelessly. April's tone was a little unhappy. When number 8 heard what his girlfriend said, he could only touch his nose awkwardly and squat down. It might be more accurate if we keep our eyes level. I'll help you see when the water has gone up. Looking at the few people gathered in the corner to observe the rising speed of the water level, Lin Yu felt that something was wrong. Just as Uncle Tai said at the beginning, simple elementary school math problems would never appear in the death game. At first, everyone thought that the difficulty of this problem was estimating various data. But when we simplify all these data into the simple indicator of water level, plus the 5 minutes error allowed by the crows, this question is too simple. But what if we think about it from another perspective? As number 8 just said, what if this is not a logic or math problem, but a brain teaser? The biggest feature of brain teasers is that there are traps in the questions. Moreover, the crowman in front of him was obviously not an NPC who mechanically read out the rules and questions, but a being with high intelligence and independent consciousness. It will judge which of its own question and number 8's question it can answer. But it was because of the answer just now that Lin Yu felt that there was something wrong with its tone. Let me think about it, then. That's good. A prompt answer, or even a sentence involving answer rules, it uses 3 uncertain and precise tones. The crowman didn't seem to care much about the error range of the answer, and just talked about it for 5 minutes. Rather, Lin Yu felt a little strange that the crowman did not tell him about the error at the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked towards the crowman again. Looking at the wet crowman in front of him, Lin Yu spoke again. "Examiner, I would like to ask, after you ask the question, can we ask you any questions you want?" For some reason, the crowman flapped his wings twice as if he was happy when he heard Lin Yu's question. "Haha, of course, this is how I give hints. If you ask the right questions, I will tell you the corresponding hints." Really? Lin Yu understood. This question further confirmed his guess. The answer given by the crowman was definitely not meaningless. Regarding the casual attitude when asking about the error just now, Lin Yu made an assumption. Assumptions. If the final answer is not a specific time, then the error really doesn't matter. However, to verify this conjecture, Lin Yu still needs to continue asking questions. At this time, several people in the corner also noticed Lin Yu's actions. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu with a stopwatch in his hand. "Jiao Shui, what are you doing?" The somewhat enthusiastic senior uncle asked again. "It's just to confirm some conjectures." "Uncle, you guys go ahead and do your work. We may need the results you calculated later." Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Number 8 glanced at Lin Yu and opened his mouth as if he was about to say something. However, thinking of Lin Yu's strength as a professional soldier and the revolver he took out at the beginning, Number 8 finally did not interfere with Lin Yu's behavior. Lin Yu looked at the crowman again. "Well, I have 3 questions. The first question is, Examiner, are the 4 doors around here related to the decision problem in the first room?" The crowman turned his head to the side and stared at Lin Yu with his single eye, as if he was looking at him carefully. After a while, the crow finally turned his head back and said, "Quack, yes, the final decision question is to ask you to choose one of the doors in the room that has a door leading to the next room." As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "So, Mr. Examiner, what's behind the wrong door?" The crowman laughed softly. "Haha, of course it's the endless void. If you fall into it, you will fall into death." "Haha, but isn't it too early to ask about the question of choice now? You haven't even answered the first question yet." "But are these really unrelated to the first question?" Lin Yu said, looking at the drain under his feet. "Mr. Examiner, you seem to be very good at misleading and deceiving people by telling half the truth." Having said that, Lin Yu grinned. "My third question is, you can choose any one of the following questions to answer. Does the room you are referring to refer to the enclosed space consisting of 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor that we are in, or does it refer to the first room of the game in general? Do these drains lead to the same void as the wrong doors? Does the void space you mentioned count as the first room?" Lin Yu asked in a chain. The crowman chuckled. "Haha, you are really amazing. As a player, I can answer all the above questions." "Haha, the answer is the same, yes, as you guessed." As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu looked at the 4 people gathered in the corner of the room. "Hey, stop fiddling with your box cutters and water levels. The answer is obvious," he yelled, and the 4 looked at him in confusion. Because the sound of splashing water was quite loud. So, although they heard Lin Yu asking Crow some questions, they did not hear clearly what Lin Yu was asking. At this time, the 4 of them had just finished measuring the time. Uncle Tai pressed the stopwatch and walked over with a few people. "Jiao Shui, we have also measured the results. It takes about 2 minutes and 40 seconds for the water level to rise by 15 centimeters. In other words, the approximate time should be around 53 minutes and 20 seconds. We can say 55 minutes. Although Lin Yu made some strange remarks just now, Uncle Tai still followed his own pace and stated the unified conclusion reached by the four people after measurement and calculation. Lin Yu shook his head and denied Uncle Tai again. No, Uncle Tai, this question is more of a text trap than a measurement or calculation. As he spoke, Lin Yu told Uncle Tai and the other three all his reasoning and questions. After hearing Lin Yu's words, number 8 showed an incredible expression on his face. What, it's actually like this? Doesn't this mean that we were almost trapped and died? He spoke in disbelief. April on the side helplessly reminded her boyfriend again, hey, this is just a reward and punishment question. You won't die directly even if you answer it wrong. You will just be punished. As April spoke, number 8 also spoke with a silly smile. Oh, is that so? There was clear stupidity in his eyes. However, April and number 8 obviously believed what Lin Yu said. When Uncle Tai heard Lin Yu's analysis, he nodded slightly and agreed with it. Now that you put it that way, your idea does make a lot more sense. And with the crowman's reply as evidence, it is almost certain that it is. Lin Yu nodded and took over Uncle Tai's words. Yes, the answer is that with the current drainage speed and water filling speed, no matter how long it takes, this room will never be filled up. Lin Yu said firmly. After all, the scope of this room actually includes the endless void mentioned by the crows, and it is not this house with a volume of only 162 square meters. And hearing Lin Yu's words. Although the three of them had expressed their conviction, only Bu Wang looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Really? Jiao Shui, you are not lying to us. Lin Yu looked helplessly at the little thief girl who began to question him again for no reason. Why would I lie to you? This is a cooperative game. Don't forget, he shook his head. I don't know, but what if, and I mean what if, you are a lunatic and petty person who holds a grudge against me and hopes to torture me by deliberately giving the wrong answer? As she said this, Lin Yu almost laughed out of anger. You have a vivid imagination, would it be worth it for me to torture you? Lin Yu took out a revolver and pointed it at Bu Wang's knee. I'll shoot you twice in the legs. Isn't that better than any punishment? After Lin Yu took out the pistol, Bu Wang's attitude immediately changed. The little girl pushed up her sunglasses and smiled awkwardly. Hey, brother Jiao Shui, I was just questioning casually and it was mostly a joke. In fact, I am basically convinced by your answer, but I can't help but feel a little unwilling to work so hard for nothing just now. He did not forget to say this and made a please gesture. Just follow your answer. Lin Yu put away his pistol and looked at the crowman. Okay, so our answer is, no matter how long it takes, this room will never fill up with water. He said calmly, and the crowman looked at the other four. Do you agree with this answer? The other four nodded. I agree. Agree. The four of them spoke almost in unison, and among them, Bu Wang, who had just questioned, had the most determined tone. And when the crowman heard this, he flapped his wings again. Quack, the answer is correct. Congratulations on winning the prize. I will eliminate a door that is a wrong option. The crowman said this, turned around, and touched the door on the wall that he had walked out of with his wings, and then, the green door disappeared. Then the crow turned and spoke again. Haha, there is a second reward below. It flapped its wings, and then a new black square suddenly appeared in the middle of the ceiling. The center of the square split open, two black trapdoors appeared and opened, and then a greater stream of water gushed out of the trapdoor. For a moment, the 5 players present were stunned. They naturally thought that after the first problem was solved, the water outlet would stop discharging water again and the accumulated water in the room would be drained away. However, the water flow did not stop, but a new outlet from the ceiling was added. The water flow was almost the sum of the remaining 10 outlets. The water level rose suddenly faster. From this perspective, the estimate in the first question that this narrow room will be filled with water in about 55 minutes does not seem to be meaningless. Because now they can easily calculate that this room is filled with water and the time left for them to survive is probably less than half an hour. Considering that I just wasted nearly 5 minutes answering the question. There is less than a quarter of an hour left for everyone. Soon, the water in the room was above their waists. What kind of reward is this? Isn't this a punishment? Uncle Tai couldn't help but said angrily. The crowman laughed. Gah, this is indeed a punishment. Although you answered the first question correctly, so I will give you a reward, but you answered the questions too slowly, so I will also punish you. With this limit, you should be able to answer the next questions faster. The crowman smiled, and Uncle Ty's expression became even uglier. Number 8 also looked unhappy. How could you do that? You didn't tell me beforehand that I had to answer the questions faster. He looked at everyone and whispered, how about I use my power to make it close these water outlets? At least make it close the biggest one above its head. After hearing this, Uncle Ty and Siue were both moved. Lin Yu frowned and was about to speak out to stop him. But he did not forget to speak first. No, I don't think you need to use your abilities here, this is only the first room. At least we were stumped by the second and third questions in the first room. We really couldn't think of an answer for a while. It would be better if you use your ability to buy us some time. Not forgetting to say it wittily, he added at the end, hey, I think none of you can't swim, right? As he spoke, number 8 and April both shook their heads. We took swimming lessons together in college. April spoke out. Uncle Ty also laughed, I can swim, too. I loved swimming in my early years. Lin Yu nodded. He could swim, too, not very well, but he could stay afloat in the still water. Don't forget what you just said, these are basically what he was thinking. The little girl convinced everyone for him, and Lin Yu also had a slightly different opinion of this thief. Okay, let's not waste time for now. Lin Yu looked at the crowman, since you don't like wasting time, then tell me your second question. When the crowman heard Lin Yu's question, he spread his feathers and floated on the water. Haha, then the next question is, reward and punishment. Now that the water flow has increased, you already know that you don't have much time left, so, let's assume that I will assign 3 tasks to the 5 of you next. The 3 tasks are, crack the safe combination, find the padlock key, and, turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. As the crowman spoke, a projection of a safe appeared on the wall around them. The crowman looked at Uncle Ty and number 8, whose eyes had become eager, and called out twice. Haha, just to interrupt, these are just hypothetical tasks. You don't need to do them, so the trapdoor can't really close. The crowman spoke up as a reminder, dispelling the unrealistic fantasies of number 8 and Tai Shu. Suppose it takes 10 minutes to crack the combination to the safe, 12 minutes to find the key to the padlock, and 15 minutes to turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. It takes 1 person to crack the safe combination. It takes 3 people to find the padlock key. It takes 2 people to turn the switch. Well, can you see that no one is drowned when the trapdoor is closed? The crowman asked, and 8 spoke automatically. Why is this another elementary school math problem? This is an elementary school math problem that is more classic than draining water from a swimming pool, the time allocation problem. Brushing teeth and making breakfast while boiling water in order to save time is still a type of question engraved in the DNA of everyone who has learned elementary school mathematics. But this time, no one really thought about it as an elementary school math problem. After all, we have already learned from the previous experience. Even number 8, who had just said it subconsciously, reacted quickly and looked at Lin Yu. Jiu Shui, is this question essentially also a word trap question? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but based on the experience from the previous question, this possibility is more likely. He nodded and said. But we can't assume that it is necessarily a word trap type of question, after all, this game may deliberately go against the grain. Using our habitual thinking, we think this question also has a word trap, but in fact, this is really an ordinary elementary school math problem, and it is not impossible. Lin Yu basically agrees with the statement of, never forget. Although in the first question, the crowman did play a word game and set a trap. But this cannot be used as evidence to indicate that this question must contain a text trap. In a sense, this is also a form of fraud. Therefore, as a fraudster, it is not difficult for Lin Yu to come to the conclusion after thinking from the perspective of others. If it were him, Lin Yu would definitely mix up the truth and falsehood, the real and the fake. So, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yu took over Buwang's words. Then let's treat this problem as a normal elementary school math problem for now. If you discover the possibility of a text trap during the solution, it won't be too late to consider that aspect. Lin Yu said in a low voice. Because the first question just now was almost solved by Lin Yu independently. Therefore, even though he is the one with the newest seniority among the group, he still becomes the backbone of everyone's hearts at this time. The other 4 players naturally had no objection to Lin Yu's proposal at this moment. Number 8 quickly calculated. We have 5 people now, but the total number of people required for these missions is 6. Number 8 looked at the crowman as if he had thought of something. Examiner, does this number of people have to be strictly met? Is it possible that one more or one less person can still do the job, but it will only affect the completion time? Number 8 asked out loud. The crowman shook his head. Haha, the number of people who complete each task must be no more, no less. After saying that, number 8 scratched his head embarrassedly. So that's how it is. I thought that trap was hidden here. Then he began to do mental arithmetic. If we solve this problem strictly according to mathematics, if we follow this algorithm, it will take at least 25 minutes, Buwang said. 1 person cracks the code, 3 people look for the key, and 1 person is on standby, and then the person who cracks the code immediately goes to turn the switch with the person on standby. 25 minutes. Uncle Tai thought, at this time, it seems that the possibility of one of us dying is relatively high. After all, under the most optimistic circumstances, this room will be filled with water in about 15 minutes. Even if we take into account the duration of holding breath, some people will definitely die. April also frowned, so the answer must be that someone must die. No, this is the conclusion drawn according to the algorithm of the math problem. Buhui shook his head. We haven't considered the possibility of a text trap. I don't know if you noticed just now, the question asked by the crowman just now was, can you ensure that no one is drowned when the trapdoor is closed? He didn't tell us that we had to complete all 3 tasks. In other words, if we complete the longest task of shutting down the switch first, then 15 minutes later, the trapdoor will be closed and the water injection will stop. If we take the breath-holding time into account in that situation, we probably won't have any casualties. As he spoke, Uncle Tai and number 8 were both convinced. That makes sense. This seems to be where the text trap is. Only April frowned. I feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. At this moment, the water level had risen to his chest, and Buwang, who was of shorter stature, had to tread in the water before he could start speaking. April was not tall, so she also stood on tiptoe in the water. Number 8 was a little anxious. Whether it's right or not, at least the analysis of not forgetting sounds reasonable. Why don't we just answer this way? There will be a penalty if we answer too slowly anyway. Number 8's words also shook April. However, just when April decided to agree with Buwang's analysis, Lin Yu spoke. No, not forgetting all that has been analyzed is the biggest trap. Even though Lin Yu said that we should put aside the text trap for the time being, we still cannot really ignore the possibility of the text trap. It is difficult for people to overcome the preconceived ideas in their subconscious mind. After the experience of cheating in the novice copy, Lin Yu knew very well that if one could calculate and utilize other people's subconscious during fraud, then the success rate would be very high. So the gotcha in this question is not on his face but on the wall. Lin Yu looked at the projection of the safe on the wall. It was a projection of an old-fashioned safe with a knob-type combination lock. Whether it's 25 minutes or 15 minutes, it's still a little too ambiguous. It's possible that someone died or that someone didn't die. So the answer can't be such an uncertain time. And I'm curious why you insist on using the hypothetical mission format instead of actually giving us some missions to do. The crowman shrugged. After all, the game is called Fatal Questions. As he spoke, Lin Yu shook his head. No, it's more than that. The safe on the wall should be the schematic diagram of the first mission. Lin Yu looked at the crowman. Then, what about the schematic diagrams of the next 2 missions? When the crowman heard Lin Yu's question, he floated on the water and laughed, flapping his wings on the water surface. Haha, you found the key again. The crowman waved his hand, and then projection diagrams of 2 other missions appeared one after another. First, there was a long and narrow hole that was too narrow for a human hand to reach, and inside it was a metal iron key. This should be the schematic diagram of the second find the key task. Then, a projection of an old-fashioned rotary switch appeared on the wall, and the switch was wrapped with circles of iron chains as thick as a fist. At the end of the chain was a huge lock. This is a diagram for the third task, flip the switch. The style of the lock and the metal key are almost the same. After seeing these three schematic diagrams, the remaining 4 players realized something. Lin Yu looked at the crowman and whispered, "Let's confirm it for now, Mr. Examiner. You must complete one of these 3 tasks before you can complete the next one, right?" The crowman laughed, "Haha, yes, there are magnets and thin wires in the safe, and the key can open the lock on the switch." "You are really too smart." Lin Yu exhaled. "So, the time it takes to close the trapdoor above is 10 plus 12 plus 15, a full 37 minutes. In this time, let alone whether anyone will die, it is estimated that none of us may survive. So, my answer is we can't guarantee that no one will die." The crowman looked at the other 4 players. Before it opened its mouth to ask, the remaining 4 people rushed to speak. "We all agree with Lin Yu's answer." After all, the water level had risen a lot now, and even the 3 taller men stood on tiptoe involuntarily. The crowman then announced the answer. "Haha, congratulations on getting the second, reward and punishment question, right. The reward for this time is, in the choice question in the next room, after you answer it for the first time, I will open a door in this room that you did not choose, and give you a chance to change your choice." After the crowman finished speaking, Lin Yu was slightly moved. This hint, combined with the layout of the room and the information he got from the first question. Putting all these together, Lin Yu immediately thought of a very classic, probability theory problem. As expected. The crowman spoke next. "Haha, congratulations, you have reached the choice problem in the first room. Quack, as you can see, there are doors of different colors in this room, and there is only one door that leads to the next room. Haha, you already know the other doors in advance. They lead to the void of endlessness. If you fall into it, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Gah, all of you still have to give the same answer. You must choose the same door, and then I will take you in. So, please make your choice and tell us the color of the door you want to choose." As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu understood instantly. Buwang also spoke at the same time. This is the Monty Hall paradox, also known as the 3-door problem. Not forgetting to speak in a low voice, Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. "You actually know this?" He looked at Lin Yu with a somewhat unhappy expression. "This is not some very profound and cutting-edge theory. Isn't it normal for me to know it? Although it was my fault to steal your bicycle, you can't question my knowledge." Lin Yu was a little speechless. He did subconsciously look down on Buwang's knowledge. After all, this girl's profession was a thief. Each person's awakened profession is most likely closely related to his life, and Lin Yu also encountered a thief in the first copy. Therefore, Lin Yu almost subconsciously thought that this little girl was a professional thief like Yao Jingye. A professional thief of this age must have never been to school. It's fine if you know the previous elementary school math. These 3 problems are the content of probability theory, although very basic. But its popularity is not too high. Lin Yu looked at April, number 8 and Uncle Tai. The 2 college students and the white hat construction supervisor had obviously never heard of this theory. They all looked at Lin Yu and Buwang in confusion. "What is the 3-door problem?" Buwang looked at Lin Yu angrily, then "Jiushui, you come and explain." The water level was getting higher and higher, and Lin Yu was in no mood to get angry with Buwang, so he simply explained the 3 problems. This question originated from a TV lottery show, and it's exactly the same as our situation. To put it simply, a person has to choose a door from 3 doors. Only one of them has a prize and is the correct door. The other 2 are wrong doors. When the person chooses a door, the door will not open immediately. The host will open another wrong door and then ask him if he wants to change the door. The point of contention is whether changing the door will increase the probability of choosing the correct door. Because time was tight, Lin Yu did not give them time to think freely. "Let me tell you the conclusion directly. The answer is yes. If you don't change the door, the probability of winning is 1/3, but if you change it, the probability is 2/3. This conclusion, which sounded a bit counterintuitive, immediately aroused doubts from Tieshu, April, and number 8. "You mean, we should choose one door first, and then change it immediately after this crowman opens the door for us?" Uncle Tai said this in a tone of disbelief. That's right, Bu Wang said eagerly, this is a probability theory problem. The mathematical community has already reached a conclusion. If you want to know the reason, Jiu Shui and I can explain it to you after we are in the safest room. That's the right way to do it now. Because the water level was rising higher and higher, it was now completely out of reach of the ground. She kept paddling, and her tone was naturally a little anxious. Okay, I'll trust you for a while, Uncle Tai said through gritted teeth, now just pick one at random, right? Let's pick red. Okay, red. April and number 8 also spoke quickly. The 5 of them chose red together, and the crowman also laughed. Haha, you chose red for the first time, right? Great, now I'm going to start the hint. Then the crowman flapped his wings, and the yellow door opposite the red door opened. Crash. Behind the yellow door was a pitch-black void, with water rushing out from the door. The huge current pushed several people towards the direction of the yellow door. Although the 5 players were relieved when the water level began to drop, they soon realized. The water flow rate is also a bit dangerous. This reward is really a rip-off. Number 8 yelled and cursed, and quickly hugged April to prevent his girlfriend from being washed away by the water. Uncle Tai on the side was also paddling against the current with his hands and taking a horse stance to steady his body. Bu Wang, who was already unable to reach the ground, now completely lost his balance. Help! She paddled desperately and was about to be swept away by the current. And when she was less than half a meter away from the yellow gate, Lin Yu, who was as steady as a rock in the water, sighed, and used his physical fitness, which was 5 times that of a soldier, to easily walk over in 2 steps. He grabbed the back collar of Bu Wang's jacket and carried her back to the center of the room. Bu Wang, who was still in shock, looked at Lin Yu and said, "Thank you, Jiu Shui. You are such a generous man. Even though you pulled out your gun to scare me just now, in the end you still had to save my life." He said this while panting heavily. Lin Yu helplessly flicked her head. "I just think your crime doesn't deserve death." Although it was despicable that this guy stole the bicycle, Lin Yu didn't think she had to die. After participating in the death game, Lin Yu's mentality has changed. When necessary, Lin Yu can definitely kill someone. But this does not mean that Lin Yu has become a cold-blooded psychopath who would watch people die without helping or kill people at will. Although, not forgetting was somewhat contradictory to himself, it was indeed not to the point of killing her. Not to mention, Lin Yu has already discovered that, although Bu Wang's profession is a thief, she might be the most useful teammate in this fatal question and answer game. After all, it seems smart not to forget. As the yellow door opened and the water outflow rate was far less than the drainage rate, the water level in the room dropped rapidly and soon returned to below everyone's waist level. The speed of the water flow also slowed down a lot. Lin Yu let go of Bu Wang's collar, but the little girl seemed a little frightened and still held Lin Yu's arm. "This little water can't wash you away," Lin Yu said somewhat helplessly. "No, besides, those 2 bastards over there haven't let go yet," he said while pointing at number 8 who was still hugging April. Lin Yu was helpless. "You also know that they are a couple, but we don't know each other." "Then it's not impossible for me to be a couple with you," Bu Wang begged. "Brother Jiu Shui, I like you." "Get lost, you're still talking nonsense." Lin Yu said this helplessly, but in the end he did not force Bu Wang to let go. The conversation between the 2 was heard by the remaining 3 people. April pushed number 8, and number 8 let go of her hand awkwardly. This water flow is indeed fine. Uncle Tai, who was doing horse stance alone, suddenly felt a little emotional. It's great to be young. But, even though the water level has gone down, let's quickly change the door. Now all that's left is the blue door, right? After the water level in the room gradually dropped, the tension of the crowd was indeed dissipated a lot without the pressure of being drowned at any time. Lin Yu also got some time to think calmly. So, he suddenly thought of something. Don't rush to make a choice. Lin Yu interrupted the people who were about to choose Blue Gate, and said in a deep voice. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Is there any problem? Is there something wrong with Jiu Shui's 3-door question? It can't be wrong. This is something that has been concluded in the mathematical community, Bu Wang said in a deep voice. Lin Yu shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with the conclusion of the three doors problem itself. I was just thinking that even if we think about it according to the three doors problem, the final result is not 100% right. Cue recalled Lin Yu's words just now. I remember that if you said that after changing the options, the probability of choosing the correct door will become 2/3 right. In other words, there is still a 1/3 chance that we will die. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I was thinking about this. After all, a 1/3 probability is still too high. As soon as these words came out, Uncle Tai sighed. There is an element of luck in the death game. In the 8 dungeons I have experienced, there was even a dungeon where all players had to play Russian roulette. After all, this is a death game. Bu Wang also nodded and said, yes, to be honest, a 2/3 chance of survival is already pretty good. After hearing what Uncle Tai and Bu Wang said, Lin Yu was still not convinced. But that's not the style of this Fatal Questions game. The first 2 questions are about rewards and punishments, while this question is about decisions. Bu Hui waved his hand. Isn't it normal to have a difference? Number 8 also showed an expression ready to die heroically. Yeah, I think we should make a decision as soon as possible. Sometimes, if you want to win the game, you just need a little courage. When you are brave, luck will be on your side. Lin Yu looked at number 8 with some surprise. This student has been timid since the beginning of the game, and his personality seems even more cowardly than Chen Zhuo. He actually said such words at this moment. However, number 8's sudden toughness lasted only a second before he was interrupted by his girlfriend April. April poked him. Don't rush to make a decision. I see you just don't want to be drenched by water, right? April said in a bad tone. Number 8 touched his nose embarrassedly. Oh, you found out. April sighed. So when it comes to matters of life and death, don't interfere with other people's thinking. Although most of the water had flowed out through the door, water was still leaking out of the 10 drains and trapdoors overhead. The water kept wetting the calves and shoes of several people from time to time, and the room was also wet. The splashing water wet the upper bodies and hair of several people from time to time, which was really not pleasant. But I heard April's words. Lin Yu suddenly realized something. I've learned that this isn't a 3-door problem at all. He spoke suddenly, then looked at the crowman. Because actually, there were 4 doors for us to choose from before you opened the yellow door, and now there are still 3, right? As Lin Yu spoke, the crowman started laughing. Haha, yes, it's still a choice between 3. Uncle Tai was very surprised by the words of the crowman. What do you mean? Does that mean the reward for the first level is fake? Can I still choose the disappearing green door? No, the rewards are all real, Lin Yu said calmly, and both reward prompts are real. He pointed to the black trapdoor overhead that was leaking water. All along, the thing was talking about choosing from doors, but it never said it had to be one of these 4 doors. And if we don't have the correct answer to the first question, I'm afraid the trapdoor won't open and we won't even know there's a trapdoor above our heads. This choice problem is the same as the previous 2 reward and punishment problems. It has traps and is a combination of the traps of the previous 2 problems. Lin Yu said, and laughed, and it just said that if we choose the door, it will take us into the door. Why use such a strange rhetoric? Its behavior of laying traps in the riddles has proved that every word it says may have been designed. So, this is also a hidden hint. Lin Yu looked at the crowman and said, in this game, there is no need for something like probability. Using the 3 problems in probability theory is also a mathematical solution. And the tone of this game, at least all the questions in this room, is to use math to cover up traps. Hearing this, Crow asked, but this is not enough, right? What if this black door is also a trap? Lin Yu shook his head. Then this is the part that requires luck. However, since there is water flowing out of this black trapdoor, I don't think it leads to the void. Lin Yu finished speaking and then grinned. And the designer of this game copy shouldn't make it so boring and set up those meaningless traps, right? The crow looked at Lin Yu with a gleam in his eyes. Haha, as expected, I admire you. Tell me your choice, which color door do you want? Lin Yu pointed to the top of his head and said, I choose the black door above my head. As Lin Yu spoke, Crow looked at the others. Haha, are your choices the same as his? And seeing that Lin Yu chose the black door, he actually succeeded. Then other people won't have any other options. I also chose black doors. Uncle Tai said quickly. April and number 8 then spoke in unison, we choose the black door. He did not forget to look at Lin Yu, and gave him a thumbs up with an admiring look. You're amazing. Brother Jiuxue, I was able to answer all 3 questions in this room thanks to you. Then she looked at the crowman and grinned. Then I'll choose a black door too. The crowman heard their choice and nodded. Okay, the choice has been made. The crowman said, before fully spreading its wings. The jet black wings were broader than anyone thought. It used its wings to sweep up everyone and then flew towards the black trapdoor. As it was about to hit the trapdoor, the black trapdoor suddenly grew larger, and the entire ceiling split in 2. Afterwards, they came to the second room. After the crowman flew upwards for a while, about 5 minutes, it slowly stopped. Lin Yu felt that he was put down steadily. The ground under my feet seemed to be made of wooden boards, and it creaked when I stepped on it. But Lin Yu was not too sure. The reason why I was unsure was because this room was completely dark compared to the first pure white and soft room. Lin Yu lowered his head and could not see the black ground clearly. There were only 2 black candles on the 2 candlesticks in front, barely illuminating a little of the surrounding space. On both sides of Lin Yu, the other 4 players were also adapting to the darkness. Soon, Uncle Tai, who was the first to adapt to the darkness, spoke. Where are the crows later? Everyone then noticed that the crowman who was the examiner was missing. Its entire body was covered with jet black feathers, but in this dark room, they were completely invisible. Number 8 was a little flustered. What should we do? The examiner is gone. Are we going to figure this out on our own? And at this moment, the very distinctive hoarse and overlapping voices of the crowman sounded. Haha, welcome everyone to the second room. This room still has 2 reward and punishment problems and 1 choice problem. The crowman's voice echoed through the room. Haha, in this room, asking me a question will be replaced by asking a specific creature a question, and there will be a limit on the number of times you can ask the question, so good luck. As the crowman finished speaking, there was a sound of flapping wings in the air. Then, 2 black crows landed on the candlesticks on the left and right. As the 2 crows landed, the candle seemed to become brighter, illuminating the left and right sides of the candlestick. In the middle and on both sides of the 2 candlesticks, there are 3 shaky suspension bridges. The crowman's voice sounded again. Gaga, among these 3 bridges, only one can allow you to reach the other side safely. The other 2 will suddenly collapse when you are halfway through, causing you to fall into the endless void. Quack, quack, and in front of you are 2 crow clones of the great gods. One crow represents truth, and the other crow represents falsehood. Haha, reality only tells the truth, and falsehood only tells lies. And both of them can only answer yes questions. You have 2 chances to ask them questions to decide on your final planned route. After the crowman finished speaking, he fell into silence. This time, number 8 became excited after hearing this. I've heard something similar to this. I just need to ask one of the crows what the other crow would say if I say the bridge is safe, and then I'll get the answer. If we ask the true crow, and the bridge happened to be safe, it would naturally answer no, because that is the answer a lying crow would give. Similarly, if the bridge was not safe, it would answer yes. But in the same way, if we ask the false crow, if the bridge is safe, the answer based on reality will be yes, so it will lie and answer no, and if the bridge is not safe, it will answer yes. So no matter which one we ask, the result is the same. April looked at him in surprise. You actually thought of this? Number 8 said a little embarrassedly, I saw it in a magazine before. Since there are 3 bridges, 2 questions are just right. Uncle Tai also nodded. If we are lucky, maybe 1 question can be confirmed. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. No, this question is not that simple. But he didn't say anything. Because Lin Yu has realized one thing, what is the difference between the second room and the first room? Among the crowd, Buwang also remained silent. Number 8 excitedly walked up to the crow on the left and asked. Crow, if I ask another crow if the bridge on the far left is safe, will the other crow answer yes or no? But the crow on the left did not speak. Number 8 is a little strange. Huh? Why don't you answer? April and Uncle Ty also looked at each other. Did that crowman deceive us? Or is it stuck? Lin Yu couldn't bear to watch it anymore and sighed. He reminded her, because this is not a yes or no question, you need to regulate your questioning. If I ask another crow if the leftmost bridge is safe, will it answer yes? Lin Yu said in a low voice. Number 8 suddenly realized. So that's how it is, haha. Number 8 scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Ahem, I was careless, sorry. At the same time, number 8 was also a little annoyed. The previous room was almost entirely Lin Yu's home room. When he arrived at the second room, he finally heard that he knew the solution to the first question. He wanted to show off in front of everyone, especially his girlfriend, April, but he didn't expect that there was a flaw in the way he asked the question. But fortunately it's not a big problem. Number 8 raised his head again, looked at the crow on the far left, cleared his throat, and asked the same question again using Lin Yu's method of questioning. If I ask another crow if the leftmost bridge is safe, will it answer yes? And this time, the crow on the left finally spoke. Its answer is goo. The utterance of this syllable instantly broke down number 8's defense. What the hell is goo? He cried out in despair. Uncle Tai and Cue on the side also looked at each other. Is goo the answer? April asked incredulously. In the darkness, Bu Wang, who had remained silent, burst into laughter. Ahahaha, after all, the crowman never said from the beginning to the end that these two things can answer yes and no. They are crows after all. He patted his thigh and laughed. Number 8 was a little anxious. Then what do you say we should do? Bu Hui waved his hand in the dark. I don't know, but I think that with one question left, we can hand it over to Jiushui. Brother Jiushui should have known from the beginning that these two crows are not very good at speaking human language. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Bu Wang with some surprise. Although he did guess it at the beginning, Lin Yu was still a little curious. How did you know I guessed it? Because when you were standardizing the questioning of number 8 just now, the last thing you said was whether you would give a positive answer. Plus, you are very smart, Brother Jiushui, so I concluded that you couldn't have guessed what I had vaguely guessed. Not forgetting to say it with a happy smile. And I believe you should have thought of a way to break the impasse, right, Brother Jiushui? Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed number 8 to ask this question just now. Hearing the words, never forget, Lin Yu shook his head slightly. I can't say that we have broken the impasse, but there is indeed a way to get through it. Lin Yu looked at number 8. Don't let its words throw you off balance. We only have 2 problems, but there are 3 bridges here. When only one is known to be safe, whatever cuckoo means to a crow. As long as you ask the same crow 3 questions, 2 of its answers will be the same and 1 will be different. In other words, we can just randomly choose a bridge to ask a question and see what the answer is. If the 2 answers are the same, then the remaining bridge is naturally safe. Lin Yu said. Number 8 looked at Lin Yu in surprise. It's actually still possible. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Sure. But April realized something was wrong. What if its answer is different from the previous one? Lin Yu laughed. Then I have a way, anyway, just ask first. He said, then looked to the crow on his left. If I ask another crow if the rightmost bridge is safe, will it answer yes? Lin Yu looked at the crow and asked. The crow on the left raised its head and gave the answer again. The answer this time is still a non-human syllable. Ga. When Lin Yu heard the answer, he narrowed his eyes. What a shame, it's different. Lin Yu said in a relaxed tone. Uncle Tai realized something. If the 2 are different, then one of the 2 bridges must be correct. Uncle Tai said this and Lin Yu nodded. Yes, the probability is 50-50. As Lin Yu spoke, number 8 blinked his eyes. 50% probability. Isn't this lower than the 2/3 probability in the last round? April also nodded. Does this mean that this question also has a trap? Lin Yu heard this and shook his head. No, unfortunately I think this time the question is not a trap, but really requires us to choose one out of the 2. This time, the crowman's puzzle contained no traps. The theme of this room is different from the previous room, Lin Yu said in a low voice, and the remaining 4 people looked at each other. Number 8 said in a panic, so, is it really time to try our luck now? That's not the case. You still haven't noticed that the second room is fundamentally different from the first room. This is indeed a trick played by the crowman, but it's not enough to be called a trap, Lin Yu said as he took out a pistol from his waist. In the first room, we all have to give it direct answers to the questions it asks. But in this room, what we need is an answer of action. So we no longer need to have a unified answer and answer at the same time. At this point, Uncle Tai had already reacted, and said in a low voice, I see. So this level is more like letting us choose someone to sacrifice than a trap, right? Lin Yu laughed. Yes, although we do have to try our luck next, there is only one person who has to try his luck. As long as one person takes one of these paths, we will know what will happen next. Under the dim candlelight, April and number 8's expressions changed slightly. So, who's going to be the one trying their luck? April asked out loud. Uncle Tai said, for the sake of fairness, let's decide by drawing lots. As he was speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him. Draw a hammer lot. I took out the gun just to remind you of something, Lin Yu said coldly. I will decide who will be the unlucky one. Having said that, Lin Yu pointed the gun at the thief Buwang, who had been hiding in the darkness and not saying a word. Well, dear Miss Thief, it's time for you to play your part. A charming smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Looking at Lin Yu, who suddenly got angry, he sighed, raised his hands and walked out. Why me? Lin Yu shrugged. Someone has to do it in this situation. First of all, if I can't do it, I can only choose from the remaining 4 people. Among the others, you have the least number of cleared dungeons, the craftsman has the most, and the remaining 2 are still bound, although I am confident that no one can match a gun-wielding soldier like me in a head-on battle, but just in case, let's start with you, the softest persimmon. Besides, you really did offend me, didn't you? He did not forget to raise his hands, with an expression of helplessness and unwillingness. She looked at the others. Hey, if you just watch him do whatever he wants, what if it's your turn next time? Lin Yu interrupted her with a smile. Don't say it's unlucky, Buwang, don't you still have a 50% chance of not dying? To be fair, choose a bridge yourself, so that you can hold your fate in your own hands. He gritted his teeth and said, I choose the one on the left. If I really die, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Faced with Buwang's threat, Lin Yu remained calm. While keeping the gun aimed at Buwang, he looked at the others. By the way, does anyone have a rope type of prop? As Lin Yu was talking, Uncle Tai was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, I have it, and it's a safety rope. As he spoke, Uncle Tai immediately took out a very long bundle of safety ropes. Lin Yu glanced at Cue and said, go and tie the safety rope to her. April looked at Lin Yu in surprise, then took the safety rope from Uncle Tai and walked to Buwang. She quickly tied the safety rope for Buwang. Lin Yu said, now throw the other end of the safety rope to me. April threw the rope to Lin Yu, who caught it in the air, then wrapped it around his hands twice and held it tightly. After all, there was nowhere solid to tie the rope. Watching Lin Yu's actions, Buwang, who had a safety rope wrapped around his body, relaxed his expression a lot. But she still looked unhappy. You bastard. However, Lin Yu did not put down his gun but spoke coldly again. Go ahead. He said in a cold voice. He did not forget to give Lin Yu a middle finger, then turned and walked onto the swaying suspension bridge in the darkness. Looking at Buwang's disappearing back, Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu and spoke in a low voice. Thank you for your hard work. In the situation just now, someone had to come out and play the bad guy. You chose that little girl just because she was the lightest and you even tied her up with a rope. You are taking a big risk by doing this. The looks that April and number 8 gave Lin Yu were also somewhat different, but overall they were mostly filled with gratitude. Although Lin Yu's coercive look just now obviously frightened them a little, the fact that he was holding the rope himself at this moment also made the 2 of them come to the same conclusion as Tai Shu. Lin Yu was just looking for the optimal solution. But Lin Yu shook his head. No, I'm not that noble. He tied Buwang with a rope, perhaps with some idea of avoiding death if possible, but more importantly, it was based on other reasons. Lin Yu said softly, what if there is no rope, and if he chooses the right suspension bridge, and keeps silent on the other side with hatred, or simply screams in the middle and pretends to fall down to mislead us? After all, we don't know if the suspension bridge will collapse completely if it collapses, and whether we can see any clues here. And, even if we don't forget that he has no intention of harming us, what if there are some soundproofing measures on the other side of the suspension bridge? Lin Yu said this, but this explanation still did not completely convince the other three. Perhaps, in the eyes of Uncle Tai, April, and number 8, if Lin Yu, the strongest person in the current dungeon, had humanity and kindness, it would obviously be more beneficial to them. Lin Yu did not give any further explanation, he just looked at the rope spreading in the darkness. Even those words just now are not the only reason why Lin Yu chose to not forget. What an interesting thief. Soon, there was a slight pulling force coming from the rope. In the darkness, there were also cries of not forgetting. This bridge is fine, this is it. After hearing Buwang's cry, Lin Yu gently pulled the rope, and after confirming that Buwang should be standing on a relatively stable ground, he stepped onto the bridge on the far left. The remaining 3 players followed closely behind. Although the suspension bridge was a little shaky, it did not pose any problem for the few people. Soon, they were safely on the other side of the bridge, still pitch dark, but visibility had improved slightly. Because this time there are 3 candlesticks, and the size of the candlesticks has also become much larger. Buwang stood helplessly on the other side of the bridge, but he didn't seem to have much resentment. If you still need someone to explore the way, at the end of this level, don't look for me. He did not forget to point to the dark environment ahead. Then they looked forward with the light in hand and found that the bridge was still spreading into the depths of darkness. But this time, it's 5 bridges. Then, 3 crows fluttered their wings and landed on the candlestick. The crowman's voice rang out again in the darkness. Haha, congratulations on passing the first reward and punishment question. Since no one died, you will have 5 questions this round. Lin Yu listened and nodded slightly. The explanation given by the crowman was within Lin Yu's expectations. This is the difference between the first room and the second room. In the first room, everyone is a whole and the options must be consistent. But in the second room, everyone can choose their own path. In other words, the reward and punishment problem in the second room can remain divergent and choose different answers. Those who answer correctly will survive, and those who answer incorrectly will die. However, as long as someone answers incorrectly, there will be rewards and punishments for those who survive. This is illustrated by the fact that the number of answers to the second reward and punishment question is correlated with the number of people. Sure enough, we must reduce the number of deaths as much as possible in the future. Lin Yu pondered silently in his heart, and then continued to listen to the crow's words. Gaga, among the 5 bridges in this round, only one can still allow you to reach the other side safely. The other 4 will suddenly collapse when you reach the middle, causing you to fall into the endless void. Quack, this time in front of you are 3 great gods transformed into crow clones. In addition to truth and falsehood, there is also a crow representing change, it may tell the truth or lie. After the crowman introduced the rules, everyone naturally looked at Lin Yu. Jiao Shui, what should we do this time? Each of us has a question. What should we do? Uncle Tai asked. Number 8 was also puzzled, there is actually someone here who could be telling the truth or lying. This is too difficult. April was somewhat calmer, but there are 5 questions. Lin Yu thought silently. 5 questions. Then maybe there won't be any need for anyone to risk their lives to find the way. Lin Yu already had the answer in his heart. He looked at Lin Yu, a little surprised, so fast. Lin Yu nodded. Of course. After all, there are 5 chances this time. Lin Yu said this, then looked at Uncle Tai. You can ask the first question to the one in the middle. Uncle Tai, the question is this. If I asked you if the crow on your left was the embodiment of change, would you answer, cuckoo? Uncle Tai now had almost unlimited trust in Lin Yu. He stepped forward and repeated Lin Yu's question to the crow in the middle. Hey, if I asked you if the crow on your left was the embodiment of change, would you answer, coo? The crow looked at Uncle Tai and then made a coo sound. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Good, it seems that gu and ga may indeed be universal. Through the first question of rewards and punishments just now, Lin Yu can confirm one thing. Gu in the crow's mouth represents affirmation. Although I am not sure whether the clone is the same, I am also not sure whether the meaning of gu has changed. But as long as the answer still uses guh, then these 5 questions are definitely enough. Through the previous question, Lin Yu has been able to confirm that at least the crow on the far right is definitely not the one representing change. Therefore, Lin Yu waved to April and number 8. The next question, April, go ask the crow on the far right, if I ask you if you are the crow incarnation representing vanity, will your answer be crow? When April heard this question, she subconsciously tried to think about the reason, but she couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she could only do what Lin Yu said. April walked to the crow on the far right and asked Lin Yu the same question as before. The crow on the right quickly gave the answer. Ga. Lin Yu nodded. Very good, the next step is easy. Number 8, go ask him if there is a safe bridge among the 3 bridges on the far left. Do exactly what I say, not a single word wrong. Lin Yu said in a deep voice, and number 8 scratched his head. Jiao Shui, why do you need to give me extra instructions when you come to my place? April immediately said, of course it's because you look the least reliable. Number 8 was speechless. All right. He walked dejectedly to the crow on the far right and repeated Lin Yu's question. This time, the question for the crow on the far right is still GA. Lin Yu looked at Buwang. Don't forget to wave your hand, okay, I already know what to do. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, he walked to the crow on the far right and pointed at the suspension bridge on the far right. Crow, is this suspension bridge safe? The crow looked at Buwang and said again, Ga. Don't forget to draw conclusions. Okay, this crow represents truth, and quack represents negation. This means that the second suspension bridge on the right is safe. I don't need you to ask the last question, Jiao Shui. As he spoke, he turned around, put his hands on his chest and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu also looked Buwang up and down. Sure enough, the thief followed his train of thought throughout the whole process. She also realized that the one on the far right was the one that represented reality. You're pretty smart, but what if the meanings of gu and ga were reversed between the first and second questions? Lin Yu said calmly. I will never forget the moment of being speechless. I don't think so, do I? Lin Yu said coldly, what if something happens? This is a game that can kill people. Don't forget to shrink your neck. Oh, you still have a question, she said carefully, can't you just use a question to confirm whether the meaning has changed? Lin Yu exhaled, but what if it changes? If it changes, I can just take one of the 2 roads on the left and that'll be it. Don't forget to say anxiously. Lin Yu laughed. That's what you said. He looked at the crow on the far right and spoke again. Crow, is one of the 3rd and 4th suspension bridges on the left safe? The crow on the right flaps its wings. Goo. As it spoke, it let out a long sigh of relief. I was scared to death. The 4th suspension bridge on the right is indeed safe. Lin Yu seemed a little disappointed. TSK, what a pity. What a pity. You are happy to force me to choose between the 2. He said with indignation. Lin Yu sneered, this time, you did it yourself, who made you so self-righteous first? The negotiations between the 2 men went on, leaving Uncle Tai, April and number 8 stunned. The 3 of them looked at each other, all with an expression that said, I don't understand, forget it. Following the 4th suspension bridge from the left, the 5 people safely reached the other side. And this time, the brightness was different again. This time, the candlestick for lighting took the form of a huge stone altar. There were circles of candles on the stone altar, and on both sides of the altar, there were only 2 suspension bridges. In the darkness, the voice of the crowman sounded again. Haha, congratulations, you have passed the reward and punishment question with full capacity. Therefore, when the next decision-making question begins, there will be a hint on the scene. Haha, welcome to the decision problem in this room. As soon as he finished speaking, a crow flapped its wings and landed on the stone altar from the darkness. Afterwards, the crow's body expanded rapidly and turned into the appearance of a crowman. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and took a step forward. Wow, is this your cue to be there? Gah. The crowman in the stone altar called out, then sat among the candles on the stone altar and spoke in a low voice. Both bridges this time lead to the next room. Beep. It's just that one can carry 3 people and one can carry 2 people. Everyone must step onto both bridges at the same time, otherwise both bridges will collapse. You only have one chance to ask me a question. I will not answer questions that reveal how many people each bridge can carry. The crowman said as the 5 looked at each other. Number 8 spoke first. This crowman said that it would not answer questions that reveal how many people each bridge can carry, so can we think of an indirect way to ask it? For example, if the 3 of us take the bridge on the left, can we clear the level? Before the others could react. Upon hearing this, the crowman interrupted him first. Haha, I won't answer this kind of question. As it spoke, Lin Yu spoke again. I did think of a solution to this game. I was going to ask, if there are 2 people on each side of the suspension bridge, and the remaining person is dead, will the suspension bridge still collapse? As he spoke, Lin Yu took out a pistol. If the answer is yes, I will randomly destroy one so that all 4 can survive. After Lin Yu finished speaking his proposal, he immediately screamed. I don't believe you can be random, you are definitely going to destroy me. He looked at Lin Yu in horror and said. Lin Yu looked at Buwang and said, oh, you figured me out. How about I die first and then ask? To be honest, I think it won't collapse if 2 of them walk side by side. As Lin Yu spoke, he stretched out his left hand from his trouser pocket and took out a revolver. Don't pull out your gun all the time. What if? Don't gamble on this possibility, Buwang said with sweat on his forehead. Besides, this decision problem may have a trap. As he spoke, Lin Yu started laughing. Really? Where is the trap? After being pointed at with a gun, Buwang's speaking speed obviously became much faster. Well, you see, didn't the crowman say at the beginning that in this room, asking it questions will be replaced by asking questions to a specific creature? So the crowman sitting there is most likely not the crowman who is the examination officer, right? As he spoke, Lin Yu nodded. That makes sense, but so what? He still didn't put down the gun. Just now it flew over here in the form of a crow. Does this mean that it is actually some kind of incarnation? Among the 3 known incarnations, except for the one representing truth, the other 2 crows can lie. If this guy is one of change or illusion, then you don't have to believe what it says about the 2 bridges. Buwang spoke quickly, and the other 3 players were also thoughtful after listening to his rapid-fire words. It does seem to make sense. Uncle Tai murmured. Lin Yu nodded. It makes sense, because what you say is right. Lin Yu took his right hand out of his trouser pocket. In his hand was a polygraph that was flashing red light. He pressed the button just as the crowman said the first sentence. This is the lie detector I got in the first instance. The beeping sound just now was made by it. This means that the first sentence the crowman said was a lie. Its first sentence is, both bridges lead to the next room, which is the premise of the entire paragraph, which means that everything that follows is wrong. So, we don't need to care about what this crowman said. It is purely trying to mislead us. Lin Yu spoke calmly, but was stunned for a moment, and then spoke with a crying voice. Why didn't you take out this good stuff earlier? And you know it's lying. Wasn't it just trying to scare me? I just want to test how smart you are, Lin Yu said with a smile, putting away the gun. Why, you can tease me, but I can't tease you. Uncle Tai coughed and spoke. Okay, so since its words are misleading, does that mean only one of the 2 bridges can lead to the next room? Number 8's eyes lit up. In that case, can't we just ask it? We don't need to ask which bridge can carry how many people, we just need to ask it which bridge leads to the next room. Lin Yu shook his head. If there are only 2 incarnations in front of it, real and false, it doesn't matter even if it says all lies. All you need to do is listen to it in reverse. But there is an incarnation of change in front of it, which means that it may be the incarnation of change. There is no point in asking him any questions. Lin Yu explained and number 8 was stunned. Ah, what else can we do? Is it another one of these 2 choices? After saying that, number 8 also looked at Buwang. Not forgetting to notice the gaze of number 8, he got angry and pulled out a utility knife. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't have a gun, but you want me to lead the charge, right? Believe it or not, I will stab you to death with one knife. Student. If I can't beat Jiu Shui, I can't beat you, right? He didn't forget to scream in anger. Number 8 quickly spoke up, I definitely don't mean that. I will follow Brother Jiu Shui's arrangements in everything. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yu with a flattering smile on his face. Lin Yu walked up to Buwang without saying a word, gently reached out and grabbed her utility knife, pulling it out of Buwang's hand. He did not forget to look at Lin Yu's actions, feeling somewhat puzzled and angry. What do you mean? Are you afraid that I will really stab it with a knife? You are not really going to let me pick one at random. Lin Yu shook his head. No, because if both paths lead to the next room is a lie, then the truth could be only one path leads to the next room, and it could also be neither path leads to the next room. Combined with the voice of the examiner crowman in the darkness at the beginning, this crowman in front of us, whose every word cannot be trusted, should indeed be some kind of hint. So, what is it telling us? Considering the answer to the decision problem in the previous room, I'm going to make a guess. As Lin Yu spoke, he threw a utility knife behind the crowman. Hey, my knife. Don't forget to scream. But before she finished her words, a crisp sound was heard in the darkness. Pa. Lin Yu laughed. The candles are arranged to look like they are real. From our angle, we can't see that there is a road behind it. But it's a pity that you can hear it just by dropping something. Just like the black trapdoor above your head is the correct option in the final decision in the first room. In the final decision problem, in the second room, the suspension bridges on both sides are fake, the real path to choose is in the middle. A circle of candles on the stone altar resembles water pouring down from the trapdoor, and is there to mislead the player. This circle of candles made everyone think that was the boundary of the stone altar, but it was not. And after Lin Yu pointed this out, the crow representing change disguised as a crowman disappeared, and then the crow flew into the darkness. From the darkness behind the stone altar, the real crowman slowly walked out. Haha, then, what is your final choice? Of course it's this way. Lin Yu looked at the direction where the crowman came from and said calmly. The crowman chuckled again. Then congratulations, you have answered the decision question in the second room correctly. The crowman spread his wings and flew up, and then the room suddenly lit up. There were countless extinguished candlesticks on the ceiling and walls of the second room. As the candlesticks lit up, this room, which was much larger than the first room and about the size of a football field, was fully illuminated. Lin Yu looked at the scene in the room and his expression changed slightly. April, who was standing by, screamed in fright. Ah! There was only a narrow wooden plank under everyone's feet that could accommodate 4 people side by side at most, other than that, it was a bottomless abyss. The suspension bridges they passed along were not wide, and what was even worse was that, except for the 2 correct suspension bridges, the remaining suspension bridges had cuts on the ropes in the middle. There was no doubt that as long as they walked there, the suspension bridges would definitely collapse. The same is true for the last 2 suspension bridges. In particular, the place where these 2 suspension bridges lead to is also a shaky, lonely stone pillar. Number 8, who was beside April, also looked pale, but he still forced himself to comfort his girlfriend. It's okay, we're here. On the other hand, Tieshu and Buwang were relatively calm. It's so high, it reminds me of the time when I climbed a tower crane. Uncle Tai smiled, then looked at the stone altar where the crowman was standing in front of him. Below the stone altar, there is a stone bridge that was completely hidden in the darkness. It extends all the way to a black door. The utility knife that Lin Yu threw over lay quietly on the stone bridge. Let's go. He took light steps and jumped onto the stone altar, then jumped off the stone altar, landed on the bridge, picked up his utility knife, and walked forward with light steps. Uncle Tai also jumped over cautiously and followed Buwang. Although Lin Yu has excellent physical fitness, this height still makes him hesitant. But in the end, Lin Yu still caught up with the pace of the 2 people in front of him. The couple April and number 8 were much more cautious. It took the 2 of them some time just to jump onto the spacious stone altar. After arriving at the stone bridge, although this stone bridge was wider and more stable than the previous suspension bridge, April and number 8 still walked much slower than before. After all, the abyss on both sides couldn't be seen before. However, everyone finally arrived at the black door safely. After pushing open the door, there is a spiral staircase leading upwards. After climbing up the stairs for about 5 or 6 minutes, I came across a black door. Those who walk in front should not forget to open this door. What appeared in front of the 5 people was a grey room. Grey smoke was floating around, making it impossible to see where the ceiling and walls were. The figure of the crowman emerged from the mist again. "Gah, welcome everyone to the last room." The crowman said this, and then took out an antique key from his arms. The thick fog around dissipated to both sides, forming a narrow passage sandwiched between 2 towering fog walls. It was like the sea that was split apart by divine power in ancient legends. At the end of this passage, there is a locked door. "Gah, in this room, there is only a choice problem, not a reward and punishment problem. Haha, as long as you answer the following questions correctly, you can choose to leave this copy. Haha, but I have to remind you that not everyone can pass the choice. Haha, please find the lie in my words. Everyone must find one and explain why you know it is a lie. Otherwise, you will be punished. Now, I will make 5 statements." The crowman said this, spreading his wings and pacing in front of everyone. "First, all of you are honest, and no one has cheated with their titles. Second, all of you trust each other, and no one hides the number of copies they have completed. Third, all of you have been very forthright and considerate of others, and none of you have lied about your occupation. Fourth, no one between the 2 of you who know each other has ever betrayed the other. Fifth, none of you has ever thought that it would be better if the other person died." After the crowman said these 5 sentences, the faces of everyone on the field turned ugly. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "It's really funny. It's almost a bad taste." These 5 statements and this question seem to be designed specifically for the 5 players. In these 3 rooms, the antagonism between players seems to be gradually increasing. From the first room, everyone worked together to solve puzzles and find the traps, to the second room, the number of survivors was used as a resource. Now in this third room, I always feel that the crowman did it on purpose. While Lin Yu was thinking, Uncle Tai was the first to speak. "Ahem, I think the 5th sentence must be a lie." As Uncle Tai said this, the crowman looked at Uncle Tai. "Please give your reasons." As the crowman spoke, Uncle Tai pointed at Lin Yu and Buwang. "Well, from the very beginning of this instance, this soldier wanted to kill the thief. He even had the urge to kill him several times." Uncle Tai said, and the crowman laughed. "Haha, that's not a good enough reason." It said, looking at Uncle Tai with interest, "Please give you the one that you are sure is a lie." Uncle Tai was silent for a long time, then he smiled and shook his head. "Okay, the first sentence was a lie. I lied about my forum ID. My previous forum ID was Tiangong, but I don't have a forum account now." When this ID came out, Lin Yu had no reaction. April, number 8 and Buwang looked at Uncle Tai in surprise, as if they had seen some scary monster. The Tiangong who joined the plunderer, April exclaimed, "I saw you in the new bounty on the forum this month. You are wanted by order because you killed 5 other players in reality." Although Lin Yu had never heard of the name Tiangong, after all, he didn't pay much attention to the forum bounty module. However, Lin Yu still remembered the name of the organization, Predators. It was one of the 3 organizations banned from the forum, on par with the Psychological Society, the insane organization that killed him. When Uncle Tai heard what April exclaimed, he thought that this god of war was obviously a tough guy. Killing other players in reality is considered a violation of the rules by all players, although there are no courts or police stations among the players. However, the largest organization, the Order, and its administrators basically act as trial and law enforcement agencies. If someone uses the abilities in the game to return to reality and commit evil, once discovered by the Order, a wanted notice will be issued on the forum. In addition, members of Order will unconditionally hunt down those wanted violating players in the game and in reality. After Tiangong revealed his cards, his expression was no longer as peaceful as before. He sighed and looked at Buwang, April, and number 8, who were alert and cautious, with a gloomy expression. So, that's why I concealed the truth. Although I have joined the Predator, I will not kill innocent people in a cooperative puzzle game. If you treat me like this from the beginning, it will be difficult to continue the game. After Tiangong finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yu. I admire you very much, Jiao Shui. To be honest, you are calmer than I expected. Lin Yu shrugged calmly. No, I just didn't think of you as a good person from the beginning. Although in this game, Tiangong, who calls himself Uncle Tai, tried very hard to play the role of a good guy. But the guy who survived 10 copies of this game is a good guy. The probability is very small. Although there are some naive people in this game who are lucky enough to survive. For example, Chen Zhua. For example, number 8 over there is probably also a real coward. But Uncle Tai is definitely not a good person. Ultimately, this guy's acting skills are not good enough. At least, not good enough to deceive Lin Yu. In the second copy, he looked so indifferent to human life but tried hard to pretend, which made Lin Yu want to laugh. However, Lin Yu's calm appearance caused Tiangong to burst into laughter. Haha, I admire you. Your profession is still a soldier, and you got such a powerful item as a pistol. You are really a good candidate to join the Predator. Lin Yu shook his head. Please allow me to refuse. I still want to attend the forum for 2 more days. As he spoke, Tiangong laughed. It's okay. If you change your mind, you can always contact me. And Tiangong finished speaking. The crowman tossed him the key. Haha, you can leave the copy now. Tiangong took the key unexpectedly. Oh. Can I leave now? The crowman nodded. Haha, of course. Tiangong laughed. That's good. It saves everyone from feeling uncomfortable when I'm here. After saying that, he walked towards the gate at the end. He opened the door and walked into a white light. Then, the door closed and locked again, and a new key appeared in the crowman's hand. After watching him leave, April and number 8 both breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Number 8 said with lingering fear. Lin Yu looked at him, shook his head and said, What are you afraid of? I'm a soldier with a gun. Even if he is wanted, can he kill you all in front of me? Number 8 looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression. Brother Jiaoshui, even if your profession and props are very strong, that Tiangong is a player who has already upgraded, and he has completed the upgrade in 10 copies and was invited by the Predator to join. It may be difficult for you to gain an advantage in a fight. Lin Yu could see that number 8's statement was a bit euphemistic. Is it upgrade again? What exactly is leveling up? Lin Yu was a little confused. But before he could ask in detail, April beside him added. Yes, the bounty on his credit points is as high as 8,000 points. When Lin Yu heard this, he was stunned. How many? 8,000 points. April said seriously. Lin Yu suddenly felt his eyes getting hot. Isn't 8,000 points 800,000 renminbi? If I can capture him, I can directly buy a new store for my sister. Even if I don't give it to my sister, if I save it, I won't even have to worry about finding a job in the next few years after graduation, and I can continue to perform in the plays I love. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have tried to kill this guy in the dungeon just now. Buwang couldn't help but speak up. Do you usually check the forum? Tiangong is the most popular bounty post recently. Lin Yu shook his head. I said, I just passed the first copy, so I haven't figured it out yet. Lin Yu said this, not forgetting to be surprised. Ah. You really just passed the first instance. I was going to use you to question whether the second statement was a lie. Lin Yu spread his hands. If you don't believe me, you can try it. That's not necessary, Buwang said, laughing and looking at April and number 8, but you two over here better hurry up, or I'll take away your confirmed lie. What the crowman just said doesn't necessarily mean that everyone can pass these 5 statements. There might be some truth mixed in. As he spoke, April and number 8's expressions changed slightly again. Lin Yu also looked at the two of them with interest. To be honest, after the crowman finished his statement just now, April and number 8 had the ugliest expressions. Something very interesting will definitely happen between this young couple next. And it was just as Lin Yu expected. Following Bu Wang's reminder, April and number 8 gritted their teeth and spoke at the same time. "I choose 4. Two voices rang out in unison. The crowman looked at the two of them and laughed as well. "Interesting, please state your reasons. This boy needs to be faster, so you should state your reasons." The fourth point made by the crowman just now. The content is exactly, between the two of you who know each other, no one has ever betrayed each other. Number 8 and April looked at each other with ugly expressions. April spoke in a low voice. "Tell me, how did you betray me?" Number 8's face turned pale and he spoke through gritted teeth. "I'm Yao. I'm sorry for telling you that I stayed up all night in the library to review during finals week last year. Actually, I went to see my ex-girlfriend." After number 8 confessed with a guilty look on his face. April exhaled slowly, and her eyes grew colder. This young woman is a doctor and has a gentle appearance. But at this moment, her cold expression made even Lin Yu feel chilled. April looked at her boyfriend and spoke quietly. "In fact, I had already suspected this matter a long time ago, but I didn't expect that you would really go to the extent of betraying me that day." Number 8 wanted to defend himself, but in the end he could only lower his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, Io." April sneered, "You don't need to apologize hypocritically. You are not sorry to me, you are just sorry to yourself." After saying that, April paused. "No, you do seem to be sorry. Let's not even mention the final assignments I helped you with. Just in this death game, how many times have I saved you? Even if you've lived and died with me, you're still not as good as that woman. Just because she's pretty and playful. Aren't you afraid of getting sick?" April said sarcastically. After hearing April's accusation, number 8 couldn't help but retort, "Don't slander her. Besides, that happened a year ago." "Only that one time a year ago." April interrupted him and said coldly, "Think about it carefully and don't fool yourself." Number 8's expression changed drastically. "You knew that a long time ago. Before this copy, it was just speculation, and it was also wishful thinking to turn a blind eye." April smiled and shook her head. "You actually defended her just now, very good." April said, and 8's face turned red. "So what? She didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Besides, the reason I entered this crappy game was because you insisted on going on a trip that day. You owed me this life." Number 8 growled and April was stunned for a moment before she started laughing. Okay. So that's what you think. So what?" Number 8 changed his cowardly image and shouted loudly, "You are a psychopath with a strong desire for control and lack of love. I never feel relaxed when I am with you. You only belittle and insult me over and over again. So what if you saved me? I didn't ask you to save me in the first place." April looked coldly at the roaring number 8. This made number 8 even more hysterical. "You are the same. Just now you also wanted to answer the fourth question. You actually betrayed me, right?" he said, glaring at April angrily. April shook her head. "No, I didn't betray you. I chose option 4 because I thought about what happened in the library last year. Last week you said you were going to the internet cafe, and last month you said you were going to a high school reunion. But rather than clearing the game, I actually want to verify the truth of those things." The crowman's voice sounded at this opportune moment. "Haha, congratulations, you can now leave the copy," the crowman said, tossing the key to 8. April looked at 8 and just shook her head. "Go away." She waved her hands, and number 8 growled, "Get lost if you want." Then, number 8 said, taking the key and walking to the end of the fog. April looked at number 8's back, exhaled, and looked very tired. Lin Yu did not forget to look at the doctor lady with interest. It was such a good show. It turns out that scumbags are not just playboys. They can also be so restrained in their anger after being cheated on. Lin Yu stroked his chin and thought. Bu Wang walked up and patted April on the shoulder. "Hey, is it really okay to let that guy go like this?" April shook her head. "It doesn't matter, let him do whatever he wants. To be honest, I'm tired too, even though the god who designed this death game said that only those who really want to live will be chosen. I really wanted to live before, but now I'm really tired. April said tiredly. She put her hands in her pockets and shook her head. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Are you an orphan? You don't have anything else except that useless boyfriend, right? You two are classmates, right? You are both students, but you awakened to the profession of doctor. You should be a medical student with good grades, right? Isn't it more valuable for you to live than for that scumbag who can't do anything right and has corrupt morals to live? After Buwang finished speaking these few words, April's heart seemed to be touched. She looked at Buwang beside her hesitantly, but, I don't know which of the remaining three is a lie. Actually, you know, Buwang laughed, took out a utility knife, and with a click-click sound, he pushed the blade out one by one. Sister April, didn't you really have a moment just now when he was defending that bitch, when he was blaming you, when he was ungrateful, didn't you really have this thought at all? This is the game of death. April looked at Buwang, silently took the utility knife, and her eyes darkened little by little. If the moment just now was cold, then this moment. April's eyes have become a bottomless abyss. Then she looked at the crowman. I think your fifth statement is a lie. The crowman looked at April and laughed. Haha, then please give me proof. April walked towards the gate without saying a word, holding a utility knife. She walked faster and faster, almost running. At last. Near the gate, number 8, who was holding the key and preparing to open the door, was knocked down by her. What are you going to do? Io, it hurts. I was wrong, Io, please stop stabbing me. Help. You bitch, go to hell. Ah. Scary screams were heard one after another. Then the sound disappeared completely. After a while, April, covered in blood, walked back from the door. She gently wiped the blood splattered on her face, held the blade of the utility knife and handed it back to Buwang. Thank you, Miss Buwang, she said, then looked at the crowman. Is that reason enough? The crowman looked at April, who was covered in blood, and laughed happily. Haha, that's wonderful, very good. You can leave now. As it spoke, it waved its hand again, and a key appeared out of thin air in its hand. The crowman threw the key to April, and the doctor picked up the key and looked at Buwang again. Don't forget to smile and wave your hand. You're welcome. How do you feel now? April laughed. I feel great. As she spoke, she turned and walked towards the end of the foggy passage. April's figure quickly disappeared into the gate at the end of the fog. Only Buwang and Lin Yu were left on the field. Lin Yu looked at Buwang with a strange expression. Although April did have murderous intentions towards number 8 a long time ago. But the main reason why April finally attacked number 8 just now was because of the instigation of the little girl in front of him. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, he smiled embarrassedly. Brother Jiushue, do you want to choose first? Lin Yu looked at Buwang and whispered, you choose first. You should choose the one with number of copies. You don't look like you've only gone through 3 copies. After being exposed by Lin Yu, Buwang put her hands on her chest and said, oh, I was seen through. I couldn't help it just now. After all, I hate scumbags. A bright smile appeared on Buwang's face. Your acting is very good. I almost got fooled, Lin Yu sighed. Then what's the point of hiding the number of copies you have? He shrugged, it's just my style. After all, my profession is a thief. For me, showing weakness to others is more conducive to activating my abilities. As he spoke, he did not forget to smile. If you don't believe me, check yourself. Lin Yu showed a look of panic on his face, and then summoned his 2 props. But fortunately, the polygraph and the pistol were there. He looked at Buwang in surprise, and the other party laughed again. Ahahaha, I fooled you again, soldier, Buwang laughed, waved his hand, and showed a pitch-black hammer. I stole this. The guy just now revealed that he was Tiangong, so of course I targeted him. This thing is much more valuable than your pistol, he said with a smile. Lin Yu looked at Buwang, picked up the polygraph, and said in a cold voice. Who are you? How many copies have you been through? What is your purpose in approaching me? Don't forget to purse your lips. So your lie detector still works. Of course, each copy can be used 3 times, Lin Yu said. Nonsense, so don't lie to me. Otherwise, even if you might be stronger than me, I will fight you to the death here. After saying this, Lin Yu felt a power of belief coming from Buwang. Then, the lie that he had just said, the lie detector can be used 3 times, came true at this moment. And it was similar to Lin Yu's estimate. He estimated that if he had said it 4 times just now, these beliefs might not be enough to support the fraud to come true. Hey, don't be so nervous. I'm just a little girl who likes to have fun. I didn't mean to pick on you. I am not from the Psychological Society or the Predators. You can rest assured about that. While speaking with a smile, Lin Yu released his hand that was pressing the button. What I just said is true. Then, Lin Yu said coldly, how many copies have you passed? In fact, there are only 12 of them, and it's only been 3 months. He stuck out his tongue, and I'm not that strong, my frontal combat power is very weak. The polygraph remained silent. Lin Yu exhaled. All right. He put away the lie detector and immediately said to the crowman, I choose the second one because she just admitted that she passed 12 copies, which is inconsistent with the 3 she reported at the beginning. Lin Yu spoke very quickly. After he finished speaking, the crowman immediately answered. Haha, congratulations, you found the lie and you can leave here. I still remember being surprised. Then the girl laughed again. Ahahahaha, so that's how it is. You actually tricked me. It's really funny. It turns out you don't care where I come from or if I have any ulterior motives. You just want to scheme against me like this. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said calmly. Of course, although your acting is excellent, I can still see, Lin Yu sighed, although you are more confident than you show, you are indeed here to have fun. He said, taking the key from the crowman. He narrowed his eyes and said, so that's how it is. My only way out now is to find out why the 3rd rule is false. My profession is really thief, which means you have concealed your profession, right? Lin Yu shook his head. No, my profession is really a soldier. This is the difficulty of the last level of decision problem. Among the 5 statements, each one seems to correspond to a person, but in fact, one statement does not correspond to anyone, so, I must steal someone's key. Lin Yu said this, not forgetting to look at him. I don't quite believe it. Isn't this a huge disadvantage for you? But having said that, Lin Yu could feel it. His profession as a soldier did not disappear. In other words, Buwang actually believed what he had just said. This was also what Lin Yu expected. After all, what he said sounded like the truth. So, Lin Yu laughed. Although this is only my 2nd dungeon, I would like to ask you, Ms. Buwang, a veteran player, after going through more than a dozen dungeons, do you still think this game is really fair? Not forgetting to laugh softly. Well, you're right, this game is indeed unfair. Lin Yu shook the key in his hand, isn't it? Besides, it's your headache now. Buwang let out a sigh, yeah, but luckily I do like to keep things to myself. You are very good, Soldier Jiushui. You are so interesting, she said with a smile and waved her hand. I hope to see you again next time, whether in the outside world or in the dungeon. Hearing Buwang's words, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, can you still go out? Of course you should realize that it looks like there is only one key, but that is not the case. Lin Yu looked at the corpse still lying at the end of the mist, in front of the door. I see. That's why you instigated the other party to kill him. Did not forget to laugh. Yes, because if someone must be unable to leave this copy, then let that boring guy stay here. She turned and walked towards the door. Goodbye, Brother Jiushui. He walked briskly to the corpse, quickly took out a key from it, and showed it to Lin Yu from a distance. Then she opened the door and walked in. After watching Buwang's figure disappear, the crowman looked at Lin Yu and spoke again. Haha, you can leave too. Lin Yu turned around, looked at the crowman, and exhaled. He threw the key aside, his face full of curiosity. When did I say I was leaving? The crowman looked at Lin Yu and fell silent. Gah, this is the last question. No, this is the first, reward and punishment, question in the 3rd room. The reward is the choice of leaving the dungeon directly. Lin Yu interrupted him and grinned, but I don't accept this reward. Really? Everyone is lying to me. The honest old man is actually a villain, and the cheerful guy has ulterior motives. Even you, the examination officer, are full of lies. Lin Yu took a step forward and raised his head to look at the crowman. Don't waste any more time. I've seen through all your tricks and lies. Honestly speaking, your acting skills are not as good as the thief just now. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the crowman laughed softly. Haha, you are even better than I thought, player Lin Yu. I'm curious, how did you figure that out? Was it just because of my acting skills? After being called out by the crowman's real name, Lin Yu spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Honestly, it's more than just your acting. Also, you have been reminding us to tell the truth, and once we react, the reminders are quite obvious. So in the end I had to deliberately take away the don't forget key to mislead her and limit her thinking and focus on, how should I get out? After all, she is very smart. As Lin Yu spoke, the crowman spread his wings. So where did I give you a hint? GA, in the second level we learned that GA represents a negative answer, Lin Yu said, but in addition to appearing alone, it can also be used at the beginning of a sentence as a negative symbol. Am I right? From the time you entered the game until now, everything you said that started with a single GA was a lie. And the one with two GAs is a double negation to indicate affirmation, which represents the truth, so most of the questions you ask to introduce the rules are lies. Lin Yu paused here. After we arrived at the third room, when you said this was the last room, and there is only one question in this room, you only said GA, which means these two statements were false. And this also corresponds to when you introduced the general rules of this game in the first room. There are 3 rooms in this game, a click, it's fake, which proves that the third room is indeed not the last room. 3 questions in each room, 2 clacks, really, proved that there should be 3 questions in this room. Also, you said the last sentence of all the rules twice, paused, and then said it again, which means that the sentence is partly true and partly false. I tend to think that the first half is true and the second half is false. And the second half of that sentence is, if you answer all the choice questions correctly, you can clear the dungeon. This is false. You can clear the dungeon even if you don't answer all the choice questions correctly. And back to the first 2 rooms, you hinted through your questions that you, as an examiner, are also capable of lying. Lin Yu spoke clearly and logically, and the crowman laughed. Haha, what a brilliant analysis. It's not difficult to realize the meaning of GA and GAGA, but you actually remembered every word I said. No big deal. Lin Yu said modestly. This was indeed not difficult for him as his memory had always been pretty good. If he just memorizes irregular numbers and patterns, he may still have some difficulty and effort, but remembering other people's words is easy. It's still relatively easy. After all, memorizing lines is a basic skill for an actor. The crowman looked at Lin Yu with admiration in his eyes. Haha, very good, I really like you more and more. Although Lin Yu had just criticized his acting skills and scams, the crowman did not seem angry. It paced back and forth, looking Lin Yu up and down. Then, Lin Yu spoke in a low voice. Can we move on to the next question now? The crowman laughed. Haha, of course, please listen to the second question in this room. Who designed this replica? Please tell me his name. As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. You are such an irrational question, aren't you? He cursed subconsciously. All the previous problems may be full of traps or very twisted, but there are always traces to follow. You can reason and analyze to get the answer. But this problem. This reminded Lin Yu of an episode in a novel he had read before, a duel between 2 smart people, competing to see who could stump the other with a question. As a result, one of the guys who asked the questions was unethical and asked the other person who was answering the questions, "What did I eat this morning?" This was a meaningless and almost cheating question that was completely impossible to answer. Although the protagonist in that novel was extremely intelligent and almost omniscient, he was able to analyze this irrational question through clues. But Lin Yu didn't have that ability. He was just a sophomore in the performance department of Jiangqing Media University, who loved acting more than ordinary college students. Although this question is not completely unreasonable, after all, Lin Yu played this copy from beginning to end. But this kind of question is entirely possible to answer as long as the person who sets the question does not want others to answer it. What if the guy who designed this dungeon was called Darabangba Band Baiti Budo Biruan, or some bullshit like that? Faced with Lin Yu's questioning, the crowman laughed. Haha, you can still ask me questions or ask for hints, but I won't answer questions like, how many characters in your name, or, how many syllables does it contain, ... As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu exhaled. Can. Hearing the crowman's words, he calmed down. If you think about it carefully, although this crowman has a bad taste, it is even worse than, never forget. But the entire copy, from beginning to end, can be traced. In other words, this seemingly irrational problem should also have a solution. It must be hidden somewhere in the game. Lin Yu thought slowly, then a flash of inspiration came into his mind. Lin Yu thought of the crowman's first words. Haha, I will be the examiner of this game. The two s represent the truth, and it is also an opening remark, so Lin Yu subconsciously ignored this sentence. But think about it carefully. Just like this crowman in the first room did. One of its common tactics is to deceive people with the truth. So, this crowman's opening statement is a trap. Lin Yu looked at the crowman. I want to ask, what is your name? The crowman laughed. Haha, I refuse to answer this question. Lin Yu understood. As expected, you are not only the examiner of this game, you are also the designer of this game. He exhaled and the crowman chuckled. Ahahahaha. He laughed a human laugh for the first time, but the timbre of the sound was still like the overlapping of thousands of people. What a surprise, Lin Yu, you reacted in an instant. But this doesn't count as you passing. You still have to say, my name. The crowman said so. Lin Yu already had a vague feeling that the crowman in front of him was the designer of this copy. Because it has such a strong control over the game. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't help but test it before. In the first two rooms, Lin Yu had implicitly praised the designer of this copy. Judging from the crow's slightly happy attitude at the time, it should be it itself. Anyone who designs such a series of problems full of traps, whether it is a human or something else, is often a little narcissistic. After confirming that this somewhat narcissistic crowman is the game designer, although its name still needs to be guessed, Lin Yu already has a direction. He exhaled and looked towards the crowman. Your name has actually appeared in this game, right? The crowman looked at Lin Yu and nodded. Haha, yes, it has appeared, and it is the full name. I see, Lin Yu whispered, I am so disrespectful. I never thought there is a god standing in front of me. He said and the crowman laughed. Haha, it seems that you already know my identity. Then, which god am I? As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu grinned. It's simple. In the second room, the crow representing the incarnation of change can transform into the same image as you. Is it the one that represents the god of change? And your performance in this game is also telling the truth and lies at the same time. As Lin Yu spoke, the crowman started laughing. Yes, you are so smart, Lin Yu, tell me your answer quickly. Looking at the crowman, Lin Yu did not answer. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. So, you really want my answer to be the god of change? As soon as this question came out, the crowman also fell silent. After a moment, he laughed heartily again. Ha 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 ha, it's really hard to lie to you. Yeah, we've been playing a whole game of trap questions, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be any traps at this point. Lin Yu said calmly. The crowman looked at Lin Yu, any other reasons? There is also your narcissistic personality, and the ambiguous statements in the second room that were deliberately not very rigorous, Lin Yu said. When you introduced the 2 and 3 crows, you used the words, 2 great gods transformed into crow clones and 3 great gods transformed into crow clones. To be honest, this can be understood as the incarnations of 3 different gods. Lin Yu paused here. But it can also be understood as 3 different incarnations of one god, right? Lin Yu said, opening his hands. Based on the character you have shown so far, calling other gods great is really not consistent with my observation of you. So, my answer is, the name of the designer of this game is the God of Truth, Illusion, and Change. Something like that. You shouldn't be too bothered with me about the specific words and order, right? After Lin Yu finished speaking, the crowman smiled and shook his head. Excellent, this is truly wonderful, you are so terribly perceptive. The God of Truth, Falsehood, and Change is my name. Congratulations, you answered the question correctly. The crowman said this without arguing too much with Lin Yu on the specific words. Let's move on to the next question. The next reward is that you can make a request to me. Of course, I can still refuse. By the way, there is a shorter answer to the previous question. As it spoke, its feathers fell off one by one, revealing an elegant dark double-breasted suit, white gloves, and leather shoes. This outfit looked somewhat familiar to Lin Yu. Then, the crowman raised his hands and took off the crow mask. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the crowman taking off his hood. Because underneath the crow mask was a face that looked exactly like his. Another answer to the previous question is Lin Yu. His voice was no longer the overlapping timbre of thousands of people, but was exactly the same as Lin Yu's. He smiled gently. First time meeting you, although for me, this is already the second time. Me 10 years ago. The crowman on the opposite side said no, Lin Yu on the opposite side said with a smile. Lin Yu felt something unreal for a moment. It was like he was suddenly killed last week and suddenly entered this game. You are me 10 years later. 10 years later I became a god. The future, Lin Yu nodded. Of course, with the unique profession of trickster, plus my intelligence, and your intelligence, it is not difficult to crack this game and become a god. Due to the details, I can't tell you too much about the process. Anyway, it's not that difficult. The divine version of Lin Yu said proudly. I can't reveal too many details. How can you convince me to trust you? After all, you've been lying to me before. The god Lin Yu sneered, playing with time is exclusive to gods. I can see you 10 years later because I became a god. You would think that a only profession and the trust of 6 people are enough for you to activate the ability of rewinding to play with time, right? It's because you are destined to become a god in the future that you were able to pull off that scam. Lin Yu rubbed his head, with a hesitant look on his face. I still don't quite believe it. If what you said is true, what kind of torture have I been through in this game over the past 10 years? How did my personality become like this? The god Lin Yu laughed. In fact, you have only experienced one thing, that is, realizing that you are smarter than most people. In fact, I am quite surprised. I almost forgot that I lacked self-awareness 10 years ago. The god Lin Yu said and shrugged at Lin Yu. Anyway, now it's time to make a decision. I know you have doubts about me, the god Lin Yu said, so it doesn't matter. You can choose to believe me or not. If you believe that I am your future self, then you can choose to follow me over there. We will enter the final room and I will help you get everything you need to become a god. The god Lin Yu said, pointing behind the mist. There is a spiral staircase going upwards. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can just take the key and leave. I will still give you enough help. At least you won't have to worry too much about survival in the next dozen or so copies. The god Lin Yu said. Lin Yu still had some doubts, but the expression on his face showed that he was 70% convinced. Well, if you were me in 10 years, you should know my choice, right? Then what will I choose? Don't you already know it? In response to Lin Yu's final question, the god Lin Yu waved his hand. No, my second dungeon 10 years ago was not fatal questions and answers, but deserted island survival. I survived to the end by playing as a fisherman. Lin Yu recalled. Although my memory was a little fuzzy due to near death by drowning, it is becoming clearer now. The bloody text I saw before entering the game this time seemed to be a little wrong. The god Lin Yu looked at Lin Yu and continued. Gods can change the past, except for the fact that you will eventually become a god. Everything can be changed. It's just like you're backtracking. Lin Yu touched his chin, his eyes full of belief. Okay, I believe you, but what's the point of doing this? Changing the past will also affect the future. If you become stronger faster, I will also become stronger. Lin Yu said seriously. Lin Yu looked at him and exhaled. Anyway, let me verify it. What is my girlfriend's name? You don't have a girlfriend. The god, Lin Yu replied immediately. There's always a future, right? Lin Yu asked unwillingly. No, am I or you the kind of person who would want to find a girlfriend? The god, Lin Yu responded with decisiveness. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Correct answer, I believe you now, but I want to use the reward I got from the last question to make a request to you. We are friends, the god, Lin Yu said with a smile, just bring it up. Lin Yu looked at him with a sincere expression. I say, can you stop talking nonsense? The smile on the face of the god, Lin Yu froze. You still don't believe me? Lin Yu sighed. As expected, I rejected this request. This is really against the will of heaven. In the last instance, I played the role of God, but in this instance, God plays me. The god, Lin Yu showed a trace of anger when he heard this, and he clenched his fists. I didn't expect that I was so suspicious 10 years ago. I can tell you your occupation, everything you did in the first copy, and I know your past very well. You are tracking down the murderer who sent you here. You want to use this game to make money to supplement the family income for your sister, and your best friend in real life is Shenbing Miao. Lin Yu sighed. So, you should know that I love performing. He interrupted the anger of the god, Lin Yu, and said helplessly, I've already said that your acting skills are not as good as that Buwang. I've been here for 10 years, even if my acting skills haven't improved, they shouldn't be this bad. Look at your performance of angry after not being trusted. The trembling of your eyebrows was too exaggerated, and the tone was too hurried. What? After becoming a god, do I even have the acting skills to immerse myself in emotions? He suddenly raised his voice by an octave, growled with a trembling tail tone, and his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. You are simply insulting me, and insulting my past efforts to hone my acting skills. I demand that you apologize immediately. After saying this, Lin Yu immediately calmed down and looked normal. At least this is the extent to which one should act angry, venerable god. Lin Yu said, waving his hand. Okay, since you can't stop talking nonsense, let's change the request. Can you disperse the fog around me and let me choose which way to go? After Lin Yu finished speaking in rapid succession, the Lin Yu opposite him clapped softly. I really admire you now, Lin Yu. As he spoke, the gray mist around him gradually faded and dissipated. Then, a space appeared that was even wider than the second room and comparable to a large central square. The towering dome is 100 meters high, surrounded by gray walls as high as cliffs. Lin Yu turned around and found that the spiral staircase behind him was just a decoration. Although it was very high, it was still a long distance from the dome. After the fog dissipated, there was a real long staircase hidden deep in the fog on Lin Yu's right side. A long, wide, majestic staircase leads to a huge door near the dome, which was also covered by fog just now. The gate is also gray, but its gray is lighter, as if it was carved from 2 square stones. Lin Yu exhaled. As expected. Sure enough, the decision problem in each room is a virtue, and the real answer is not the option given on the surface. I'll take this path over here. Lin Yu pointed at the steps and said, is this an option? Certainly. Lin Yu on the opposite side said this, and then the whole person turned into gray mist and disappeared into the air. Instead, there was a dull sound that echoed throughout the space. Boom boom. The huge rock rubbed against the ground, making a heavy sound. The 2 doors of the huge gray gate were slightly opened, letting in a soft light. Lin Yu looked at the long staircase and the open stone door inside. The first 2 rooms were led by crows, but this time you'll have to climb the stairs yourself, right? He trotted away helplessly. Fortunately, the physical fitness bonus brought by the soldier was still there, so Lin Yu quickly reached the bottom of the stairs. The slope of the stairs was very gentle. Lin Yu climbed the stairs step by step and soon reached the top of the stairs. That is, in front of the big door. I still have some physical exertion. Lin Yu sighed, wishing that he could become an otaku right now. However, he is not that greedy. After taking a short rest, Lin Yu walked into the gap between the 2 open doors. Although compared to the entire stone door, it is just a small gap. But because the door is big enough, This small gap can allow 3 people to walk through side by side, hand in hand. Lin Yu walked out of the door. Afterwards, Lin Yu found himself in a wider space. The room here is like a viewing platform. Apart from the gray ground beneath your feet, the surrounding walls are made of a transparent crystal material and are shaped like an arc-like landscape glass. Lin Yu looked around and saw that the platform seemed to be in the towering sky, surrounded by surging clouds, and many huge creatures were swimming in it. After taking a few steps forward and looking back, I saw a gray stone statue of a crowman about 100 meters tall. The stone gate that Lin Yu just walked out of was the lower end of the cane in its right hand. So, the last room is the rooftop, Lin Yu muttered. In front of him, the gray mist condensed and transformed into the image of a gray crowman again. It looked at Lin Yu and spoke. Congratulations, Lin Yu. Welcome to the last room of the inverted tower. Lin Yu carefully looked at the gray crowman in front of him. Compared to the crow headgear and feather clothes that were obviously worn on the body just now, the crowman at this moment is more like a real crow transformed into a human. And it was wearing a straight and elegant gray suit, but the gray was darker than the color of its feathers. If the previous one was an incarnation, this should be the real one. At least it should be an advanced incarnation. After all, the color of the crowman matches that of the giant statue that is 100 meters tall. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the crowman in front of him again. This place is called the inverted tower, right? The crowman nodded. Yes, this is the inverted tower. However, this is only your second copy, and you may not understand what this name means. It said, and Lin Yu nodded. Then I will definitely go out and find out what this place represents. Since this is the last room, tell us your problem. A smile appeared on the face of the crowman, or the god of change. In fact, reaching this final room should be considered a bonus level. After all, if you can figure out my many puzzles and come here, there is no point in further testing and making things difficult for you. So, although answering the 3 questions in this level correctly is still better than answering them wrongly, you have already gained something the moment you are asked. The only difference is how much you gain. The crowman said with a polite smile. Lin Yu looked at the crowman and nodded. Really? I don't believe it. The crowman was helpless. You guys, although being vigilant is a good thing, you are really a little too vigilant. Forget it, you'll know when you hear the question. The crowman said, clearing his throat. Then Lin Yu, please listen to the first question. Why is your profession in the death game a trickster instead of an actor? The crowman finished the first question. Lin Yu looked at the crowman in some surprise. This guy didn't lie. The moment he heard this question, Lin Yu had indeed gained something. Because this was the question that confused him. While browsing the forum, Lin Yu saw the profession of actor in the guide. Although it is relatively rare, it still exists. The professional ability of the actor is rule-based, and each game can obtain an identity that is beneficial to the game. The identity here does not mean a profession. For example, if Lin Yu's profession is really actor, then in the first copy, he will most likely obtain an identity of human explorer, which will allow him to get one more letter than others. In a dungeon with many NPCs, actor is considered a very powerful profession. But Lin Yu did not awaken this profession, but awakened the only profession, fraudster. Although he thinks that the statement that the essence of performance is fraud is correct. He shouldn't have awakened the trickster. But Lin Yu has never had any clue. But at this moment, this problem appeared again, and Lin Yu felt that he had found a clue. Just as the crowman transformed from the god of change said. It's a reward just to say this. The fact that a god asked this question was itself a hint. Lin Yu exhaled. He recalled the reason why he entered this game in the first place. A mysterious girl from the psychological society, whose identity was unknown, shot him to death. At my dying moment, those light words echoed again, awakening me. May you be seen by the gods. This sentence was not just her crazy talk, but a prophecy that came true at this moment. He recalled the sound of praise he heard when he successfully retraced back to the first instance. It's wonderful. Those words did not come from anywhere in the world, they seemed to echo directly in his soul. And just now, the god of change once again reminded himself that there was a hint hidden in the lies and deceptions he had woven. Playing with time is for the gods. Indeed, now that he has activated the ability of the trickster more and more, Lin Yu has become more and more aware of the belief required to make it come true. Thinking about it now, the recall at that time was indeed incredible, just relying on the belief of 6 people, even if I deceived myself. Is it really enough to turn back time? When all the details are added up, all the links finally seem to be connected together. Including the copy in front of you. Although this is only the second copy. But Lin Yu was still very sure that it was a very rare thing for the god to take action personally. Lin Yu looked at the gray crow in front of him and spoke. I'm not sure about the answer to this question. But I think it has something to do with my potential and God. According to the Scarlet Words, the condition for entering the game of death after death is that one needs to have a strong desire for life. And everyone generally believes that profession is closely related to real-life experiences. Lin Yu paused slightly when he said this. But this is just the surface of some of the deeper reasons, which I think are related to why this game was created. This game of death was indeed created by God. In reality, some people seem to be able to tell what kind of people have potential in this game. Lin Yu sighed. To be honest, I was forced to come in by them. He recalled the ninja who was sent by the Psychology Society to test him. The other party enthusiastically invited me to join the Psychological Society organization. At the same time, I was a little skeptical at first about the fact that I had awakened a soldier. But the other party's attitude made Lin Yu realize one thing. So, in this game, although most people's awakening professions are related to their own experiences, most professions cannot be distinguished from the high and low at the beginning. But if someone has too much potential, it is possible for them to receive the attention of the gods and awaken their only profession. So, from the very beginning, my starting point was different from other players. Lin Yu exhaled and looked at the god of change. This unique profession of trickster should be given to me by you or other gods, right? Lin Yu said calmly. The god of change laughed. The answer is basically correct. Although there are many key omissions and the final conclusion is wrong, I can give it 85 points. Is the conclusion wrong and is there a key omission? Hearing that the god of change gave him an evaluation of 85 points, Lin Yu was not particularly happy, but frowned slightly. In other words, isn't this profession of trickster the result of divine intervention? Also, what is missing? Lin Yu was a little curious. What am I missing? What's the real answer? Lin Yu looked at the gray crowman. The latter smiled and shook his head. You'll have to explore this on your own later. Don't be too greedy, Lin Yu. You are already far ahead of others by knowing the role of potential and God in this game in the second copy. If this continues, they will complain. The crowman said this, and changed the subject before Lin Yu could continue to ask. Okay, Lin Yu, you answered the first reward and punishment question correctly, so you will naturally get a reward. Now, you can ask me a secret hidden by someone. It can be any secret of anyone. When Lin Yu heard the reward, he couldn't help but let out a tisk. Sure enough, you watched the entire first copy. This was clearly the ability that he had lied about when he played the role of a detective in the first dungeon. The ability of a true detective is not this. Lin Yu muttered, then looked at the crowman. Can I choose you? Sorry, I'm not someone, I'm a god. The god of change rejected Lin Yu. Lin Yu was not surprised by this answer. Okay, let me think about it. If it were Lin Yu before, this question would not be an easy one to choose. After all, his social circle is very simple, and Lin Yu has no desire to pry into the secrets of his relatives, friends, and classmates. But now, Lin Yu really has 2 guys who want to investigate. One is the never forget that I just encountered. Another. Naturally, it was the murderer who killed Lin Yu, the mysterious schoolmate. As for the latter, Lin Yu knew that the other party was most likely from the Psychological Society, and killed him because he saw his potential. However, Lin Yu knew very little about her information and what kind of person she was. As for never forget, Lin Yu had been with her for an entire instance, and had already gotten to know a little bit about the personality and traits of this quirky, neurotic girl. Her professional title of thief probably comes from her mischievous personality and kleptomania. Her real identity should be a rich girl from Jiangqing. The windbreaker she was wearing and the sneakers on her feet were both expensive branded goods, and the black windbreaker was even made of cut-resistant fabric. She should still be in high school, with good grades, and should be a good girl in front of her parents. She doesn't forget to hold the utility knife like a pen, and the calluses on her fingers have not gone away. With this information, Lin Yu felt that he could find out some clues about Buwang's identity even without asking Shen Bingmiao for help after he got out. But Lin Yu still prefers to apply this question to Buwang. Because even if the real identity of that schoolgirl is unknown, at least Lin Yu has basically understood the organization to which the other party belongs as a player and her purpose of killing him. The opponent seems to be quite strong, so there is no need to rush for revenge. But Lin Yu had no idea what purpose Buwang had in approaching him and which organization he belonged to. That's right, although a lie detector was used in the end, Lin Yu still didn't believe what Buwang said. This thief is also good at deceiving people with the truth. The number of copies she had cleared might be correct, but she definitely wasn't approaching me without a purpose and just for fun. When Lin Yu first saw the bicycles stolen by Buwang and the notes left on the shared bicycles, he clearly realized one thing. This is an assessment. Even though Buwang really likes to play pranks, she is very careful about everything she does to herself. That evaluative feeling, used to test my own reactions, is just too strong. Especially since this guy left almost at the same time as the ninja. As a veteran player, how could she not recognize the smoke of ninja? Therefore, even though Lin Yu was not sure whether this was a test or an evaluation, and whether someone was secretly observing him, out of caution, he still acted as if he was irritable, angry, and being fooled. And afterwards, Lin Yu also consolidated his personality in a timely manner and demonstrated his ability as a soldier. And the facts prove Lin Yu's guess at that time was correct. After encountering Buwang in this copy, it turned out that the other party knew his profession of soldier in advance. This means that the other party is indeed observing you secretly. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Lin Yu to believe that the other party coming to this copy was a coincidence. It has been mentioned in the forum that there are many kinds of props that allow people to team up to participate in the same dungeon. So it is not impossible that there are props that allow people to join a specific player's copy. Even though Buwang mentioned Tiangong at the end, Lin Yu still thought. The target of not forgetting is definitely yourself. The reason is very simple. Just by hearing the accent, you can tell that Tiangong is from the northwest. Not forgetting to steal his things should just be a matter of convenience. In fact, it was precisely because of the intentional or unintentional misleading of Buwang that Lin Yu became more certain that the other party was most likely targeting him. Therefore, Lin Yu also further demonstrated his personality to Buwang in this copy. Based on the previous violent character setting, the following traits were extended to include good at solving puzzles, strong sense of revenge, and extremely conceited. But no matter how he disguised and covered up himself, Lin Yu became even more uneasy after realizing that besides the Psychological Society, there might be some other organization targeting him. After all, what Buwang said about her not being from the Psychological Society was the truth that had been tested by a lie detector. After thinking it over, Lin Yu decided to ask about not forgetting. He couldn't keep up this "the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light" act. So, Lin Yu looked at the Grey Crow Man and spoke. I want to inquire about the secret of the player whose occupation is thief in this game. What is her purpose in approaching me? The God of Change laughed. I guessed that there was about an 80% chance that you would ask her. But, that guy was really interesting. He even tried to steal something from me before leaving. Let me tell you, she is a member of the Freedom Alliance. In order to assess whether you are suitable to join the Freedom Alliance for the organization, she used props to join this dungeon. Freedom League. Hearing the words of the Crowman, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he recalled. This is also one of the 3 organizations that appeared along with the Psychological Society and were banned from the forum. Lin Yu felt a little helpless and couldn't help laughing out loud. Well, it turns out that I just passed a copy and I was targeted by 2 troublesome organizations. Lin Yu sighed from the bottom of his heart. Is your potential really that great? It actually attracted the two organizations to want me to join. No, considering that the Tiangong just now also invited me. So the three organizations that were blacklisted on the forum invited me. Lin Yu sighed. Things are really becoming more and more troublesome. Now, as a newcomer who has just completed 2 dungeons and doesn't even know the faction divisions of the death game players, he has already been targeted by 3 well-known organizations that are obviously not decent. This is not a good thing. As expected, after getting out, I still have to disguise myself as quickly as possible and do as much research as possible. We need to find out what the level up is all about as soon as possible. Lin Yu thought about it and looked at the gray crowman again. Okay, should we move on to the next question? Lin Yu asked, and the gray crowman nodded. The crowman smiled and said, okay, let's move on to the second question. Of all the information I've given you in this room, there is only one that is false. Do you know which one it is? When Lin Yu heard the crowman's question, he also narrowed his eyes. The second question is quite interesting. Unlike the first question, which made Lin Yu understand a lot of things instantly the moment he heard it. But if we use this sentence as a premise to deduce what the crowman said before. About himself, about God, about game of death. Any false statement can lead Lin Yu to many different answers and results. But this question. Lin Yu exhaled. I can only rely on pure guesswork now, I guess. You give me 85 points. Lin Yu looked at the crowman. The crowman narrowed his eyes. Oh, what's your reason? My reason is that I think my answer is perfect, Lin Yu said calmly. You must have given me a score of at least 98 out of 100 in your heart. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the crowman was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ahahaha, wrong answer. But your answer is very interesting, so I still want to give you a reward. You can ask me a question in any game, and if I know the answer, I will give you a clear and true answer. Not limited to this game. The crowman said, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers lightly. Bang. The slender fingers made a sound, and Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. Above it, a stick figure of a gray crow emerged, as if carved into his skin. If you have any questions you want to ask, just put your left index finger on it and ask me. As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu gently stroked the skin. Okay, now I kind of believe this is a bonus level. He muttered, then looked at the crowman. So, is it time to move on to the final question of decision? Lin Yu asked, and the crowman nodded. Of course, but this time, you don't choose the way to leave, but choose the prop reward you want to get. The crowman said as he spread his hands. In his 2 hands, the gray mist condensed into 2 capsules, one red and one blue. In my open hand, there are 2 tools that will benefit you greatly. Whether you choose the left or right hand in front of you, you will get the same item reward and leave the current copy. Now, please choose which of my hands you want to choose. Please point to it and tell me. The crowman whispered. Lin Yu looked at the red pill and the blue pill in the crowman's hand and was stunned. You, God, have you watched The Matrix? I have also read a little bit of human entertainment works. The crowman nodded slightly. In fact, it is precisely because of your many creative ideas that this game has become more and more rich and interesting. The prop is a capsule, right? Lin Yu touched his chin. If you've seen The Matrix, from a lucky point of view, you should choose red. If I choose blue, I'll feel like I'll be stuck in the death game forever. The crowman laughed. That's not the case. The 2 capsules have nothing to do with whether you can leave this instance. Lin Yu also laughed. Yeah, because no matter which side I choose, I can't do without you, this bastard God. At the last minute, you said it was a bonus level. The last question in this last room made me very nervous, right? The 2 questions I had so much fun with just now made me let my guard down. He laughed as he spoke, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. You didn't even say, quack. Are you afraid that I'll find out that the only lie you told in this room is actually hidden in the 3rd question? No wonder I couldn't figure out the 2nd question. It felt like everything you said was a lie. But you have a conscience. You only told one lie and it was true. Whether you choose the one in your left or right hand, you will get the same item as a reward. This sentence should be interpreted in the opposite way. Lin Yu said this and looked at the two outstretched hands of the gray crowman in front of him. No matter which hand you choose, you won't get any items and you won't be able to leave the current instance, right? When the gray crow heard Lin Yu's question, he laughed softly. Hey, what's your choice? I've used the same method 4 times. It's really easy to guess, Lin Yu sighed. You even deliberately said in the last sentence that I had to point to the hand I chose instead of saying left hand and right hand. Lin Yu pointed to the sky above his head. Above the sky, the towering gray crow statue holds a cane in his right hand and it is spread out flat. I choose the statue's open hand. Lin Yu raised his hands above his head and spoke calmly. The crowman laughed. Even in the end, I couldn't fool you. No wonder you got the job of trickster. The sound was like rolling thunder, coming from above Lin Yu's head. The giant crowman statue leaned down and placed its huge left hand in front of Lin Yu. On it, there lay 2 huge props, a row of cold teeth and a bright red tongue. The gray crowman behind him turned into smoke and disappeared. The crowman statue spoke again. Lin Yu, congratulations on answering the final choice question correctly. This is your reward. Choose one from them. One of them is called Tooth of Prophecy. One of them is called Deceitful Tongue. After you make your choice, I will send you out of this copy.